It's a meeting of all the businesses.
I'm not suggesting. Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
saying. I don't.
Yeah, when I'm a seasoned legislator. About it, but for right now.
He doesn't really understand very much. Because when they say they're coming, I call him up and I go, "Have you come to my district court?" You know?
Because normally it's not something good, I guess.
Yeah, it's like, do you want me to come there? Do you want me to make an issue of this situation?
Right.
I did the same thing with Scam. Because he
Oh,
tried,
he's a grifter.
because he tried to do this walk around
The business
Southington
walks?
downtown or some bullshit. I was like, nah, you ain't doing that. Otherwise, I'm going with you and I'm gonna explain everything you're saying.
Why
It's
your
bullshit.
policies have destroyed these businesses.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So get out. Stop trying to make inroads.
Yeah. Well, him and Tong are trying to pick up scalps for their governor run.
Was I hurting?
No, I mean,
From my trip?
yeah. It's,
I was recovered on my trip. I came back and I'm back to being ill again.
morning.
Minor reprieve. Very colorful backgrounds.
Wow.
I'm on the auto backgrounds.
I was gonna
Get a new one every day.
Can I just tell you that the other night?
Good morning. I'm Senator Julie Kushner, and I am here to convene the public hearing this day, Thursday, February 20th, for the Labor and Public Employees Committee meeting. We have a number of bills on the agenda today, and look forward to the conversations and hearing from the folks who've come to testify. With that, I'd love to get started, but I'll ask if my co-chair has any comments you want to make? No. Ranking members?
Nothing today.
Okay, we're ready to go then. And our first on the list is our esteemed Commissioner of the Department of Labor, Dante Bartolomea. Welcome to this hearing, and you may begin.
Thank you very much. Hoping you can hear me okay.
We can.
Okay, great. So good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, and Representative Ware. It's nice to see all of you remotely, virtually. And thank you very much to the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Today we have two bills that we have put forth. One is the recommendations and technical changes for the Department of Labor. That's SB 1312. And the other one is HB 6956, which is an act concerning youth employment and training funds. The first Senate Bill 1312 is the recommendations and technical bill, and there are 4 sections of that. I will quickly go through. First section has to do with the employer's right to protest payment of unemployment insurance benefits when they contend that the benefits were paid due to fraud or due to error. And they receive UI quarterly statements, unemployment insurance quarterly statements. And these are currently provided with a 60-day window for them to be able to protest any charges that they are concerned about or don't believe are there correctly. We are proposing to shorten that time frame to 40 days. And while that it's actually kind of counterintuitive that is better for the employer to have that shorter period of time. The reason being that the quarterly statements outline, as I said, the benefit charges for each claimant, which translates to the employer's liability. And so we are now, with our new reemploy system that was launched in 2022, we are able to provide statements electronically, and they can report protest those much more quickly and much easier than they were before when they were all done by snail mail. So the reason it's important for them to do that quickly is because Connecticut Department of Labor is required to resolve any employer protest before the end of each quarter. So if they if the time frame is longer and they don't do that within the quarter, then that liability gets carried over into the next quarter. So it's more challenging for accounting purposes for them as well. Section 2 of Senate Bill 1312 has to do with the unemployed workers advocate. You may recall that that is a position that was created by the legislature, and it was created as an appointed position. So while I genuinely appreciate the ability to appoint someone, it becomes very difficult to do so because of the statutory requirements for that position. I want to say that our current unemployed workers advocate is phenomenal, and this does not imply that we want to change who's in that position, but we want to change how we're able to fill it in the future. When it's an appointed position, the requirements statutory for the skill set for that person is to have not only experience, but expertise is written into the statute. Expertise and experience in 2 areas. One is in unemployment insurance, which is a skill that is acquired in very few places outside of the Department of Labor, and also in advocacy for unemployed workers. That means that we are typically needing to, the pool of candidates would be within the agency, typically. And if that's the case, we're asking someone to come out of a classified position and go into an appointed position, which is what the young woman who is in that position now did, but it also makes it extremely difficult. And if we were to have a change, or if she were to vacate that position, it's very difficult. I've done this twice to find anybody who would go into that as an appointed position. Section 3 is really just a technical change in nature. There was a repeal of a particular statute that is apparently important to Department of Public Health when they are doing their occupational illness surveillance program. So we are being asked to put that back. And then Section 4 was a Scrivener's error where an incorrect statute number was put in, and we're looking to change that. The second bill is House Bill 6956, and this has to do with updating a 2007 allocation methodology for the Connecticut Youth Employment Program, CYEP. That is affectionately referred to as summer youth employment. It's actually year-round. It's the Connecticut Youth Employment Program. And so 18 years ago, there were fixed percentages of distribution to each one of the workforce areas. And things have changed, demographics have changed. And so we are looking to be able to use a census data set for disadvantaged youth, which gets updated every 5 years. And this will also mirror more of what we do for WIOA. So it'll be, the benefit is it would be kind of a data-driven decision-making for how much is allocated to each one of the regions, and also making sure that it is appropriately and fairly distributed. So with that, I am pleased to be here and happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any comments or questions from members of the committee? Representative Wilson.
Good morning, Commissioner. Just one question. The part around summer youth employment, could you explain the importance of this change and the impact that it has?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. Through you, Madam Chair. Yes. So through you, Madam Chair.
Sorry. Spaced out. I couldn't hear you.
That's okay. So this program is phenomenal. It is sometimes the one and only opportunity that youth have to be able to have career exploration and or early on work experience, and to be able to be financially supported for that. The challenge has been that the old allocation methodology from 2007 doesn't take into account the current census demographics. And so what we'd like to be able to do is make sure that the regions who have the most need are provided the appropriate amount of funding. The bill language does account for kind of a hold harmless phase in if the change, to any one region accounted for over 15% or 15% or over, it's like a hold harmless to phase it in. But we really, the conditions for this program, as they are with the WIOA youth, and we'd be looking to mirror that, have to do with youth who have some type of need. So whether there's a disability, homelessness, low income, foster child, there's a whole bunch of eligibility criteria, enough so that not many youth are not served. But the problem that we have is it's not according to census data or current census data. So we want to be able to have it fairly distributed throughout the state, as close to we can based upon need.
Thank you. Any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, we appreciate your participation here today, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for
I hope
all
you
your
have
folks.
I hope you have a productive day.
Thank you. Take care. So we'll move on now. And it's my understanding that Representative Candelora is not testifying today. I don't know if you'd heard that.
Oh.
So next up will be Senator Kathy Austin.
If Representative Candelara gets here, I'll certainly
I
step
think we were
aside.
advised that he's not coming, but of course, I'm sure he can wait a couple of minutes. So go right ahead.
Well, I always try to defer to the leaders of the respective caucuses, so it's a matter of respect, but thank you. I appreciate that. So good morning, everybody. I appreciate you hearing from me today on Senate Bill number 1027, an act removing the requirement that the state oppose applications by federally recognized Indian tribes to convert any parcel of fee interest land to federal trust status. And so this is something that came across my desk a year ago, looking at this, and there was a small parcel of land long owned by one of the tribal nations that was being requested to move from in fee to in trust. The state of Connecticut pays for in trust lands now, and has since we've had two federally recognized tribal nations. It actually doesn't identify them by name, just as federally recognized tribal nations. We have three only state recognized tribes that are seeking federal status. Should that ever happen, they would be covered by the same statute. And so in this piece of legislation that was done in 1992, it was mostly described as a labor piece of legislation that had this one line in it that said, that was essentially being used as what I would term, it doesn't use this term, I would term it a cudgel to require the tribal nations to participate in collective bargaining. One of the tribal nations has 7 unions that they participate with right now. One has none. The one that the Attorney General has fought because of this piece of legislation is the one that has the 7 unions. I find that to be a little bit, why do this? The other one has no applications to the BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, to turn in fee to in trust. And it's and I think that there's a lot of misconceptions about in fee to in trust. Tribal nations have to buy the land at market rate. They've owned, one of them has owned land for 30 some years. and is looking to move it to in-trust status. So I'm not saying that the Attorney General can't look at things, but I don't think the legislature should require this to happen. And that's my concern here, is we put in something in a labor bill that had nothing to do with collective bargaining and was just being used as a way to force the collective bargaining. It did not have the impact that people thought it would. And the one tribe that has done the collective bargaining is the one that we are putting additional unnecessary pressure. And what this would do is remove the one sentence, but it would not stop the Attorney General if he or she so chose to bring such an action. They would be allowed to. They just couldn't use the legislative mandate as an excuse to do so. Happy to answer any questions. And I've submitted written testimony.
Thank you. Are there any questions from committee members? Representative Wilson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the first question that I have is, could you just give the understanding of the difference between in-fee versus the trust land? Could you give, what's the biggest misconception over that?
Senator Austin.
Thank you. So in-fee land is land that is owned and people pay taxes on it, just like any other property. In the case of one of the tribal nations is the highest taxpayer in 7 communities. They own property, they own buildings, they own a number of things, and those are not contiguous, by and large, are not contiguous to their reservation. And they're not looking to transfer those lands from in-fee to in-trust. In-trust is land that is where the reservation sits. It has to be approved by the federal government to be in trust. And essentially the federal government has it as an in-trust. It's reservation land that the Native Americans have that the federal government is holding in abeyance. In Connecticut, we've been proactive on this so that municipalities do not lose revenue. We pay pilot payments for 100% of the assessed value of the property at the normal 70% rate. So some people think that tribal nations will automatically get land when both the 2 tribes that are federally recognized were first recognized. They had to buy where they are right now at market rate. So one got swampland. Essentially, that's what it is. It's a big swamp. It's called the Cedar Swamp. And then the other one bought a manufacturing nuclear site. So, and that's where we are. I don't know if that's a good explanation or not.
Good enough for me. Through you, Madam Chair, the only other question I have is, you explained the part of this does not stop the Attorney General from doing the part of coming forward with an action if they so choose to. It just would allow them to it not to be mandatory, but they could still do it if they needed to.
Correct. Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Correct.
All right.
Any other questions or comments? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Senator, for the testimony and for, bringing a little bit of more explanation to the bill. I think we had some brief discussions when it came out as a concept as to, so can you just, I think you touched on it, but just for point of clarification through you, Madam Chair, I think I heard you say that the tribes are not looking to take land that is off the reservation and bring it part of the reservation, but do we anticipate that this would take any revenue off the tax rolls of the municipalities where their property is off the reservation? Through you, Madam Chair.
Senator Austin.
No.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, we thank you for your participation today.
Thank you very much. And I was looking forward to Senator Sampson's comments, so we will chat soon. Thank you, everybody. Have a nice day.
Next up, we have Susan Johnson. I don't see Susan, Representative Johnson. Okay, we'll move to Representative Rochelle. I know often our representatives are in other meetings and can't be here right on the dot. So if any of the representatives that were signed up do come at a later point, we'll move them into the agenda, into the speakers list. Next, we have Representative Liz Lenahan. Representative Tim Ackert. And I do want to, and Representative Stephen Winter. I have to say, I have 4 meetings going on at the same time today. So I know this is true for many of our committee members and many of the representatives and senators that aren't in the room right now. So we do try and accommodate their schedule. So I do see that next up, I do want to call on, we're going to move the agenda a little bit because we have an agency that is present, but wasn't recognized as such, so they didn't get moved up in the agenda. But since we have so many representatives that aren't here right now, I think we'll go ahead and recognize from the Office of Workforce Strategies, Kelly Marie Valeris. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Chair Kushner and Representative Sanchez, ranking members, and the members of the Labor Committee for having me here today. I'm here to testify on 2 bills and comment on 1 additional. First, I'd like to comment and testify on SB 1206, an act establishing a pilot program to change additional women to work in the building trades. OWS has robustly partnered with our industry partners to ensure that there is a high interest in women across a variety of industry sectors, including the building trades. Through our Career Connect initiative, we funded the Connecticut Building Trades Training Institute, which to date has trained 861 individuals. Among them, 56 are women, and placed them in occupations including but not limited to electrical work, gravel finishing, carpentry, bricklaying, welding, iron workers, sheet metals, and more. Additionally, the Connecticut Building Trades Institute engages in inclusive curriculum design that considers the training from the perspective of women and also have women instructors. Our office engagement with the CBBTI is in part a larger strategy to market accessibility of training opportunities for persons of all backgrounds. Our Career Connect U campaign has targeted underserved populations and making sure that people who don't see themselves in traditional occupations have representation of those occupations for them to consider, including occupations in manufacturing, healthcare, IT, bioscience, and the building trades. The campaign is designed to inspire people to take on occupations that they may not have originally thought themselves to be in. In addition to Career Connect, OWS has also developed 14 regional sector partnerships across the state. These partnerships are in demand sectors such as manufacturing, IT, healthcare, and construction. And this work has created the foundation of our strategy to engage businesses in triggering demand and hiring into the occupations that they need. And we work very closely with them to ensure inclusivity of all peoples into the building trades occupations and ensure that women are also represented equally. Given the breadth of programming and the focus that the Office of Workforce Strategy has on ensuring that women are seen in all trades, we believe that any additional interest in recruiting to women to work in the building trade should leverage the magnitude of the programs that we already have available, and thus I'm not sure that the additional legislation is really required at this time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions? I do appreciate the work you're doing and that you brought to light the programs that are currently existing. I know that for a long time, the construction trades were viewed as a very male-dominated industry, and I am sure that there are still more men working in this field than women. But I do appreciate that the trades, the organizations have really sought to change that dynamic and are working very hard to do that. It's good to know that you're working with them. So appreciate your testimony here today. So thank you, and thank you for the work.
Great. Thank you very much. And if I could just testify on one additional bill.
Sure.
This would be HB 5704, an act concerning the construction pipeline program. So with regards to this bill, we acknowledge again the importance of developing training programs that are modeled after best practices, such as the MPI model. That MPI model its success has been built on the fact that industry has triggered demand and has signaled when those job training programs need to be scheduled, filled based on the needs of their jobs. And that this is a coalition and a partnership between the employers, the academic institutions, and typically their workforce boards. As we have set up the regional sector partnerships, they are in most part led by regional workforce development boards. As in the North, we have the Northwest Regional Partnership with the Workforce Board, has a construction, engineering, and architecture regional sector partnership, and they are building pipeline programs. So we view this again as very employer driven, and it's very difficult to legislate a demand for a program that isn't based and grounded in the voices and the needs of the businesses on the ground. So again, we're very interested in establishing additional construction regional sector partnerships and engaging with workers and the unions within those construction trades, very supportive of their demand for a skilled workforce. And we're happy to continue to work with them and leverage the best practices that we know within the appropriations that we have to continue to build out those in-demand training programs. So again, I'm not sure that the legislation as written is really going to be necessary in order for us to fully meet the needs of the construction industry.
Thank you again for your testimony. It's helpful to hear from the people who are doing this work on the ground. I know we'll probably have more testimony, probably on both of these bills today. And I look forward to getting in touch with your office if there's additional information that we require, or maybe put you directly in touch with the proponents of the bill. So thank you very much for being here. Any questions, comments? Representative Wilson.
Good morning, and thank you for your testimony. You don't have to, you may not have the answer right at the moment, but you can get it to us. What are the top, or out of some of the programs you're doing, what are some of the top pipeline programs that are helping with the increase of females being in the construction trades or building trades that you guys currently are doing?
It's a great question through you, Madam Chair. We are working with two funding streams. Currently, one is the Career Connect funding. That's a $70 million allocation. Those funds are fairly well expended, but we have done an extensive marketing campaign to ensure that underrepresented folks see themselves in multitudes of career opportunities that are being funded through the training programs in Career Connect. We have mapped the marketing outreach to regions that have the highest unemployment rate and have been very focused on messaging that really meets the community needs and targeting those. We bring them into the Career Connect pipeline portal, which is a single place for them to fill out the applications and register for the job training programs. So we've tried to make this process very easy for folks. We've also provided a whole wraparound support systems, including childcare, transportation, housing, and stipends to make it easy and efficient for people to be able to leave work, go through these job training programs, and get employed on the other end. So I think we've done a good job being very inclusive in that way across populations.
Thank you. And I just wanted the reason I asked the question is to really highlight the holistic approach that you guys, your office does to really hone in on these programs and the individuals going through them. So again, I thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for answering the question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. Your question did bring to mind a question for me. It might be helpful if you could share with the committee data that you have about the outreach that you've done and the results of who's participated in placements. So that would be helpful for our understanding and as we approach this bill.
Absolutely. Thank you. And we do have a presentation that has all of that information in it. So we'll be happy to forward it over to your office.
And if you send it to our clerk, Cameron Clark, we'll make sure every member of the committee gets it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you for being here. Next up, I see we have Representative Ackert. So strange to see you again on that side of the table. We were more used to seeing you up here.
Madam Chair, I liked it being over there also, but my leadership thought I should be in different seats. So
Well, I'm sure you're doing important work wherever you are.
thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairs Sanchez and Senator Kushner, ranking members Weir and Sampson, and members of the Labor Public Employees Committee, on behalf of the House Republican Caucus, I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony in support of House Bill 5704, an act creating a construction pipeline program. This bill will help to build a larger and more robust construction workforce through expanding the apprenticeship tax credit, pre-apprenticeship education funding, reforming the apprenticeship ratio, and a continued focus on developing and strengthening Connecticut's workforce and skilled tradespeople. I will hit on a couple of the areas. Our proposed begins to expand the tax credits available for apprenticeship training in the construction trades. Increasing the credit from $4,000 to $7,500 would allow employers to hire more apprentices and provide the training and experience needed for those apprentices. This proposal also expands eligibility to utilize the tax credit to pass-through entities, encouraging a greater number of construction firms to invest in training apprentices to create a high-quality construction workforce. The bill also expands the pre-apprenticeship grant program to include construction trades to award grants and any local or regional board of education that incorporates a construction trades pre-apprenticeship program in the curriculum for grades 9 through 12. Such expansion would open doors for students to learn more skills needed and opportunities available in successful careers in the skill of construction trades. Also, this bill proposes to establish a construction pipeline working group to enhance the workforce development in the trades and provide recommendations for strengthening the construction workforce. The group would study and make recommendations regarding expansion of skilled trades pre-apprenticeship programs in public, middle, and high schools, and increase the awareness of career opportunities in the skilled trades and the removal of regulatory barriers to this opportunity. I will add, it was perfect that you had Kelly Marie Valeries in front of us, who was a successful manufacturer and in charge of the Office of Workforce Strategies. She knows the success that these programs have. And I think that if we start to get this work started in the grades, a lot of the bills that you're reading about getting more women involved, getting more youth involved, getting more people involved in the trades. But I'd like to heed my time to go to Jim Parrish from the Home Builders and Remodelers Association to add to this testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I don't know if you were signed up. If you are, then I just want to be able to mark you off. So please state your name again for the
Sure.
record.
My name is Jim Paris, and I'm the CEO of the Home Builders and Remodelers Association of Connecticut.
Thank you, Jim. Please proceed.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairpersons Sanchez and Kushner, ranking members Sampson and Weir, and distinguished members of the Labor Committee. Connecticut's housing industry is really at a crisis point. We face severe skilled labor shortages with average construction worker ages at 45 years old. That number continues to rise, and if we don't act now, this shortage will worsen, delaying much needed housing production, slowing job creation, and jeopardizing our state's energy efficiency goals. So why does it matter? Because the reality is Connecticut's just not producing housing at the rate that it needs to. In fact, it's producing housing at the per capita at pretty much the slowest or amongst the slowest out of all the states in the country. And it impacts the economy and other issues dramatically. Higher housing costs for both renters and home buyers. Less supply means higher prices, making homeownership and rental options unaffordable for many. And there's obviously missed economic growth as well. Every new home built supports multiple jobs, stimulates local businesses, and generates tax revenue. Slower progress on clean energy goals, labor shortage delays, energy efficiency, and sustainable housing development, undermining our long-term climate strategies. Connecticut right now is in the residential construction industry is seeing a shortage of over 10,000 workers. Again, with the average worker being 45 years old, without a pipeline as suggested with this legislation, that will just continue to worsen. So I'll pass it along.
So before you begin, we did not have you on our list. So could you please spell your last name?
Yep, it's P as in Peter, E-R-R-A-S.
Okay, thank you. Kind of snuck that in, Tim.
I thought they both signed up. I would not, I did pass along the message to my rankings to make sure that they were aware of it. I thought they might have shared that with you. My apologies. And then Jen Jennings from the Connecticut Heating and Cooling Contractors, I would
So
believe.
Jen Jennings, and I don't know if did you sign?
I am. I think I'm 67, maybe 68. I am signed up. Jen Jennings.
Yes, I
Jacobson,
see
and
you're
INGS.
68. Okay, go right ahead.
So I'm Jen Jennings. I'm the executive director of the Connecticut Heating and Cooling Contractors Association. I have submitted my testimony, so you have my written testimony, and also the president of the association, Stillman Jordan, has submitted his to really talk to the needs in the trades. The growth, the opportunities that do exist inside the construction industry right now, the demand from the industry speaking itself. I know Ms. Valerie did an amazing job talking about needing to hear from the employers. And in this situation, I think the construction industry is speaking, whether it be energy efficiency measures, a lot of the legislative initiatives, home and housing availability and affordability, a lot of initiatives that are coming out of this building directly relate to the construction industry and workforce availability. And there's an absolute shortage. So I'm going to switch hats, not even just coming out of the trade industry working for the heating and cooling contractors, but I'm a mom of 3 public school students, and I sit on a local board of education. And it's amazing when we start talking about curriculum development and career opportunities, there is in a lot of districts a misunderstanding of, oh, well, we already have that. We have a relationship with Goodwin. Well, Goodwin does manufacturing, and manufacturing and construction trades are very different. Putting together a program in all of your public high schools, which would keep kids in your local districts, keep the students and the dollars in the local districts, if you offered programs with credentials that met the student need. So not all students are going on to college. We have lived in a society for decades now where we have encouraged all students to go on to college. That's the preferred track. It's a 4-year college degree that comes with a lot of debt. And there's no options. There's been a stigma around the trades. Our Connecticut Career and Technical Education System, CTEX, is an amazing asset to this state that is unfortunately, I think, stigmatized. A lot of kids leave districts that are going there not for necessarily to enter the workforce. And when we start to look at some of the numbers that are coming out of there, they're capped. They can only take in 18 electricians or 18 plumbers or 18 heating and cooling technicians per school per year. So it's very limited. I think if we put together a construction pipeline, a working group that really looked to offer some form of credentialed class, no different than an AP or an ECE, early college experience class for students going on to college. And we look to offer some form of trade-related instruction that's credentialed through the Department of Labor, that is an apprentice to hours of the schooling, the classroom instructional hours that they would be able to graduate with. It would expose more students to the opportunities in these careers. It would expose more students to the industry. And from there, our hands-on learners, it's a pathway to an in-demand, well-paying career for our future engineers, architects, or construction managers who are going on to college. Those students would absolutely still continue on, and it provides them industry-relevant experience on their transcript.
Ms. Jennings, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
All right. And for Connecticut's workforce, this is a solution to the critical shortage of skilled professionals in HVAC, electrical, and plumbing. And for Connecticut's economy, this would strengthen local industries and keeps our talent in our state by putting a construction pipeline together for an industry in such demand. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I do want to say that in my experience, particularly recently around CTEX, is that I agree with you. At one time, there was a stigma about going to the tech school. I think that's evaporated significantly since we have an incredible waiting list of kids trying to get into our, Abbott Tech High School, and it's a wonderful facility. It's so modern and beautiful that I can imagine kids would rather be there than in some of our older schools. So I think a lot of that has, for the good, has been overcome, and it is a wonderful facility. We also have a new director of CTEX who visited Abbott Tech last week with me, and she has a lot of great ideas and fresh ideas about how to really improve and increase the programs that we have. So I have a lot of confidence in that program. I know I want to direct a question to Jim. I think you mentioned that there was a shortfall of workers in the amount of 10,000.
Yes, that is correct. And that's according to U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics from 2024.
So 2024 BLS labor statistics?
Correct.
Okay, we'll take a look at that. I think that is it. I don't have any other questions. Representative Weir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good to see you all. Ms. Jennings is a constituent of mine, so I appreciate you coming here. I'll just share that I am a product of the Glastonbury Public Schools, and back eons ago when I went to school, we had a metal shop, wood shop, and even an auto shop. And I have to tell you, those were I couldn't wait to get out of English class or algebra to get to those classes to learn, and those are life skills that I have carried with me. While not a tradesperson, I have been known to hack up some drywall and do some handiwork around the house. But some of these things have stayed with me, and it allowed me to have life skills. Maybe that didn't provide for my income, but I think these are very valuable. But aside from that personal story, Representative Ackert, I think you alluded, actually, anybody who wants to pick this up can, but I think you touched on it. We have a robust manufacturing pipeline. We have a lot of emphasis. We have a ton of manufacturing and an emphasis on manufacturing in the state of all kinds, aerospace, automotive, that I'm aware of, and many more, plastics. In that vein, we have more or less made a focus at the state level, rolled out the red carpet and really made it a priority. How do you see this comparing to that initiative, to anybody who wants to take it?
Yeah, I'll start. I think that's the thing that we're looking for, is that we have an example that's working. And we've seen how many bills that have come across just this year, getting more women involved, getting more training. I've seen more training bills to get people trained in high school than I've ever seen in since I've been in this building, really looking at, hey, we need to get more people in the trades. We need to get more people working in manufacturing and the trades. And so when you look at that, you go, I'm just looking for a little bit of parity. Just give you a quick example. There's a $7,500 credit for someone to complete their apprenticeship in manufacturing. There's a $4,000 almost unavailable credit, $4,000 unavailable credit, because it's targeted for C corporations rather than most corporations that are hiring in trades or LLCs or S corps. and they can't even get it. I had a contractor last year apply for it from my direction. Please apply for it, put it in. We had 2 apprentices that completed. That contractor got the letter from the Department of Labor saying, yes, he qualifies, put it into DRS. DRS said, you didn't qualify. Here's the $8,000 bill that you owe us for taking the credit and a penalty. And a penalty for misfiling your taxes. But it's in our statute. So I'm looking at parity for the construction workers that are out there trying to get these apprentices in. And this is both open shop and I worked with the carpenters. They want this. The trade carpenters want this. They put that bill in also that says, hey, let's get parity in construction along with manufacturing. So, we take it in baby steps here, whatever way we want to do it, but the construction field is in need of bodies to do work, and they're good paying jobs. So I'm looking for parity, and like we did with manufacturing.
Thank you. And I just one more question. I do agree that this is it's a young person's game in terms of, Jim, you talked about the average age being, somebody up on a roof you're not seeing somebody in their 60s and 70s up. This is to some degree, it's important to get young people into this. What do you think? What is the goal, or what do you think is the total? How many students do you think you might pick up from this initiative? Is there a goal or an estimate of the total available market to either one of you, through you, Madam Chair?
I mean, I think that goes back to what Senator Kushner was saying with Abbott. They are full. That's absolutely very true. There's just more people applying for the tech schools and those seats than there are available. I think if we rolled an opportunity where students in our general public schools had access, just an exposure to see the opportunities in the trades. Many just have no idea what that opportunity looks like. If we could provide more exposure to it, I think Jim could probably talk to the Home Builders Institute program in some of our public schools here in Connecticut, and just how much they've seen growth inside those programs.
May I? Great. Yes. Thank you. So the Home Builders Institute has the HBI Core Pack curriculum that's been approved by the Connecticut Department of Labor, and it's a residential construction pre-apprenticeship program. And it's one of 2 programs that's also certified by the U.S. Department of Labor. We've just been in Connecticut schools for a short period of time now. There's about half a dozen schools currently using the program across the state, with a couple more expected to come on board in the fall of next year. And to your point, Senator Kushner, there is huge demand, and these classes have just begun, and there's 30 classes or 30 students per class, and a very long wait list of kids interested in participating in these classes. And there's some real good precedent, if we look nationally, at the state of Colorado, which instituted a pre-apprenticeship grant program for schools that started in 2016 with a small amount of funding. And to date, there have been 44,000 kids that have graduated with pre-apprenticeship credentials from Colorado. So it's been wildly successful, and hopefully we can emulate something like that here in the state of Connecticut.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you guys again for coming to testify. Several questions through you, Madam Chair. The first one being, under the assumption of this bill, what new would we be creating that possibly isn't already being done through the Office of Workforce Strategies or other entities that would alleviate or solve or help solve the problem?
May I?
Absolutely.
Go
So
ahead.
with regard,
You actually have to ask.
oh, I didn't. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. So with regard to the pre-apprenticeship program, I would just say that it's just beginning in the state of Connecticut, right? So there is the career and technical schools out there, but there, and I'm sure this is no secret to anybody that woodworking classes and shop classes have gone by the wayside in the past 30 years in favor of a college track curriculum. And leaving a lot of kids who aren't interested in four-year degrees to wait in line to get into some of our great vo-tech schools, but many of them don't get there, right? And so this is a great opportunity to at least bring back some of the classes here in the state of Connecticut in our public schools that will give kids an exposure to the residential construction trade that they would otherwise not get. I think that in and of itself is new. And the great thing about the HBI program, I'll just add, is that we put this in place in partnership with the Connecticut Department of Labor, and the Connecticut Department of Labor, in good faith with regard to this program, has agreed to offer 200 hours of on-the-job training benefit to any employer who hires one of these kids with a pre-apprenticeship certificate. So obviously that can be applied to a four-year apprenticeship program moving forward.
And I'd like to add to that, Madam Chair.
Certainly, go right ahead.
Yep, thank you. So, Reverend Wilson, as we had a wonderful tour of a great institution called North Free Academy, they had a great culinary arts area, but M&T, prior to you being there, probably, that was all trade-related building, drafting and woodworking, and in that building was what was used to be there, was trade-related, and we've kind of moved away from that. So this is kind of bringing that back in a curriculum base that's approved, so that you get actual credits through the Department of Labor.
Okay, I mean, so that that kind of answers the question of so what other could you tell me through you, Madam Chair, some of the high schools or public schools that are currently participating in the program?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. So the first high school was Stonington High School, and there was a lot of fanfare there. The governor came out and all the local senators and representatives, and that was back in 2023. So it really is new. Other schools include Thompson school districts, Stuffield, and I apologize. There's three or four more that I'm having a mental block with at the moment. But there's half a dozen schools with a couple others coming on in the fall. But I can get you that information.
If you'll get it to the clerk, we'll get it to the committee.
Thank you. And then the last question, Madam Chair. Program like this, is there a cost to the school district? Is there a fiscal note possibly for the state to run these possible pipeline programs on top of what is necessary to educate the classes? What is it a cost to individuals going through the program? The financial piece.
Actually, I'll turn it back over to Jim Paris, given if that's okay, Madam Chair. But we do actually have a credit that we passed a while ago, that any school district that has a student go through this, and I think it was $1,000 tax credit, $1,000 credit to the school district. And I can get you that actual language that we have, an existing language in there, and then. We did look at some resources that are available, but I think that the HBI is a partner with the school districts. And Jim, if you've got that information on the or Jen's got that information.
It looks like Jen wants to respond to that.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Coming from a local board of education perspective, we have a career, I speak in Glastonbury, we have a career in tech education program. It's a very robust program. They have a laundry list of different classes that are offered. Unfortunately, like for example, welding is a unit. It's not a hands-on experience, and it's just a brief blip inside one of the classes. To offer something like this, you can build it right into your career and tech ed programs that many of our high schools throughout the state already do have. So it's not creating the multi-million-dollar shop. We absolutely in local districts will not be able to compete with CTEX, back to the point that they are a true hidden gem. Like, it's amazing. The equipment, the programs, the instructors, what exists inside that system. But if we can take a small portion of that and look at our career and tech ed programs and revise some of the curriculum, working in the system, so that the districts should not see a cost from this. And I think you can absolutely tap, I could speak from the association's perspective, we would sponsor through private sector dollars to the school district if they completed somebody out of this program, who then would graduate from a Glastonbury High School or from a Hartford or a Buckley High School and go on to whether it be IEC's class, whether it be the IBEW's program, whatever program that these students decide to go into, but it might not necessarily be college. You might just find a kid who wants to go into the trades. And I think once you roll a program like this, you'll see quite a few who realize that the demand is in this industry. And that's something I'd actually love to task, possibly the legislature, ask this committee to ask the Department of Labor to post the statistics right online. I have my own high school senior right now who's looking at colleges, and as she makes a decision on what programs to go into, if she was able to log on and say, oh, look, the average age of a attorney in Connecticut, make up numbers, is 27. Maybe that's a saturated market she might not want to go into. But if she sees that the average age of a plumber is 64, maybe that's a market she might want to go into. I think that those statistics would be valuable to our youth to see what industries to pursue. And I'm sure we all have similar stories, whether it's nursing, the pendulum swings. Sometimes the market's flooded with them, and sometimes the demand is so great, there's just not enough of them, as we saw during the pandemic. And then we saw the exit of them following the pandemic. So I think seeing statistics post, and it's not something that would be a heavy lift to get, being that our licenses and credentials all have our birth dates attached to them, whether it be with DCP or DOL. So I would love to see some statistics around what workforce needs are and aging workforce.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you. I guess my bigger concern is knowing that school districts are tight on budgets and things of that sort. The concern would be not so much adding this on to a curriculum that they may already have or developing. It would be, the concern of, the staff that would be teaching these pipeline programs, who is essentially responsible for the wages, fringe, and all of those things for the individuals that are currently doing this work. I think, these are great opportunities. It's adding on to somebody else possibly having to do it. It's, I couldn't see, a teacher that is already possibly teaching a certain section of something else, being able to take on the full load of this. And so the concern I would have is who is bearing the cost of that possible staff that would be going into a school district to do some of this work.
Thank you. I think that was a comment, not a question. So if there are no other questions, thank you. I think that concludes your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you. And if any further questions, please let us know. Thank you, Madam.
Certainly. I do see that we have in the room Representative Johnson. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I'm Susan Johnson, and I'm in strong support of, and thank you for raising House Bill 6409, an act concerning undue delay in workers' compensation claims. I'm also in strong support of Senate Bill 828, an act establishing a working group to examine the workers' compensation program, and House Bill 5605, an act concerning minor revisions to the Workers' Compensation Act. I have been working on trying to address some of the problems that we have been experiencing in the state of Connecticut with respect to the workers' compensation program. And the last time I submitted testimony was in 2017. It was testimony for House Bill 6666 in support of the idea of trying to get rid of the undue delays when people who are injured at work have to go through this incredible hearing process to establish the fact that their injury was due to due to an injury at work, and also that the type of injury that they have is actually caused by work. And it's so I submitted to you this information and my testimony from 2017 that goes into the De Oliveira case. This particular testimony resulted in me getting a workers working group together, similar to what you're proposing here. And we had about 5 meetings, and then COVID hit. And then that kind of put an end to my desire to work on this, because I felt that this committee really had to work on the COVID issues and that sort of thing. So I didn't pursue this. And what inspired me, though, is to submit this particular bill as somebody who had been contacting me back in 2017 and through all the different bills I had submitted to try and address the De Oliveira case, which said that the legislature has this right to actually make sure that the Unfair Insurance Practices Act applies to workers' compensation cases. But the thing that inspired me was the fact that a lady who had contacted me back in 2017 and before, who was wheelchair bound because of an injury she sustained at work, is still having trouble getting the workers' compensation system to address the deterioration of her condition due to her workers' injury back in the day. So I said, well, I'll submit another bill. And then I went online to look and see what you had for bills for today. And I saw these other workers' compensation issues listed. And I was quite pleased to see the Labor Committee take this up. So I think this is wonderful that you're doing this. And I'd be glad to give you, I have a huge amount of research that I've done on this case and the history of the workers' compensation program, which they call the grand bargain, because back in the day, about 100 years ago, what had happened is people finally, well, before even that, when somebody worked in a manufacturing place, the newly developed manufacturing under the Industrial Revolution, what happened is they would get injured, and then it would be strict liability, which meant that the injured worker would be strictly liable for their own injury. And so they had so many people with lost limbs that they were having a hard time getting people to work in manufacturing anymore. So they created the grand bargain. But before that, they had them give them the ability to sue the businesses that did this. And so the ability to sue was the businesses says, hey, you can't do that because we're not going to have any businesses in America if we let them sue for all the injuries that they're sustaining. So we'll make the grand bargain. And that's what this is. That's what workers' compensation is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a situation where it's a fast process to get the person the medical care and do all of these things. And then back in the early 1990s here in Connecticut, we made all these new opportunities for hearings in the process. So we really have set it up so it takes a longer time for people to get the care that they need for the injuries that they sustain at work. So I just can't tell you how pleased I am with your work and proposing these bills.
Well, thank you for your testimony. It is, as you note, we have several bills. And I think one of the things that we'll want to do as a committee is look at how they overlap or how they might work together to address some of the concerns that you've raised here. I think it would be helpful if you shared your research with the committee. So if you'll make sure that you get that to our clerk, Cameron Clark, that would be great.
I'd be glad to. Thank you.
Any questions for the representative? Seeing none, thank you for spending some of your day with us. I'm sure you have many meetings.
I certainly do, but thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Okay, next up, I see we have Steve Winters, Representative Winters with us online.
Thank you so much, Chair Kushner and Chair Sanchez and Ranking Members Sampson and Weir. I'm Steve Winter, representing the 94th District, Hamden and New Haven. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for reserving House Bill 5607 for a subject matter public hearing. This is a really important issue that was brought to me by commissioners on the New Haven Commission
I don't know if
on
you
Disabilities.
could, excuse me one moment. If you could just move a little closer to your microphone, it's a little difficult to hear you.
Oh. Any better?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you so much. I apologize. I was saying that this issue was brought to me by members of the New Haven Commission on Disabilities. It's the issue of eliminating the subminimum wage. So this proposal would have Connecticut join 14 states that have eliminated the subminimum wage and 4 others that are phasing out the subminimum wage over time. These states cross the political spectrum from Oregon and California to Maine and Alaska to Tennessee and South Carolina. For me, in learning more about this issue from the commissioners, it's fundamentally about fairness, the dignity of work, and creating work environments where all community members are valued and have pathways for growth. The minimum wage should be the minimum wage, and it should apply to all workers. There shouldn't be a wage below the minimum wage. All work, I believe, is inherently valuable, and it should be compensated as such. Workers who are working the same roles, regardless of their gender, race, age, physical or intellectual disability, should be compensated with the same wages, and they should all have opportunities for growth and advancement. Under federally sanctioned Section 14C subminimum wage programs, that's not the case. 2023 Government Accountability Office report stated an average wage of $3.50, with 12% of workers earning less than $1 an hour. And despite requirements that programs help workers transition out of subminimum wage programs, there's really little upward mobility. Only 2% of subminimum wage workers graduate out to other jobs with higher wages. There's also a lot of underpayment in these programs. More than $20 million in back wages was ordered by the Federal Department of Labor between 2009 and 2023. There's a lot of testimony in opposition that raises concerns about unintended consequences of ending the subminimum wage program. But the data that we have from states that have phased out subminimum wage programs does not support these concerns. It actually shows the opposite. So the Washington Post last year did an investigation of 8 states that have ended the subminimum wage program, and they saw a 14% increase adjusted for the overall employment growth rate, a 14% increase in employment for adults with cognitive disabilities. In Vermont, from 2016 to 2022, there was a 38% adjusted increase in employment. So we actually see more opportunities for growth and advancement for these workers. And I think that's part of the fact that we're putting those folks in community jobs that are much more likely to have skill building and independence building than segregated 14C work environments that are closed off from the community and don't allow for the same growth and development. So I understand this is a complex issue, and I greatly appreciate your time and attention in the hearing this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. It is a complex issue, and one that I believe the reason we put it on the agenda for a subject matter public hearing is because we wanted to hear from various voices. We've heard this issue raised before, and as things develop, it's always good to stay current. And I hope there'll be others testifying today so we can hear as much as we can and come to some conclusions about it. But so I thank you for your testimony and for raising the issue. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much.
Next up, I believe we have Bobby Burbault.
Yeah.
Did I pronounce your name correctly, Bobby?
Burial, but that's fine. It's Canadian friends. Good morning, Senator and representatives, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to testify at the committee today. I'm here in strong support of House Bill 5607, which is an act that would eliminate the subminimum wage for persons with disabilities. a little history about why we have a subminimum wage for persons with disabilities. In 1938, Congress and the President enacted Section 14, subsection C of the Fair Labor Standards Act, which allows employers who apply for a certificate, a 14C certificate, to pay persons with disabilities less than minimum wage. And the reality in Connecticut in the year 2025 is there are still people, about 525 of them to be exact, who are being paid less than the minimum wage because they are disabled. This legalized form of discrimination is very problematic because in this day and age where all people should be treated equally and fairly, regardless of their protected status, it is quite troubling to me that there is still legalized discrimination on the books in Connecticut. As you heard from my state rep, Representative Winters, 14 states have eliminated the subminimum wage for persons with disabilities, and I believe that it is time for Connecticut to be state number 15 that does that. According to the office, the United States Commission on Civil Rights, only 2% of workers who are being paid a subminimum wage nationally were fully transitioned out of the 14C jobs into competitive integrated jobs, meaning 98% or more persons with disabilities who are being paid a subminimum wage, and oftentimes they're being paid pennies on a dollar. Over half of them, the Washington Post found in 2023, were being paid below $3.50 an hour. I believe that that is wrong for a number of moral and legal reasons. And I understand finally that there are a number of people who are going to be testifying who do have some fears if this program ends, where their son or daughter with a cognitive disability or any other disability be able to find work. And what the Washington Post analysis found is that in states that have eliminated the subminimum wage, employment opportunities have actually gone up. In Vermont, for instance, 8 adults with a disability, a cognitive disability, ages 18 to 64, the employment opportunities, the percentage of people in Vermont who are employed was 30% when the state had the subminimum wage. When Vermont abolished the subminimum wage, it rose to nearly 50%. And other states have had similar positive outcomes. So for those reasons and more, I hope that this committee does support House Bill 5607. And I do want to just briefly add that I did submit written testimony, and my sources in the reports that I cite are linked in my written testimony as well. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony here today. I don't see any hands, so we appreciate you being here, and we'll look forward to your written testimony and checking out those citations. Next up, I believe we have Jody Barr. Good to see you this morning.
My name is Jody Barr, and I'm the Executive Director of AFSCME Council 4, which represents 30,000 public and private sector employees across Connecticut, including 2,000 currently sworn police officers, including some of the Bridgeport and Stratford police officers who are behind me today. I've also submitted written testimony. I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 6953. I guess the gist of this bill would be similar to what Representative Weir mentioned earlier, with like a 60-year-old person on a roof. We don't want our police officers and our firefighters not being able to do their job and having to stay in the job longer in a position where they're not able to protect the public. and they're not able to protect themselves. Common sense says that this bill protects public safety and helps the municipalities, and we urge the committee to pass it. Let's be clear, we do not want to be in the position of saying we support the profession, but not the officers that actually do the work on both sides. I'm also here to testify in favor of House Bill 6952, PTSI, that would include witnesses to serious physical injuries. Workers deserve access to this resource. They need it, and it helps them heal from the traumatic events that they may see. It closes the gap in coverage and recognizes that witnesses with a serious physical injury or harm can also be looked at the same way as a mental health issue when someone deals with witnessing a violent act or anything that may occur on the job. This bill allows for more fully encompassing mental health coverage that will benefit workers and make sure that they get the resources that they need so that they can return to work and do the job that they do. I urge the committee to pass this as well. And just a quick comment on House Bill 5369. Agencies can make returning to work policies to the office 60% of the time. This issue has already been settled through collective bargaining, and if new issues arise, collective bargaining is the place to handle that issue. Thank you, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony today. You've testified on three bills that I think are of great importance, and we really value your understanding from your perspective on this. I want to start with the pension bill. I know that throughout the United States, a lot of corporations first, and then many other businesses moved away from defined benefit plans to defined contribution plans, 401ks. And obviously, we know from what we've read in the news that sometimes those plans are very unreliable in terms of the end result of what kind of assets are there for you on retirement. I wonder if you could address, I know you have officers here from Bridgeport and Stratford today. Are those two cities where they have moved away from defined benefit?
Senator Kushner, they'll be testifying later. I would appreciate if they were asked that question. We have 40 some odd police departments, and I apologize, but I don't know the exact details on each one.
Sure, that's fine. We'll save that question for them. I wondered if you could also talk a little bit about the issue around remote work. That has been a topic that has come up. You know, I have members of my family who really have seen the advantages of remote work. That has really helped them to manage their family life. And that's something that we didn't really understand previous to the pandemic. But now it's something that I think is working for both the employers and for the workers in many cases. I don't know if you can share any of the conversations you've had with your members about this and anything that could help us in determining how we feel about this bill.
Absolutely, Senator Kushner. We're currently having a retention issue in the state of Connecticut with employees. And I can tell you that the majority of employees that we talk to, and you know, AFSCME Council 4 represents 1/3 of the state employee workforce that's unionized. This is huge to them. This is something that they would look to go to the private sector if they were returned to work full time when they know that they're productive at home. It's not only the efficiency of what they do, but it's the common sense. I think they would have a problem understanding they're sent to work because why? They're productive at home. So I think that they would probably, you know, many of them would choose another employer.
Thank you for your testimony. Other comments or questions? Seeing none, I didn't mean to neglect the third issue, the third bill that you spoke about, but I'm assuming we're going to hear from some of the officers about serious bodily injury and its impact in terms of PTSI.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator Kushner. Thank you, committee.
Thank you for being here today. Next up, just have to make sure I'm not missing anyone online. Next up, we have Omar Jimenez. Omar is here from the Stratford Police.
Morning.
Can I just ask you a quick question before we begin your testimony? I know that Representative Cara Rochelle was planning on being here. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused about who represents who, but Caitlin, are you Stratford? Okay, no problem. Go right ahead. I want to make sure, because I know Representative Rochelle is expected to be here shortly and wanted to be here for some of the testimony, but now I've got it straight. So please go ahead and take seats if you'd like. And now I know Omar has signed up, but before we begin, let me just ask the same question I asked Representative Ackert. Are there others of you that have signed up to testify? Okay, so if you wouldn't mind stating your name so we can make sure we have you marked up as well.
Anthony Zona,
Anthony, do you know what number you were?
26, I believe.
26, yep, got it.
Brian Sharnick, and I believe I'm 25.
Yes. Okay, great. And so just in terms of protocol for these public hearings, it's good to see all of you here. We appreciate you being here. The people who signed up will be allowed to provide testimony. If there's something very important, we're kind of flexible here. We like to give people opportunities. But if you had not signed up, I would ask that before you speak, you state your name for the records. In any case, you should all state your name when you speak. So we'll start with Omar.
Thank you very much. Good day to all. My name is Omar Jimenez, and I'm a police officer in Stratford. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for listening to me today. I stand before you once again, alongside my fellow officers, to testify on the critical importance of a pension for police officers. Since my last testimony, just 1 year ago, many more officers have left our department, and this year, we risk losing another 3 to departments that are offering pensions. And frankly, I am beyond frustrated. In my previous testimony, I detailed how this issue affects us on the ground, and I warned that if left unaddressed, it will only worsen, and here we are. Despite hours of testimony from professionals in the field, this matter has not received the attention it deserves. This is not just a matter of policy, this is a matter of survival for our police departments. We need the support of our legislators to help push this across the finish line because, as I stated before, this issue will absolutely impact all of you. This is not the revolving door of officers leaving Stratford is not an isolated case. It is a statewide crisis. Talented, experienced officers who have dedicated themselves to building trust in their communities are fleeing due to lack of pensions. So let me paint a picture of what's at stake. And God forbid, when your family calls for help at 3 a.m. because someone is breaking into your home armed and dangerous, the officer who responds might be the one who's overworked, forced to stay long hours beyond their shift, and this is a direct consequence of a broken system, one that has been starved of the support it needs. Because when I joined, I competed against over 1,000 candidates for one of only 5 spots. People applied because they wanted to protect their communities and they believed in the mission. Today, it's harder to find qualified candidates because the job no longer offers what it once did. And the truth is, officers are growing tired of municipalities, in some cases, negotiating in bad faith, of being undervalued, of giving everything while receiving nothing in return. I speak for myself and the entire Connecticut law enforcement community when I say, we need your help. We have never abandoned society, but lately, it feels as if society has abandoned us. Now, to gain true insight into the reality that we face every day, I challenge each and every one of you to spend some time with your local police departments. Go on a ride along. Sit down with the officers who protect your constituents and yourselves and hear their stories. Only then will you understand why House Bill 6953 is not just important, it is vital for the future of law enforcement in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Before I ask for questions, I think we'll move to the other members of the panel. So who wants to go next? Go ahead.
I'll go next. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Sharnick from the Stratford Police Union. I sit before you today in strong support of House Bill 6953, an act requiring pensions for police officers and firefighters employed by municipalities. This legislation is a crucial step toward addressing a growing public safety crisis in the state of Connecticut. Beginning in the early 2000s and continuing into the last decade, we saw a significant shift away from pensions for public employees, which included public safety personnel. employers began to move from defined benefit plans to defined contribution plans, a decision that was likely made with cost-saving intentions, but has led to unintended long-term consequences. Now, more than a decade later, we're witnessing these consequences play out, and they're quite alarming. One of the most pressing issues we face today is recruiting and retaining quality law enforcement officers. Police departments across Connecticut are struggling to maintain adequate staffing levels while maintaining and adhering to the same standards that have existed for decades. A March 2024 Connecticut Mayor article by Jose Martinez highlights the stark reality by providing the following statistic. In the town of Stratford, the number of officers dropped from 119 in April of 2011 to 100 in October of 2023, representing a 16% decline in our force. These numbers are not just statistics, but they represent a real community with real safety concerns. When our departments are understaffed, response times decline and public safety is compromised. This burden on our remaining officers becomes not only unsustainable, but unsafe. The stress, both physical and mental, of our profession is immense, and without adequate retirement security, the appeal of this career continues to diminish. We as public safety professionals selflessly serve our communities. We run towards danger, towards gunfire, towards burning buildings without any hesitation. Yet, unlike our public school teachers, who are rightfully enrolled in the Teachers Retirement System, or TERS, and can retire after 25 years of service, our police officers and firefighters are not given the same considerations. While I and my colleagues are all deeply respect and support the work of our teachers, as many of us in this room owe our success to a dedicated educator, I must ask, why are our public safety professionals who risk their lives daily not afforded the same level of security in our retirement? This is not just about fairness, it's about public safety. A well-staffed, younger police force is essential for effective law enforcement. The physical and psychological toll of this job is severe, and the ability to retire with dignity after a career of service is not a privilege but a necessity when you consider the life expectancy of a police officer to be 21.9 years less than that of the general public. House Bill 6953 is a step towards solving this crisis. By reinstating pensions for police officers and firefighters, we can restore stability to our public safety agencies, attract new talent, and ensure that those who dedicate their lives to protecting our communities are not left without security in their later years. I urge you to support this bill. The future of public safety in our state depends on it. I thank you for your time and consideration on this bill.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Anthony.
Could go first because I'm going to answer most of the questions.
Okay. And please state your name then.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Grimalli.
All right. I'm going to have you spell your last name.
Grimalli. I think I was 27.
Oh, you were. Oh, yeah. So no problem. I just didn't see you raise your hand when I asked about that. No problem. Great. Go ahead.
All right. So like my colleagues up here, I'm a sergeant with the Stratford Police Department, and we're all here because we don't have a pension. So when I was gathering my thoughts and trying to get some research for what I was going to talk about today, I found an article that was run by the CT Examiner, which referenced a Yankee Institute study that was done in 2019 looking at police departments in Connecticut. At the time, there were roughly 95 departments statewide. And in the study from the Institute, it said 75% of them had a defined pension plan. Rough math, it shows about 24 to 25 departments in the state that don't have a plan like that, and we fall under that. Which leads me to ask the question, why? When you look at states like our neighbors to the north in Massachusetts, they have a statewide pension plan for all their police, all their firefighters. And it's a very big question. There's very convoluted answers that could be, but I think one of the answers could be is because there's no legislation mandating it. Now, in my career as a police officer, I've seen Connecticut has no issue with mandating things for its police. You mandate that when we have probable cause, we shall make an arrest at a domestic violence scene. You mandate what type of force I can use to defend myself when I'm in a violent encounter. And since the Police Accountability Bill in 2020, there's been no shortage of violent encounters. We're not even 2 months into the year, and we have a detective in Waterbury who was shot. We have 2 officers in West Haven who were shot. If that were to happen to one of us sitting up here and we get injured, we get shot, and now we're on workers' comp, you can forget about 401 contributions. Our 401 is done. And so essentially at that point, we're done. So now 5 years later, it seems like the legislature is finally starting to realize some of the impact this accountability bill had on us with some of the other bills that I've seen about trying to undo the pursuit policies and other different aspects that are happening. But we now have a chance to do something positive for the police. And I'm just asking you to, you've done things that over the past have made our jobs more difficult. You've added more and more to our plates. In 2011, there were 6,656 police officers in the state. In 2023, 12 years later, there's only 6,754. It's a difference of 98. I can assume the population for the state has gone up. Pretty sure the population for the town of Stratford, where we work, has gone up. Our call volume has gone up. The amount of paperwork we have to do for every single call type has gone up. The arrests have gone up. We're responding to more and more calls. We're not just enforcing the laws that were mandated by the legislature to uphold. We're going for the 9-year-old kid that's out of control and their parents don't know what to do. We're supposed to be enforcing laws and going after criminals, and now we're being forced into different roles like social workers. So we've just taken on more and more. We're asking you guys to help us out here and mandate something that can help us, help alleviate the problems that my colleagues talked about, and give us the safety and security of a stable future. God forbid, should we become injured, or at least just give us the light at the end of the tunnel that we know at 20 or 25 years, we have something waiting for us, because I'm sure Anthony Zona will tell you too, this job is not designed to be 20, 30 plus years. So I thank you for your time and hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you. And you had quite a few statistics there. I just wondered if you have written testimony?
No, I couldn't
But if
provide
you
it
have those,
after.
yeah, that would be great. If you could provide them, we can get them to our clerk. It's a good thing for us to have in our records.
Will do. Thank you.
And is there anyone else who signed up that I haven't called on, or who wants to say something, but you didn't sign up? We let Representative Ackert do that. So I'm going to go ahead, give you the same. We don't do this in every hearing though, so don't expect this every time, but you just happened to be here on a day when we'd already done it once. So tell me your name and
I do
please spell it.
apologize. I'm from Bridgeport Police. Me and my coworkers, we did sign up. Apparently we missed the cutoff date. So I do
Oh,
apologize.
okay.
I don't want to take time from anyone else, but
And please give us, no, go right ahead, but give me your name and spell it if I
sure. My first name is Adam. My last name is Zeps, S-Z-E-P-S.
say it again.
S-Z-E-P-S.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I've been with the Bridgeport Police Department for the past 10 years, and I'm in support of House Bill 6953 and 6954. First, in regarding pensions, in Bridgeport, we do have a pension. And it's over the past few years, it's for the guys who are on their way out, it's proven very beneficial because of the opportunity that we have to work to contribute to the pension. Although it's not because of anything good, it's because of we're so depleted staff wise. And the damage that the police accountability bill has done to our profession, I don't know if that's ever going to be rectified. In the past 5 years, this profession has been treated more like a science experiment with all the different types of legislation and bills passed and requirements that we're supposed to fulfill. And during that time period, as more liability is added to the individual officer, training and funding has significantly decreased. That combined with a lack of personnel, literally anybody who comes out to look at their profession to weigh it out, is this worth doing, is not putting in for the job. So the numbers, I don't know if we're ever going to fix them, but bringing pensions to places like Stratford, which is our sister town, and we share most of the same work. A lot of cases and calls, we have to work with each other. Everything from homicides, domestic violence, we're constantly going back and forth into each other's towns and doing the same work. But bringing pensions to making a mandate that municipalities have to require pensions is going to bring a certain level of professionalism back to this job. And professionalism combined with training and funding is going to bring the numbers for recruitment and retention back to the table. In terms of PTSD, I'll comment on something a little more personal. I think I hold the record in the Bridgeport Police Department for the most workman's comp claims, including 4 surgeries in 5 years, 2 in 1 year for injuries I suffered on the job. So physical injuries you can recover from, but the mental aspect is very difficult. And I can testify to that dealing with workman's comp is atrocious. Out of the majority, I would say half of my workman's comp claims have ended in civil litigation. I have to hire an attorney because they make it that difficult for you to receive treatment. And those are for physical injuries. One of our coworkers several months ago was stabbed several times on a call. And workman's comp is giving her a hard time because she can physically return to work, although mentally she's not able to. So we're speaking on her behalf today. And yes, the mental, the physical wounds do heal with proper treatment, but the mental ones don't. And over time, anyone who is concerned about, any citizen wondering about the police officers that responding to their calls or writing the reports or dealing with the issue, are they in the right mental state to be doing so? Are you overworked? Do you have?
Officer Zepps, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Sure. I'll conclude with that. So I appreciate your time.
Well, thank you for being here, and appreciate that you shared particularly about the issue we're taking up around serious bodily injury. I do believe, and I'd be interested in knowing when we get to all the questions. I know I said I was going to wait, but I want to explore this a little bit in terms of whether or not you believe that if we insert the term serious bodily injury, whether that officer would have been able to also apply for workers' comp for the mental health issues that she's facing and the injury that she sustained. So keep that in mind, and then we'll see if there's anyone else who wants to speak. Yes.
Good morning. My name is AJ Salce, S-A-L-C-E.
Wait a second. I have to write it down. S-A-L.
C-E.
C-E. And first name again?
AJ.
AJ.
A and a J.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. I did prepare a brief testimony, so I'll try to not take up any time. First and foremost, I would like to address the committee, thank them for their service to our state and country. Thank you very much. Also, thank you for the opportunity to speak and explain why I support both House Bill 06953 and 06954. Like I stated, my name is AJ Salce. I am a husband, a son, and a father. I'm a police officer currently employed by the city of Bridgeport. I'm a proud member of Local 1159, and I truly believe that I do have the best job in the world. Our work is not just a job, though. It is a calling that demands courage, commitment, and sacrifice. For these reasons, we all deserve pensions when we retire. Like my colleague Adam Zepp stated, Bridgeport is lucky enough to have a pension when we do retire, but I stand here today in solidarity with Stratford Police Department and any other department in the state of Connecticut that does not have a pension. Both police officers and firefighters face dangerous and high-stress situations daily. We risk our lives responding to emergencies, fighting crime, saving people from burning buildings and natural disasters. This level of service deserves a safety net that ensures financial stability in retirement. Additionally, these professions take a significant physical and emotional toll on all of us. The demanding nature of our work means that many cannot continue working into old age. Unlike other careers where individuals may work into their 60s or 70s, we police officers often retire earlier due to the physical demands of our job. Without pensions, we public servants could struggle financially after dedicating our lives to protecting others. Pensions also help attract and retain highly skilled individuals in these essential roles. Offering financial security in retirement ensures that dedicated professionals continue to serve, keeping our communities safe and well protected. Providing pensions is a necessary investment in those who dedicate their lives to public service. Just as we take an oath to protect others, I feel our towns and cities need to make a promise to us to protect us in retirement. Also, during our duties, we often encounter traumatic situations that most people never have to face. One of the most significant yet overlooked risks we endure is the mental toll of witnessing serious physical injuries. For this reason, we feel we deserve workers' comp benefits for PTSD that is acquired due to witnessing such injuries. As first responders, as I stated before, we frequently witness violent crimes, fatal accidents, and other harrowing scenes, leaving lasting emotional scars. Without proper support, these experiences can lead to depression, anxiety, and even suicide. Providing workers' compensation benefits ensures we receive the medical treatment and therapy necessary to heal. Mental injuries should be treated with the same seriousness as physical injuries. Just as an officer injured in the line of duty receives compensation for medical expenses, those suffering from PTSD deserve the same level of care and financial assistance. Supporting us through workers' comp benefits not only aids our recovery, but also ensures we can continue serving our communities effectively. In conclusion, providing these benefits is not only fair, but necessary in recognizing the sacrifices we as law enforcement officers and all first responders make on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else? Okay, so we're going to take questions after all the panelists speak. So the last panelist, I believe, is Anthony Zona.
That's correct. Good morning. Honorable legislators, colleagues, members of the public. My name is Anthony Zona, and I'm a 36-year police officer. I've been involved in labor for 25 years, police labor for 25 years. I sit here before you to advocate for the passage of House Bill 6953, critical piece of legislation that ensures police officers and firefighters in Connecticut receive the pensions they rightfully deserve. Our police officers and firefighters, and we have Stratford firefighters represented here today. Our police officers, firefighters put their lives on the line every day to protect our communities. They work long hours, face immense dangers, and carry the weight of our safety on their shoulders. Yet in some municipalities, these brave men and women are not guaranteed the financial security they deserve at retirement. House Bill 6953 seeks to correct this injustice, and it is an injustice, by requiring all municipalities to provide pension benefits, defined benefit pension plans for their police officers and firefighters, whether through the municipal employees retirement system or a comparable plan. This is not just a matter of fairness. It is a matter of honoring the service and sacrifices of those who protect us. I see a lot of people out there looking for photo opportunities when a police officer is seriously injured, killed. They want to write proclamations and everything else. And those are the same people that don't stand up for a bill like this. They want the photo op so that they can have a vote, so they can get somebody to vote for them. But this is where you stand up for the police officers that put their lives on the line every day. This is how you do it. We don't need the photo ops. Without a pension system in place, we risk losing experienced police officers and firefighters to other municipalities or states that offer retirement benefits that honor their first responders. This bill will help ensure that Connecticut retains and attracts the best and brightest to serve our communities. I believe that's what everybody wants, right? You want the best and the brightest coming to your house to investigate the rape of a loved one, or the assault of a loved one, or a murder of a loved one. You want the best and the brightest. I know I do. Supporting this legislation is not just an investment in our police and fire, it's an investment in public safety. Let us stand together in passing House Bill 6953 to show our unwavering commitment to those who put their lives on the line for us every single day. In closing the revolving door of police officers that leave non-pension municipalities for those with pensions will undoubtedly exceed the cost of a fair pension. Municipalities are paying to hire people. They hire people, a few years goes by, no pension. They move on to a police department with a pension. Now, the last time I spoke here, the mayor said I said it costs between $200,000 and $250,000 a year to train a police officer, to get them from start to finish. That came from somebody in the town that we work in, but we were corrected. The mayor said it was $130,000 per police officer. If you lose 6 a year, that means you have to train 12. Think about it.
Officer Zona, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, so I'm also in support of the PTSI bill, 6952. Prior to becoming a Stratford police officer, I was a New Haven police officer for 24 years. And I've probably been to 300 to 400 homicides, over 1,000 shootings. I've seen dead children, dead spouses, multiple suicides. So yeah, it affects you. You try not to bring it home, you try to deal with it, but I've had some friends kill themselves over it. So that's an important bill, a very important bill, because my colleagues here are right. When you see things and you have a hard time coping, yeah, there's some mechanisms out there for you, but sometimes you just can't come back. We're seeing it with our military. Sometimes you just can't come back from it. So it's an important bill. And I'll take any questions that anybody has at this time.
So I would like to ask you, I know you were starting to talk about the cost of training.
Yep.
And due to the importance of the time limits we put on you, I don't know that you completed your thoughts about that. And I would like to hear about that.
So if I hire somebody, when a police department hires somebody, they expect that person to be there for 20 or 25 years. That's the expectation. That's why you That's why you invest the kind of money that you invest in them. But when they're only staying 2 or 3 years, where's your investment? You can't protect that investment. There's no way to protect it because they're going to leave. They're going to come, they're going to get trained, and they're going to go someplace else. And that's what is happening. That is what is happening. Now, I will say we are in contract negotiations right now with the town. We sent them the most recent proposal. Apparently they've reviewed it. And we're going to sit and meet. And I hope things go the right way. I really do. I hope everybody comes to their senses and comes up with something that's fair for both sides. It should be fair for both sides. Costs a lot of money to train us.
Well, thank you for your testimony, all of you. And I know it's hard to thank you for your service when we've just heard that the best way to thank you for your service is to mandate a pension. So, and I'm with you on that. I agree with you on that. I believe when we thank teachers and we thank firefighters and we thank police officers, it's good to thank you. But if we don't also make sure that we're taking care of you and that we required our municipalities to make sure they take care of you, the thank you is a little bit hollow. So I get that. But I still want to say thank you. Because hopefully this will be the year that we can move this bill forward and address both of the bills that you've testified here about today. I know that my chair and myself were deeply committed to that because we understand how important it is for on both counts, both to ensure that you can retire with dignity and also to ensure that you get the workers' comp that you need to be able, hopefully, to return to the job with some help. And so both of those bills are really important to us. I know that and I'm glad to hear you say you're in negotiations, and perhaps Stratford will come around and this will be the year that you're successful in negotiations.
I hope so.
But you're not the only department from what I understand. And so whether or not you're able to resolve this through negotiations, it still, I think, is probably a matter that we have to address here at the state level. I asked a question earlier and I want to go back to that. I asked a question, Representative, but I held myself back and didn't allow him to answer because of the rule I had started with. But I am interested to know if you think that if we make the modification in the statute to include serious bodily injury, whether that would address the need of the officer you spoke about.
I do believe so. But I also believe that the workman's comp is an onion. There's many layers to it. Besides the verbiage would be good, but it has to be looked at as a whole. Like, for example, in our department with the city, we're lumped in with everybody. Years ago, the police officers and firefighters used to be separate and handled separately, but now everyone's lumped in together. So, PMA, our workman's comp, has their script that they go when you present with an injury in the protocol. And as long as verbiage is added and then there's no recourse to the verbiage, serious bodily injury, but you have to go above and beyond to prove it.
Okay, thank you for that. And I will ask if there are any, I know Representative, well, do you want me to defer to the ranking? Okay, Representative Master Francesco. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for coming today. And I personally want to thank you for your service and the sacrifices you make and your family makes for your town and certainly for the state of Connecticut. I have family members that are in the police force, and not a day goes by that I don't worry that they may not come home or something tragic will happen. I mean, it brings tears to my eyes just thinking about it. I just had a question about your training. All the training that you do can never really prepare you for seeing some of the tragedies that you do and what kind of effect that it can have on you mentally and obviously physically. How intense is the training? How do they really prepare you to deal with that and to face those tragedies?
There's really no way to prepare. You don't know how you're going to react. And I'll speak for myself. You really don't know how you're going to react until you're there, until you see it. Myself, I deal with it with humor. and so do a lot of other police officers that I know. It may sound sick sometimes, but you deal with it with humor. And that's the coping mechanism.
Thank you for that. Do they have constant retraining on for you guys for when it comes to, dealing with tragic events? Is it constant training, or you guys just are kind of like forced to deal with it and figure it out?
Well, listen, that's why you had so much alcoholism in police work at one time.
Yeah.
So much divorce, because you bring it home. Now you have EAP, employee assistance programs. You have peer support groups within the police departments. There's people you can go talk to. I talked about friends of mine committing suicide. I don't go to suicide wakes. There's too much support out there. Call somebody.
Yeah.
Let us come over and try to help. And these are guys that I loved, but who knows what goes on in anyone's mind, but it does affect them.
No, I'm certain it does. Like I said, I've had family members in the police force and I've seen it. So, but I don't have any further questions. I just wanted to get verification on the training, but thank you all.
I could comment on
Sure.
when it comes to the type of training which Tony commented. Outside of the 7 months that we spend in the academy, there is no further training for the rest of your career. We have our post certification that we're required to take classes for a few hours a month, maybe, regarding certain topics. But as far as, everything else, it's the same in Stratford. Our call volume is very high in Bridgeport. It's not uncommon for us to go, I can speak from experience, to go from a suicide, a violent domestic, a shooting, to somebody called about a noise complaint in one shift. We usually go those calls back to back to back. So, and as far as money is allotted, there is none.
Thank you. And just really one comment through, Madam Chair. I could imagine when you were in training, you're pumped up. They're training you, right? But you don't really know until you really get out into the field what's going to happen. And I'm certain that that's got to be pretty traumatic.
We rely on the veteran officers. I've had my two coworkers, Lieutenant Ronald Mercano and Gary Angon, who came from Waterbury. He joined us. It's those guys are kind of our support. Even, I've got 10 years on, but I still have to lean on them. And, as I always make the statement about our job, it's held together with spit and duct tape. And there's a reason why we use that.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your service. I appreciate it.
If I could just add one more thing about the training, I'm sorry. Most of the training that he's speaking of consists, at least in my experience, of viewing a PowerPoint. They take you off the road during the middle of your shift because they won't give you overtime to do it, where you could sit at home and actually learn and try and absorb something. So you're forced to click through this PowerPoint as quickly as you can to get to the calls that are holding, take a 5-question quiz, and now you are trained. And not to mention that the training budgets are always the first ones to be taken from. So there is a serious lack of training. I know it's a separate issue, but since we brought it up, I wanted you to know what the training consists of.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Weir.
Thank you sincerely for all of you being here today. I was introduced to a few of you at the beginning before the meeting started as a former Glastonbury police officer. I served there for
Thank you
almost
for your
5
service.
years. And at the end of the day, it wasn't for me. But I can tell you to my colleague asking the question, those 4 months in the academy at the time, it's a lot of theory and a lot of what ifs, and the students are asking a million questions to the veterans who are teaching the classes, and they're saying, I can't give you the answer to that question. You're going to have to, there's no right answer, because every situation will be different when you're out on the road. So I can't tell you this is how to handle that. And that was my experience. But I saw things and experienced things that in my naive upbringing, had never thought I would see in Glastonbury, of all things. There's just so much that goes on. So thank you for that. All these are near and dear to me. I will tell you that I weigh the pension issue. We had a pension at Glastonbury. I don't believe they do anymore. At the end of the day, it was not enough to keep me in the profession, because it just wasn't for me. I struggle with when we send mandates out of this building. So I'm not telling you anything I wouldn't tell anybody, that when we we have our cities and towns to answer to as well. So I can promise to you that I'll be listening and discussing this fairly. But any time I've ever talked in this building or on the House floor over in the Capitol across the way, dealing with mandates that come out of this building that go to the towns that end up affecting their budgets. We do hear that side of it too. So I'm just, being clear with you today that that's the perspective I see through it. I've not been in any of your shoes because I worked in Glastonbury, let's face it, when but it's not the same, but I did witness and experience a fraction, some of what you're describing. But that was not the bulk of our calls at the time. At any rate, I thank you and I look forward to furthering this discussion.
Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. First, I will say I was a little baffled coming from the district and city that I'm in. You having no pension. I will tell you, that is something that was news to me. Realizing the work that you guys do each and every single day, that is not a thing. So I want to lead with the question, first question through you, Madam Chair. Individuals in your cities, municipality, prior to what happens, so you have no pension. So what do those individuals that have stayed on the force for a prolonged period, what do they get on the way out the door? It's really the question.
They have a defined contribution plan. They have a 401 and an annuity. So that's what they have now. Here's the issue. Depending on how the economy is doing, is whether or not you're going to retire. Let's think about it, right? If you say, I'm going to do 25 years, I'm 30 years old, I come on the job, I'm going to do 25 years. The year prior to you retiring, the bottom falls out. Now you can't leave. You can't leave. You have to stay. And listen, I'm old for the job. I'll tell you right now, I'm 60 years old. I'd stay in good shape. I love the work. I stay because I love the work. Since I was 7 years old, Adam 12, Pete Malloy, that's why I do this job. I grew up in New Haven. I used to chase the police cars up and down the street. I have a love for it. I don't have to be here. I do have a pension from the city of New Haven. John DeStefano, the mayor at the time, he really supported the police department. We didn't always agree, but he really did support the police department. And he took good care of his police and fire, really good care of his police and fire.
A follow-up question to you, Madam Chair. How long has it been? So how long ago did they go away from the defined pension to this new system, I would say?
I believe it was 2010. They went from a defined benefit plan. And we actually have 3 pension plans in the police department. Now you have an A plan, which is the old school plan, guys at 30 plus years. And we have the B pension, the B plan, which are guys that are, I'm going to say, less than 30 years. And then you have from 2010 forward, the officers that, and firefighters also in the town that don't have a defined benefit plan. They have the defined contribution plan.
And so I think this is going to be our third and last question through you, Madam Chair. When we talk about these plans and so on and so forth, what is the turnover rate? I'm just going to put it out there. What is the turnover rate in a department like yours, knowing that an individual is that's coming into the department, realizes down the line that, like, listen, this is, of course, it is hard work. There's nothing on the back end that is keeping me here that several of the other municipalities around me possibly are offering something better.
We lost 8 officers to Shelton in the last 4 or 5 years. Shelton has, they can handpick who they want because they have a good pension plan and they have a good medical plan. Sometimes you can, guys talk about working conditions, and working conditions are important, but sometimes you can overlook certain things if there's light at the end of that tunnel. I can tell you that my badge number is 209. Now, when I left New Haven and I came to Stratford, I was hired in Stratford April 21st of 2014. We're up to badge 290. Now we're a 110-man police department. So you tell me how many they've hired. They've hired 81 police officers since 2114, and we're a 110-man department. Now I'm going to say they probably had 15 retirements. I'm not sure of the number. It could be 12, it could be 20. I'm going to use the number 15. They've probably had 15 retirements. So people are constantly, and you know, and what we hear a lot is that, well, they went to they went to a different industry. We recently did a survey of our officers and that left and asked them why they left. And Brian is the treasurer, but he's our computer guy. So he sends this out and we get the survey back. And all of them said they would not have left if there was a pension here. Whether they went to the private industry or to another police department. You know, we had a guy that left and became an airline pilot. He says he wouldn't have left. We got a guy that works for the FAA, he's an air traffic controller. I don't know if you know, especially today, it's incredibly stressful. These guys were well trained. We lost a police officer that was a canine officer, a SWAT officer, and what else? He was a detective. He left. He went to another department because there's got to be light at the end of the tunnel. If there's no light at the end of the tunnel, listen, you're going to have certain municipalities that don't get on board with pensions. You're not going to get the best. You're not going to get the brightest. And like we say in policing, especially with training, you pay now or you pay later in a lawsuit. It's going to happen. You got to have the best and the brightest.
And I think I got one. So the police, I'm guessing this is for the entire municipality. Do other units or employees within the city not have pensions as well? Or is this just kind of, or is the same system for everyone? Or is there different systems citywide?
So I can speak for the police here. And I think I can speak for the fire. The fire, they basically have the same as we have. I think they lost their defined benefit a little later than we did, but they still lost it. I think our public works department also has a defined contribution. They're split up also. I don't know their contracts.
Okay. Representative Shake.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. First, I want to say I am so proud of all of you coming up here. As for many of you, your state representative, I made a promise to you several months ago that this would be an issue that if I was able to get up into the legislature, that we would be able to revisit, because as someone who now is a state legislator, but for almost 6 years, also serving on the town council, and really meeting and being able to listen to the various concerns that many of you have and have had and struggles that you have to go through just to be able to do your job is something that I take very seriously. So thank you for everything that you do for our public safety, and thank you to the officers from Bridgeport who are here and supporting you in what it is that we are hopefully going to be able to elevate and offer a direction, a light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know if it was Anthony or if it was Brian. My colleague had asked about turnover. And Anthony, you had clarified from last year to this year, $250,000 to $130,000. So with the amount of officers for Stratford that have left, do you have a calculation of how much that has cost the town in terms of the training and then losing those officers? Do you have that available?
We did some quick numbers, and since I think we looked back, right, 2010, I believe it was. I think we went back to 2010. Did we go that far back? 2013. So using Mayor Hoytik's calculations, it looks like it cost the town $9.1 million to hire police officers since 2013.
Okay. That is a glaring number. And with it, can you walk me through, in the event that an officer gets injured and then they're out on disability, can you walk the committee through what would the employee essentially have access to, and what limitations, if any, there are on that person in terms of income?
So you would have workers' compensation would kick in. And I believe it's 66 2/3 of your pay. That's what you would get for comp. Are you asking me about if they're no longer able to work?
Eventually, if that person is deemed that they cannot work, what would then happen?
So the town does have an insurance policy that provides up to $30,000, I believe it is, in compensation. But in the policy, so in the policy, let's say you can't perform the duties of a police officer anymore, and you're going to get $30,000, but you have a family. Everybody knows that $30,000 isn't going to cut it. You have a wife and 2 children. Even if your wife works, you still have to make more than $30,000. So you go to Walmart and you get a job and you make $30,000. Well, your disability pension is reduced dollar for dollar. So the disability pension in essence goes away. So you can't earn any more than, you can't earn any money because it's reduced dollar for dollar. So if you make $10,000, then they're going to pay you $20,000, the disability pension insurance policy.
Thank you for clarifying that. And then with the current staffing levels for Stratford or Bridgeport, or really, I want to make it a larger umbrella across the state. I know that many of you have spoken to officers in other municipals, and it is a struggle for us in Stratford as we continue to lose officers to neighboring towns. You know, the town of Trumbull recently was able to correct their course, and now they are offering pensions for their officers. So it is possible if there's a will and a way. And of course, we are cognizant of what the implications can be of the cost to said municipal. But the immediate cost, and with everyone's economic stability being put into question as we move through this budget season and over the next year, to your point, it's either you pay now or you pay later. $9.1 million, in a town like Stratford, where we work very hard. Every single person that is working within the town, that is in charge of the budgets, it's something that we try and make sure that we are providing essential services. And my prerogative, whether it's on town council or here in the state legislature, especially in this budget season, is making sure that essential services are funded and that we have the qualified personnel to be able to do those jobs. And just like many workers across different labor sectors, we just want to get up and go to work and do our jobs well and get home to our families and enjoy. So life in the best way possible. But in the event that something happens to you, you know, if you, with the 401k that you and many other municipals have moved on to, it's subject to the volatility of the market, to your point. And after 20, 30 years of service, if there is a worker who then is unfortunate where their portfolio has dipped down to the point where they can't retire, I think that that's something that we all need to be cognizant of. But my other concern is around recruitment and retention of workers. And whether we're talking about public safety education, right now we're talking about public safety. So I appreciate all of you coming here and sharing your support and sharing what it is that you're experiencing, because this is something that the legislature, I believe, is the appropriate checkpoint at this point to try and help you. You are crying out for help, and I agree with you in regards to politicians that will use the level of power that you have, that you all have. And I don't want to see any workers exploited in any way, shape, or form. So if we can build on this and we can have you come back and work with us to help educate my colleagues of how important this is to you and to the entire sector that you represent, I'm hoping that we're able to continue doing that. Thank you.
Can I just clarify something? When I said 9.1 million, those were numbers that we did. The town should have the exact number because they know exactly how much it costs. So we're just using the last time we were here, the mayor corrected us that it was only $130,000. So it could be 7.5 million. It could be 11 million. I don't know what the exact number is. This is just some math that we did with the numbers of police officers that were trained since 2013. So that's where that number comes from. And I'm not sure if you're aware, Representative Shake, Comptroller Scanlon, looks like Seamers, the new Seamers plan is ready to go. So hopefully we'll have some numbers on that soon on what it's going to look like.
Well, and to your point, you said you are in the middle of your negotiations, and I respect the process of the negotiations, and that's between you and the mayor
And the town, that's
and
right.
the town.
Yep.
I do have one other question because Brian, again, I think Tony, you had alluded that the exit surveys that the union, you dispense those exit surveys to officers?
Yes,
Go ahead.
we reached out to officers who had left the department, and we sent them essentially like a sworn affidavit that they would fill out, sign, send back to us as to the reasons that they left, and what their experience was in leaving the department in the town.
So at least that way it's documented.
Yes, we were told that many officers were not afforded the opportunity of an exit interview. So we just wanted to clarify the reasons as to why they left.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Representative Shake, I just wanted to bring something up when you touched about a time frame and having a pension. Ours is 25 years in Bridgeport. It's a mechanism that sets a defined end as to when you can leave the job, like when you've achieved and you can go. And again, it's a mechanism that it's a catalyst effect that keeps everything else in check. Because the guy who gets on in year one, you know that you've got 24 years left, and then you can collect that pension. At the same time, the municipality and the city and the department can look at a better a lifetime and look a time frame for how many officers you're gonna have. The situation that the Stratford Police Department finds themselves in is that guys who are on the job now can never know when they leave. That's pretty harrowing if you have 2 years on the job and you look at it and you're predicting to leave in 20 or 25 years. And as that time approaches, you're looking at staying here even longer. That's one of the reasons why a lot of guys are leaving. That's a huge uncertainty. But also too, that foresight allows, okay, we have X amount of people because we hire by classes. So we know we're going to have 20, 30 officers eligible to retire at a certain date. So you can start recruiting now. That way they talk about recruiting and retention as two separate things. They work hand in hand. You wouldn't have to do so much recruiting if you say, okay, well, we have X amount of officers leaving. In Bridgeport, when I got on, we had 500 officers. We have 280 now, and we have a pension. So obviously there's something else, but we're not, the rut that we're in is not because of the pension, but that we're lucky that we do have a pension because we have 54 officers that could leave right now. And that would devastate the department. Having the pension is what's literally keeping the department going.
Thank you for sharing that. And that's, I think, important for us to consider, and in the direction of how this is moving, I don't want it to be an occurrence of luck where workers, either have or don't have the stable and secure retirement options that you all deserve. Thank you.
I think we're fully staffed. I will throw that out there. We are fully staffed right now. I think we have 7 in the police academy, and I think they're looking to hire 3 or 4 more. But again, it's when you get the experience, you do the 2 or 3 years, and then you move on someplace else. That's the problem. There's not going to be anybody old like me to prop up the young guys and say, hey, this is how you should do it. This is, try it this way. This is the way that works. Because like I said, another couple of years for me and I'll be done.
Thank you. I do want a couple comments. First of all, I want to thank Representative Shake because she has brought these issues here to the committee through the chairs. And clearly there are issues that we care about. We've had the bill before and we have, and I will say in terms of the PTSI, we've been building on the bill that we passed in 2019 where we restored workers' compensation for PTSI. You know, it used to apply to all workers. But as you probably know, in 1993, that was changed in the state of Connecticut. And so now we're in the process of, you know, really considering how do we reinstate it in an effective and a fair way, in a way that it, you know, acknowledges that mental injuries are our responsibility to workers as well. So that's an issue we're really concerned about. And I look forward to this year, hopefully being able to make that adjustment that will address this issue. And we have had bipartisan support on that. And so I anticipate that it will move out of our committee and be something that we take up on the floor. In terms of the pension, I'm a little older than you are. And when I started in the 1970s, late 1970s, many workers in our country had pensions, defined benefit pensions. And as corporations grew, we saw, and most of them had been originally negotiated through their union collective bargaining agreements. And as the power of our corporations grew in this country, we saw the attack on pensions, and it started back then. And we saw laws passed at the federal level that made it harder to hold on to not just pensions, but to health benefits and retirements, which often went hand in hand. And as that has changed, it's filtered down and affected not just the private sector workers, but clearly public sector. I think what is most shocking to us is when it affects fire and police. Because as you said in your testimony, we are so quick to want to take pictures with you guys and to want to thank you and to put up signs, not just for our police and fire. You know, all through the pandemic, we saw signs everywhere thanking you, thanking teachers. But when it comes to really taking care of you, we have let you down. And while I understand that this is a municipal mandate, and I will tell you, that's where your uphill battle is going to be. You're going to have to work on educating legislators as to why this municipal mandate is so critical. And, you know, I'm with you on it. I believe that this is the right thing to do, not just so that you can attract the best and the brightest to protect us, you know, clearly that's what we want, but also because you deserve it, because you put your lives on the line. And clearly you deserve it. I believe all workers deserve a decent retirement when they get to the age where it's just too hard to work anymore. But it's particularly hard to understand why we don't provide that for those that risk their lives to protect us. So I appreciate you being here today. You know, we've had good conversation and I hope that we'll be in a position that we can move this bill forward. And thank you for your time. I know you took time off to be here, and that's not always easy either. So we appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So next up, we are going to go back to Representative Rochelle. If you would like to join us at the table. And I understand you have with you, let's see. Tell me your name again.
Sergeant Frank D'Angelo, Derby Police.
Frank D'Angelo. And you did sign up, right? You're on.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what number you were?
51.
51. Okay, great.
Thank you.
for being
To
with
my
us.
good afternoon. To my esteemed colleagues, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and the rest of the Labor Committee. I am here to testify today in support of two bills before your committee. I want to put my support on the record for HB 6953, which requires municipal pensions for police and firefighters. And I'm here mainly to also offer my support and to speak out in favor of HB 6954. 1654, an act adding witnessing a serious physical injury as a qualifying event for purposes of post-traumatic stress injury workers' compensation coverage. I will be ceding part of my time to Sergeant D'Angelo of the Derby Police Department to share a specific incident which really inspired this. I put this bill in as well this year and 2 years ago as well. The reality is that our laws do not align with the actual medical understanding of PTSD, right? It's a brain injury, and it's a brain injury which could occur from one major incident or repeated exposure to a variety of threatening incidences. And we are quick to understand that when firefighters are exposed to carcinogens, that can cause cancer, and have taken steps to address that. But we have not taken the same steps or enough steps when it comes to addressing brain injuries that are incurred from threatening situations on the job. So with that, I'd like to cede the rest of my time to Sergeant D'Angelo to discuss what occurred in our district with Officer Foley and why this is so important to get this bill passed.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Frank D'Angelo. I've been a police officer in the city of Derby for 12 years. In addition to my responsibilities as a patrol sergeant, I am a peer support team member. I'm also formerly the president and currently the vice president of our local union. I'm speaking today on behalf of Patrick Foley, as well as any other police officer who has or will have to endure the events that Officer Foley did. On the morning of April 26, 2021, I awoke to a phone call from my supervisor informing me that Officer Foley had just been involved in an officer-involved shooting. He was at Griffin Hospital and he was okay. I went to see Pat, and not just because I'm his union rep, but because he's my friend, and I knew the immense weight of what he was experiencing and that he shouldn't be alone. I later learned just what Officer Foley had experienced earlier that morning. You see, in a matter of seconds, Officer Foley went from just driving to a private duty assignment to having his car suddenly approached by a panicked person, to having that same person, without any sign or warning, open fire on a passing car, to having to make the decision to use and actually use deadly force on another person to stop a very real and immediate threat, to then rendering life-saving first aid to that same person. Most people will not encounter any of those experiences in their lives. Officer Foley experienced all of them in a singular moment, with every moment attached to one action spilling over into the next action. It seems today like every action taken by a police officer is a catalyst for protest, even actions such as Officer Foley's that day, which were reasonable, proportionate, justified, and necessary. Officer Foley not only had to process the significant events that had just unfolded, but the added burden that all this occurred within a climate in the state that was less than friendly to police officers, to put it nicely. He told me he was worried about his parents, about his wife, about people protesting outside his house or his parents' house or following him to work, about people harassing him on the phone. He told me that the silence and lack of movement from the Inspector General's office kept him in the state of limbo where he didn't know what would happen to him or his career. And I watched as all of this stress compounded with the stress and emotions he still carried from the shooting. He told me how he wished things were different and all the different decisions he could have made. But there were no other options. Officer Foley acted exactly as we expect our police officers in Connecticut to act, swiftly and heroically. Yet he still doubted himself and was placed on workers' comp due to PTSD. Yet, due to the narrow focus of our current PTSD laws regarding police officers, Officer Foley did not qualify for full workers' comp rights benefits. In addition to the stress of the incident and the investigation, Officer Foley now had to fight with the city's attorneys, which seemed more than happy to deny his claim, which added to his stress. I can't tell you how many times Pat said to me, "I feel like I'm punished for doing the right thing." I'm asking you, committee members, to review and repair the current PTSD statute so that officers like Officer Foley may be able to receive full benefits when their mental health is compromised in the selfish performance of their duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. Representative, how are you? Sergeant, thank you for being here. I remember hearing and reading about that incident, which is in my district, and I want to thank you for coming here and sharing that story. We're hearing more and more officers share the often unseen scars that occur just by sheer them doing their jobs. Could you share a little more of other incidences you've heard in your department or throughout your career of particularly officers who tend to stuff things down and maybe not seek the kind of help that they so desperately need?
In terms of critical incidents, it seems more like we are our own peer support more than anything. And it's the only resource we really have. Yes, we have EAP, but EAP is a phone call, it's a stranger, and it's not always immediate. So when you deal with something, it's a lot of phone calls the next day, trying to come up with how did you make sense of this, and how did you make sense of that, and what do we have? In terms of real critical incidents that have left a scar, there's nothing coming to mind right now, and shame on me for not being prepared for that. I really wanted this was such a unique and large incident that it's kind of taken the forefront of this is the poster child for the officer who does everything he's supposed to. And with the passage of the police accountability bill, we have an obligation to render aid. Officer Foley didn't even have the chance to process what had happened after it is, because according to the bill, he has to render aid to people, even those that have expressed the use of deadly force on another, that he's used the deadly force on, that he's immediately back in the mix, rendering aid on a person that just showed a callousness towards human life and a complete indifference. So I don't have any other examples I can really provide you right now. I
Okay.
have many different elements of this I could expand on if you like me to, though.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing this issue to our attention. It's past time that these statutes are fixed. We're hearing from more and more first responders like yourself of oftentimes the unseen damage and scars that go on for people doing their jobs every single day. So thank you for your service, and thank you for bringing this to light. Thank you, Representative Rochelle, for being a leader on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. And I just want to clarify that the current law states that the officer or firefighter must witness a death or a severe maiming, and it's precisely because while this individual, this perpetrator, was wildly shooting into traffic at 7 a.m. on a busy street and could have killed somebody, the officer chose not to kill or severely maim the person, shot them in the leg, and it was by making the choice to stop the immediate threat without causing further damage that he disqualified himself from coverage. And so we're disincentivizing people from taking the least amount of damage. We really do need to make sure that we're protecting these folks. And PTSD doesn't just come from one major incident. It could be repeated exposure to threats, which is why it's so important that we have serious bodily injury in there.
Thank you, Representative. Any further? Representative Matcher-Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for coming in. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your service and all that you're doing. I had a question for you on the pension, the bill that you had referenced. I think it's 6953 for your support on that one. I guess the only concern I have here, obviously, is we've talked about in this committee, is the municipal mandate, right? So for towns and officers that are currently in a different program other than the traditional pension, and they're happy with it, would you have a suggestion of how that is dealt with?
So I will defer to the proponent of the bill, to Representative Shake on that, but I will say this. If the bill states Seamers or a comparable pension. And so we really want to make sure that there is some form of pension. And as more municipalities join Seamers, and as we've made the reforms, Seamers is actually more cost effective for municipalities than I think a lot realize. There's actually a report that Comptroller Scanlon runs that does an analysis, and there are dozens of towns across the state that would find a savings by switching to the Seamers pension versus the other options that they're offering. And so I think that there's an argument to be made that this is a win-win for officers and the municipalities.
Okay, thank you. And I guess when we talk about this, the proponent of the bill, I can ask, it may be possibly a cost savings, but I'm just curious, there's maybe some officers like what they have. And how do you deal with that when it's a mandate? So, but I appreciate your testimony, Representative, and it's nice to see you.
You too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions or comments, thank you for your testimony as well. Up next, we have Peter Brown.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have one of our firefighters from Torrington who's a little bit further down the list. He's going to probably be talking about a lot of the same things. Would it be helpful if he followed my testimony?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And he'll be allowed his full time.
He'll
Would that be okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. He's number 35, Tim O'Donnell.
Tim O'Donnell. Yep. And you'll be giving your full 3 minutes as well.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you, Mr. Chairman, ranking members, and all the members of the committee. My name is Peter Brown. I'm the president of Uniformed Professional Firefighters Association. We represent nearly 4,000 career firefighters across the state. I'm here today in support of HB 6953, an act which requires pensions for police officers and firefighters. My testimony today, I'm going to humbly ask the committee do something that's rather difficult and maybe even a little controversial, and that's to help provide retirement security to the men and women that protect us every single day. I know that's a big ask, but believe me, they greatly deserve it. And to be clear, this bill won't benefit me. I was hired at a time in the fire department when all firefighters had access to a pension and retirement benefits. I was also lucky enough to be hired by the city of Norwalk, which still to this day believes they have an obligation to protect their members in retirement. Not everyone is so lucky. As you read through the written testimony that's submitted on this bill, and you heard from the officers prior to me, I think they did a great job framing this issue, and you'll hear from one of our firefighters next, that not every municipality values the sacrifice of their current employees the same way they did with their past employees. At a time when the job is only getting more difficult, our firefighters are being asked to handle more and more emergencies. We're being exposed to more dangerous conditions and chemicals every single day. We're dying of occupational cancer at the highest rates ever. All this is happening while we're seeing benefits be diminished across the state by more and more municipalities all the time. This bill gives us the opportunity to end that failed practice. As we see the recruitment and retention statistics across the state, it's clear that it's not working. We could sit here and we could talk about all the positives of a defined benefit plan. I could talk about it all day. How pooling investments leads to greater investment returns and lower management costs. How pension payments inject billions of dollars into local economies, which helps improve tax revenue. How a well-structured defined benefit plan will lead to lower costs for municipalities in providing those retirement benefits. And all those things are absolutely true. But in reality, I believe that we need to support this measure because it fulfills a promise that we need to make to all of our first responders. And that's if you take care of us and you protect us throughout your career, we will in return protect you in retirement. Thank you very much. And just if I have a couple minutes, I know you're also hearing testimony on a number of workers' compensation bills today as well. And for a large part of my career, I've helped firefighters that were injured on the job navigate the workers' compensation system. And I will say we greatly support any efforts to help improve that system, streamline that process, and make it easier for our people to navigate workers' compensation. So thank you again for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I do have a question for you. I know it was mentioned earlier that at one point, police and fire were separated from all other employees when it came to workman comp claims. Do you know when that transition happened and why?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I do not. It definitely was before my time. I know since I've been on the job, I got on in 1997, and since then, we've all been part of the standard workers' comp system under Chapter 568.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Senator Kushner.
Madam Chairwoman, good to see you.
It's good to see you, and I'm sorry I missed your testimony. I'll go back and watch it because I'm always enlightened by you.
Thank you.
I did want to comment on the previous bill that we were discussing around Seamers for firefighters. And I do appreciate the fact, I wanted to make mention here on the record that I know the firefighters you represent in Danbury had been challenged around their pension issues. And I believe recently settled a contract reinstating the pension for all the firefighters in Danbury. And that's what I believe we should be doing in all municipalities, given the work that you do for us.
Yes, that's correct. And thank you for that, Madam Chairwoman. And I think the interesting point in Danbury was Danbury didn't abandon the pension plan. They tiered the benefit to a reduced benefit, and they were finding they were still facing a recruitment or retention problem and realized they needed to course correct and reinstate the full pension back for all members. You know, and I think that's something that we're seeing around the state, that whether it's going to a defined contribution plan or tiering the pension benefits that are currently in place, we strongly advocate that for the people doing the same job every single day, we should all be entitled to the same level of pay and the same level of benefits. And that's what we're seeing. We're great to see a place like Danbury made that correction. It was mentioned that the Trumbull Police Department has also made that correction recently and reinstated a full pension plan, because obviously that's the only way we're going to recruit and retain a good quality workforce in both police and fire.
And in giving credit to the union, which I always like to do, I should also give credit to Mayor Roberto Alves, because he was his first contract he negotiated, and I was proud of him for seeing the light and understanding why that was so important and getting the job done. So I appreciate him as well.
Yes, exactly. It's not just only a supporting a union issue. It's a good public policy decision, I believe, to help recruit and retain good police officers and firefighters.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, Mr. Brown. You had mentioned in your testimony about pooling, and that you could further explain on that. I would actually be interested. Could you further explain, why that is helpful?
Yes.
For the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, so the way a pension plan works, obviously, is all members contribute, and the employer contributes into a pooled fund, and that large fund of money is used to invest. And there's plenty of data to show that a large pooled investment fund is going to do better returns than individual retirement accounts, which is what a 401 is, what a defined contribution is. So when you give me my own individual money to play with, because I'm not a financial expert, I may make poor decisions, I may make good decisions. But when experts are managing a pooled fund, year after year, they're going to show better returns. And those better returns are actually going to help keep employer costs down, because employer contribution rates are offset by investment returns. So the better the fund does, the lower their rates are. So
Thank you for that explanation and additional information.
Thank you.
We're fighting over who's chairing now. We're not really fighting. It's a joint effort. So if there are no other questions for Pete, then why don't we go ahead and hear from Tim?
Good day to the esteemed members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Tim O'Donnell, and I'm the president of the Torrington Firefighters Association, the labor union which represents the men and women of the Torrington Fire Department. And I'm here to speak in favor of HB 6953. The Connecticut General Assembly has done some great things for firefighters in my tenure. Legislation has been passed which provides wage replacement for those battling occupational cancer. Legislation has been passed which is helping those suffering from post-traumatic stress receive the treatment they need without causing additional financial hardships to their families. Ironically, many municipalities are making these problems worse instead of better. The elimination of defined benefit pensions in favor of 401k style retirement plans has a major side effect, which in time will have dire consequences. The 401k plan is designed for the member to work until his or her mid-60s. What this means is 35 to 40 years of exposures to carcinogens and mental trauma. The rates of firefighter cancer and PTSI have been off the charts in 25-year careers. It's insane to put people in a position where they must work in this field for decades longer and not expect them to get sick. I'm proud of the headway that's been made to address firefighter issues. But we need to get to the root of the problem, time in service. A defined benefit plan provides an attainable finish for our first responders. Firefighters are industrial athletes who are expected to perform high-intensity work wearing bulky, uncomfortable clothing in extremely stressful environments with precision accuracy. If my children were in peril, I would hope a fire truck shows up to my home full of fit and ready firefighters in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. HB 6953 will keep firefighter cancer claims down, reduce the number of responders that experience post-traumatic stress, and will make our community safer by ensuring people we rely on are not tasked to do work far beyond reasonable expectations for their age. Thank you for your attention to this important bill.
Thank you for your testimony and thank you for the service to our community, to Torrington in this case, but I consider all of you serving the whole state, so I appreciate it. Are there any comments or questions? I suspect the reason why you don't have a lot of comments and questions right now is because we've had a number of people testify before you, but I think we've heard what you have to say. It's important for us to have your testimony to add to the voices that we heard from the police officers that were here before you and from Pete, obviously, who testified as well. So seeing no questions, then we thank you for coming up here today and testifying.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, going back to the list, I believe next up is Ed Hawthorne.
Good afternoon. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, other esteemed members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, a federation of more than 100 unions representing over 250,000 working people here in the state of Connecticut. It is on their behalf I testify to multiple bills. I have written testimony 8, try to get through 4 before they buzz me over there in the corner with the clerk. First, SB 828, the Workers' Compensation Examination Group. We would support that with an amendment. We heard Representative Johnson earlier refer to workers' compensation as the grand bargain because it's equal in giving up employers as well as employees. We would ask that we ensure the membership of the working group as an amendment, make sure that the membership of the working group is made up equally of employer and employee representatives. Balanced representation, our belief, will lead to fair, effective recommendations for the workers' compensation program. Next, HB 5369, Act authorizing state agencies to require employees to work in person. We oppose that. It calls for 60% of the time to be spent in work. We have an existing telework agreement that was negotiated via CBAC, held up in arbitration. There are benefits to telework. Increased employee productivity, reduced infrastructure costs, enhanced service and delivery, improved recruitment and retention. When I was at DOL, I can speak more to that. And also, it's an investment in public services. If the true concern of the bill is public service delivery, we should have additional investment in understaffed agencies. If we're worried about these agencies actually delivering a quality product, which they do even with teleworking, we should fully staff each one of these agencies. And I must say that every member of the General Assembly, including of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, has effectively participated in a hearing remotely. The General Assembly should lead by example, conducting all proceedings if proponents believe in the necessity of in-person work. So I urge the committee to reject that bill as an unnecessary mandate in existing effective telework agreements. Next, we've heard a lot about, I'll try not to belabor the point, but HB 6953, the pension for firefighters and police officers. Pensions are fundamental aspects of compensation that acknowledge the risks embraced and sacrifices made by these public servants. Municipalities face difficulties in attracting and maintaining qualified police officers and firefighters. We heard that loud and clear today. We need to be more attractive to recruits. We need to retain experienced professionals. Many towns with 401ks are a revolving door, as we heard, with new recruits. They incur the cost of the training and don't get the benefit of the expertise later on. And we need to invest in public safety. It's essential for ensuring dedicated, experienced, and motivated workforce ready to protect and serve. We want to ensure police and fire can retire without being subject to market fluctuations. No one wants a 70-year-old officer or firefighter coming to their aid in the time of emergency, which might be some of the scariest time in their entire life. So when their 401k becomes a 101k, we do not want to force them to be out on the job. And lastly, HB 5607, an act concerning the subminimum wage for persons with disabilities. We do support that. There's inherent value in work. All work has that value and should be compensated equally. Workers should be paid equally for performing the same work, regardless of gender, race, age, physical, or intellectual ability.
It's
Thank
been
you all
3
for your
minutes.
time.
Your time is up.
I hit it on the dot.
Well timed. Well timed. Senator Cabrera. Sorry about
Thank you,
that.
Madam Chair. That's okay. You've done this before, Ed. That was perfect timing.
It's the first time for everything. I should probably play lotto today.
Thank you so much for coming today and for testifying. And I was wondering if you could enlighten us a little bit because about your opposition to HB 5369 requiring people to work from home, because we're hearing a lot more of this at the national level, as you know, and now here at the state level, where I think oftentimes the assumption is that if you're not working in a physical office, that somehow you're being unproductive or lazy or not working. And I was wondering if you could share with us your experiences. I know you previously worked with the Department of Labor, and I was wondering if you could give us a little flavor of your experience working there with telework.
So I was at DOL for over a decade. I served as an employment security appeals referee. I conducted unemployment appeals hearings for a living. And that job was doing telework before the pandemic. Since the 1970s, they were 3 days in the office, conducting the hearings, and then 2 days from home. I can tell you for sure that the 2 days from home were the most productive part because there were no distractions. There's, I loved my coworkers at DOL, but we had a tendency to pop into the office and talk about the UConn game, or I'm a big Buffalo Bills fan. They would always give me their condolences when the Bills lost and things like that. But at home, I didn't have those distractions. I can sit, I can focus, I can get my work done. And during the pandemic, it became a necessity to work from home. As we all know, this entire building was remote. And I think I was the first person to conduct an actual hearing from my home by telephone. We did telephone hearings in the office when people couldn't make it in, but it was so much more productive at home because you had that level of focus. There was nothing else going on. It was just that. It wasn't going to catch up with my buddy Steve Werbicki down the hall or going to get coffee or anything like that. I would just go upstairs and do it. And I'm a big proponent of a happy workforce is a productive workforce. If they're not dealing with traffic coming into work, as we all know, traffic in the state of Connecticut is a problem, especially, down in Fairfield County, down in Wolcott, getting through, Waterbury or coming into Hartford or anything like that. If people feel settled at home and it's working, I don't understand why we're trying to fix something that's actually working. It's shown that they're more productive at home. We were actually, during the pandemic at DOL, we were training people remotely, and they became effective referees who are still there now. So if it works, don't try to break it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Ed, for that. And as you mentioned in your opening remarks about this being a bargained arrangement on behalf of the workers that you represent and others. And thank you so much for your leadership and for coming today and sharing your testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Rep. Coughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, on House Bill 5369, which would require state workers to work in person. I find it incredibly ironic that we even have this bill before us as we are in the middle of a meeting that is conducted remotely. So, could you speak maybe to some of your members who are state employees and some of the jobs that they do, and in fact, why remote work is almost necessary, especially those who might conduct home visits, for instance, and just give a better idea of the types, the times in which state workers would use, remote work to actually be more effective in their job. Thank you.
I know there's plenty of written testimony on that. I would direct you to my P2 brothers and sisters. They've all submitted written testimony. I'm not sure if any are coming in person here today, but I can talk about my personal experience, but I know their experience, it works for them. They're more effective. They're able to focus more. And especially with the home visits with DCF, I mean, they're not technically sitting in their house. They're making home visits to ensure our children in the state of Connecticut are safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you all.
Up next, we have Tom Clifford. Tom, I think you're online.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Tom.
I want to thank the chairman, ranking members, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. And I'm here in support of SB number 1037, an act increasing the per diem rate for members of the State Board of Labor Relations. I'm an attorney admitted to the Connecticut Bar in 1977. I reside in Ansonia, Connecticut. My professional career was spent as an assistant AG with the Connecticut Attorney General's office. In 1987, then Attorney General Joe Lieberman granted me a leave of absence when I was elected mayor of the city of Ansonia. I served 2 terms. I returned to the Attorney General's office in conformance with my leave of absence. When I retired from the AG's office in 2017, I was the head of the Labor Relations Unit of the Attorney General's office under Attorney General George Jepsen. Thereafter, I was subsequently appointed a state mediator by Commissioner Scott Jackson of the Labor Department. And I was a mediator for the State Board of Mediation Arbitration. And I served in that capacity for 2 years, 2017 to 2019. I was honored by Governor Lamont in 2020, who appointed me as an alternate member of the State Board of Labor Relations, a position I hold today. There's a public statement in support of the bill submitted by the members of the State Board of Labor Relations, which I support. It explains the important work of the board. The fundamental aspect of the bill is to promote a fair adjustment in the board's per diem, which is currently $150, which was established in 1987. The bill also seeks to place the board in parity with the State Board of Mediation and Arbitration. That would be the Department of Labor's sister board, which is currently $300 per diem. The SBLR was created in 1945. It's a service extended by the Department of Labor to the public sector bargaining units, its members, and public sector, state, and municipal employers. Its purpose is to promote labor peace in Connecticut. Its available services are provided without fee. Members must have requisite experience in the labor sector and sit as administrative judges to preside over contested cases under its statutory jurisdiction. 38 years is a long time to go without an adjustment in the members per diem, and we respectfully request the committee's consideration and support of Senate Bill number 1037. I want to thank Senator Cabrera for your leadership on this and bringing this before the full committee, and I'd be happy to answer any questions which the members have.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Up next, we have Brooke Foley.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Brooke Foley, and I represent the Insurance Association of Connecticut. We represent the workers' compensation insurers. The IAC opposes House Bill 6409 and House Bill 6954, which attempt to expand the workers' compensation system in ways that are both unnecessary and costly. First, we strongly oppose the suggestion made in the trial bar's testimony that you should require the filing of a Form 36 prior to discontinuance of prescription medications. This is not a minor change or simply a notice provision, as has been suggested, and implementing such a procedure is unnecessary and require additional hearings, which will cause additional delay and be more costly. Since the 1993 legislative reforms, the workers' compensation rates have decreased and the system is working as intended, providing timely medical benefits and wage replacement to employees while maintaining balance for employers and insurers. House Bill 6954 seeks to further expand PTSI coverage by expanding the definition of qualifying event to cover any employee who witnesses a serious physical injury to another person. While we recognize the importance of addressing mental health issues, the problem is that these claims are highly subjective, difficult to verify, and costly to defend. Expanded coverage will drive up costs, increase litigation, and lead to higher premiums for employers, municipalities, and those who are self-insured. House Bill 6409 attempts to address undue delays in workers' comp. The Workers' Comp Commission has made administrative changes, including IT upgrades over the last 2 years, which allow the commission to make changes such as shifting hearing dockets to make sure there's no backlog, to flag judges' conflicts on certain cases and pull data analytics, which all improve efficiency. And the Workers' Comp Commission can provide you more information about those updates. Governor Lamont has recently nominated 3 people to serve as administrative law judges, and they are working to fill the following vacancies for office assistants, technicians, administrating hearing specialists, and consumer information representatives at the Workers' Comp Commission. And again, they can provide you more information. Current data from the commission shows there's no widespread issue with undue delay. For the fiscal year 2024, 71% of claims were resolved without a single hearing, and less than 0.01% of hearings resulted in an undue delay award. The task force that investigated this issue in 2019 found there's no evidence of systemic delays. And they found that there are existing remedies already in statute that are sufficient, and they are rarely pursued. These bills would create needless complications, drive up litigation, increase costs for businesses, municipalities, and taxpayers. The workers' compensation system works well as a result of the 1993 reforms, and we urge you to reject these bills and allow the system to continue to work as intended.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Megan Lawrence. Megan is online, I believe.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yep.
Sorry.
Nope.
I was a little preoccupied. 1 second, I'm sorry.
Take your time.
So I'm here today to talk about the subminimum wage bill. So I have a little something written. Good morning. Well, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Wire, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Megan Lawrence, and I am a group home manager in Connecticut. 2 of my residents in the house that I manage are part of CUNE's Group Support Employment Program that has a special wage certificate from the Department of Labor, which allows them to pay training wages based on their productivity. Prior to coming to CUNE, one of my residents sat in a program all day as no work was available at her previous program. This downtime led to increased behaviors and frustrations. Since she has switched to CUNE, she is now happily employed. She earns wages to increase her independence. She looks forward to time study every 6 months with CUNE's continuous job coaching, which likely will result in an increase to her compensation pay rate, with the goal of one day working as an independent job in the community. The other resident I have for my house has been in CUNE's day program with the goal to join the group supported employment program. She receives one-on-one support because at times she has difficulties managing her emotions, which can result in self-injurious behavior. She is now part of a supported group employment 3 days per week with the goal to increase this. We are seeing that when she is engaged in meaningful work, she is calm and on task. Most recently, her job has reported that she was focused on the job the entire time and required no intervention from her one-on-one support. And this is an amazing outcome for her. So the reason why I am in support of some minimum wage for people with special needs is because I have, like I said, one of my individuals just started at the program called CUNE after 8 years of sitting in a program that did not offer her work. And the reason why they did not have work for her is because they the work programs fill up really quickly, and unfortunately, that meant that she couldn't work. And then I have another who the subminimum wage gives her a chance to work, even though she does need the support while she's working. Um, so, she wouldn't be able to work a regular job because she needs someone there to be with her for that support during that time. So I just want to say that work helps people to feel valued and independent and proud of themselves. While my two residents still have a way to go to be able to complete their jobs as would be expected, they were independently employed and earning a minimum wage. It is hoped that with the programs such as CUNE, they will one day get an independent job. This program allows them to be productive members of society. If agencies were required to pay minimum wage, it is likely that my two residents will not be able to be part of this program as they will fall short to the employer's expectations. CUNE's job training program prevents individuals from sitting in a program doing arts and crafts, which is what one of my individuals was doing for close to 8 years. She just sat in a room and did arts and crafts, and she was not able to work in this program. With their subminimum wage program gives her an opportunity to work and feel productive and to use skills that she has and to also build on skills to like we hope for one day to work independently and she's working her way up to make minimum wage. We appreciate the intent and spirit of the bill, but respectfully urge the committee to consider the unintended consequences of implementing this change without first providing the necessary framework to ensure those who are currently employed are able to remain working in jobs that matter to them in their independence. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Seeing no hands, thank you, Megan, for your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I skipped several names, so I'm going back to the top. Up next, Brian Anderson. Thank you, Brian, for your patience. I apologize.
Thanks, Chairman Sanchez, members of the committee. I have the honor of representing 2,000 municipal police officers as legislative director for AFSCME Council 4. Some of them are sitting behind us. I want to thank you all for the courtesy you showed them in giving them time today to explain what's going on. I've submitted written comments that I'll depart from a bit. This bill came up because our members came up with it, the pension bill, House Bill 6953, when the town of Greenwich won in arbitration the right to take pensions away from firefighters. And consider that the town of Greenwich is possibly the richest square footage on the face of planet Earth. And in binding arbitration, which some folks up here say is a giveaway to unions, won the right to take the pension away from hardworking firefighters. Our members realized at that point something had to be done, and they came up with this bill. They've spoken a lot about the physical problems of having officers on the job too late. One of the things I'd like to talk about is morale. I can walk into a police union meeting and tell just by looking at the crowd whether those officers have pensions or not, because where they don't, young officers sit with young officers, and the old officers who are part of the closed pension system are sitting with the old officers. It's a morale killer. It's a management failure. The tragedy of early death, there's a seminal study in Rochester, New York that shows police officers sadly die about 20 years earlier than the average citizen. That is an occupational disaster. It's a policy failure. Something ought to be done to look into that, to raise that officer mortality level. This bill helps do that. It's very stressful for officers without pensions, as Officer Zona said, to not have a light at the end of the tunnel. This bill creates a light at the end of the tunnel. It's abundantly doable. Massachusetts, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Minnesota, Oklahoma guarantee every single police officer has a pension. We can do it too. Credit to the city of New London, the town of Meriden. The town of Trumbull, they all restored pensions after taking away from officers and realizing what a disaster it was for officer retention. Jumping over to House Bill 6954, I was part of the team that negotiated the law that went through to restore PTSD workers' comp after 28 years of loss of that and the 1993 reform of workers' comp. It's a 12-month maximum benefit. That's insufficient, but it's what we arrived at as a compromise. So to act like it's some kind of budget buster blows my mind. I just listened to an IAC lobbyist. For 28 years, we were told if workers' comp PTSD was restored in any fashion, it would be a budget buster. 2019 proved it wasn't. The comp rates didn't go up. In fact, they went down. In 2021, it was restored for corrections officers and dispatchers. The rates have not gone up. Now it's restored for everyone since last year. We've not heard about the rates going up. It's not a budget buster. If people want to talk about a budget buster, maybe they should look at some of the insurance company executive salaries. We had a CEO in Connecticut pay himself $91 million one calendar year, and the man didn't even invent insurance.
Mr. Anderson, your time is almost up. Please
Thank you. I'll wrap up. So taking care of these officers is just a humane, decent, and good public policy thing to do. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I don't see any hands, Brian, but thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank
Really
you.
Appreciate you and your time and your efforts. Up next, we have Frank Casetta. Frank, so we'll go forward. We have Mark Shatierman. No? Oh, go. All right. All right. Cool.
Honorable members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Mark Steierman. I'm the president of Excella Construction, a commercial GC that specializes in multifamily housing. I'm here today to express my strong opposition to House Bill 6955. While the intent of this bill to protect workers from wage theft is commendable, its approach will have significant unintended consequences, harming Connecticut's construction industry and exacerbating our housing shortage. Small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy. I work with small business owners every day, plumbers, electricians, carpenters, and I know firsthand they often lack the administrative capacity to comply with the complex procedures this bill would mandate. Many are skilled tradespeople, not bookkeepers or administrators. Requiring them to implement sophisticated payroll tracking systems is unrealistic and burdensome. This bill's broad liability, extending even to subs of subs, exposes general contractors like myself to unacceptable risk. To mitigate this risk, we would be forced to require certified payroll from all subcontractors. As I mentioned, many small subcontractors simply cannot afford this, lack the technical expertise, or don't have the staff to manage it. This requirement would effectively preclude many otherwise qualified subs from bidding on our projects. However, even with certified payroll, we only see how much employees were paid, not how much they should be paid. There's no practical way for a GC to ensure sub-compliance without requiring signed employment contracts for every single worker, an impossible task on ever-changing job sites. Furthermore, this bill will result in smaller subcontractors being forced out of business. They simply won't be hired as often because we as GCs won't take the risk. Contractors will be forced to choose larger, more established subs who can handle the administrative burden, even if a smaller local sub might otherwise be hired. This bill, in effect, punishes law-abiding businesses for the potential misdeeds of others. In what industry is the consumer of a good or service liable for the employee wage theft on the part of the business owner? Making consumers liable sets a dangerous precedent. Workers' rights are paramount, but there are better ways to protect them. For example, we could implement harsher penalties for companies that deliberately practice wage theft. focusing enforcement efforts on those who intentionally exploit their workers, rather than imposing blanket regulations that harm the entire industry. Theft is already illegal. We don't need more burdensome laws that unduly affect the innocent. In closing, while protecting workers is essential, this bill will hinder our collective efforts to lower construction costs and build a thriving small business economy. I urge the committee to reconsider the ramifications of this bill and seek alternative methods to protect employees, methods that target bad actors without punishing responsible businesses. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Steierman.
Yeah,
Okay.
great job.
Got that right. Only because you pronounced it the first time, I
Yeah.
have to remember. So we saw this, a version of this bill come through last year, and I know as a former person in construction, I completely understand the intent, 100%, the protecting workers. And so, ultimately, we challenged part of this, a good portion of the bill because of the downstream effect that I saw happening. What do you think this would do for the payment terms with your subcontractors? How I'll leave it there. How that's going to affect the payment terms with the subcontractors? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So one of the things we always strive for is getting our subs paid as quickly as possible. Obviously, you're dealing with owners. It's not always possible to get them paid as soon as possible, but we always try to get them paid sooner than later. The standard is net 30. On some projects, we're net 45. But if we have to require certified payroll, which sometimes there is an administrative backlog in getting that to us, so we can't pay them until we get that certified payroll, we'll immediately become net 60. Many small subs simply can't. They can't do it. We have a lot of subs that are 3 or 4 person teams. They don't have a back office. That they're all out there in the field, and their terms with their suppliers are not net 90. So they need to be paid sooner. And without that, they'll have to raise their prices, or just close up shop because they can't do it.
Thank you for that answer. And through you, Mr. Chair, I just maybe one or two more questions. Is that all right, Mr. Chair? Okay, thank you. So we certainly batted around the idea of slowing the project down by, if there was an issue with one subcontractor that could potentially affect people downstream. One of the things that again brought that question was the thought that if a subcontractor, if a subcontractor has to provide certified payroll to you in order for you to cut that check, then what if I think I understood you correctly, was that that's going to slow your turnaround on payment of that subcontractor, which then could affect payment of employees, other suppliers of that sub. Is that where there's also not just a schedule slowdown, but there also is a potential financial slowdown downstream for people getting paid? Is that what I understood from you saying?
Certainly. I didn't get a chance to mention it in my testimony, but I actually believe this bill could have a counterintuitive effect. You'll end up with subs getting paid. It'll take them longer to get paid, and that could affect their ability to make payroll. So you could end up with subs that are squeezed much more than they would be otherwise.
Thank you for that. And I have no further questions. I think one of the things the way I approach the things up here is making sure we don't create unintended consequences from our actions here with the best of intentions. I know that many of the items that come out of this committee and other committees, we're seeing these issues for a reason, and I just want to make sure that we're not causing harm when we're trying to create a solution. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have one small one. When you go about are there the process of choosing subcontractors? Do you have ones that you just select that you kind of consistently work with, or is there a process that you go through with selecting the subcontractors?
Thank you. It varies on the project, on the location. We certainly have relationships with subcontractors that we work with all the time, but whenever there's a new project, we are always looking for more qualified subs. We're usually looking to hire subs that are local to the project itself. It's usually better for them. It's usually better for us. And we're always looking to expand our sub base.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Linnell Blanchette, which I believe is online. So go ahead and unmute yourself and you can begin testifying.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So I'm here to discuss about the bill that you guys are considering eliminating the sub-minimum wage. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, representatives, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Linnell Blanchette, and my son, Nicholas, has been working with CUNE Employment Opportunities in Meriden in the group-supported work program since 2018. Nick and his peers work side by side with job coaches every day, cleaning offices and buildings in the community, including many state buildings. Nick is very fortunate to be part of a program like CUNE, where it's valued and supported to increase his skills and independence. Although many individuals are paid more than state minimum wage, Nick and many of his coworkers are paid some minimum wage commensurate with their productivity at work. Nick completes time studies biannually where he has the opportunity to demonstrate his skills and increase his pay rate. I am concerned as a parent that eliminating the ability of people, including my son, with significant disabilities to be paid commensurate with their productivity will eventually eliminate their employment. The work that my son does is challenging for him, but very rewarding for him and his coworkers. Without a work program to look forward to daily, I am sure my son and his peers would be devastated. Nick enjoys going to work every day and feels very proud of what he accomplishes. It might not be much of a paycheck, but to him, it's everything that he feels that he's part of this community. I appreciate the intent of the bill, but respectfully urge the committee to consider the unintended consequences of implementing this change without first providing the necessary framework to ensure those who are currently employed and are able to remain working in jobs that matter to them and their independence. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I have one for you. What is the biggest concern you have when it comes to the elimination of the sub-minimum wage? Is it the fact that the employment opportunity may go away? What's the largest concern you have?
My concern is that Nick loves to go out in the community and be part of the community and work, taking that away from him. And I'm worried that he's just going to be sitting in a day program and doing arts and crafts, or maybe going out to the community and going to the mall or something. That's not something he wants to do. When he comes home every day, and every 2 weeks he gets a paycheck, he is so excited to open that paycheck up and see what he made. Again, it's not much. He's working on increasing his wages, and that's what the work study is there for, or the time study, to see if he's doing his part, where he doesn't need to be directed by his life coach and telling him what to do. So eventually I think he can get there, but at this moment, I don't think he's entitled to getting paid by the minimum wage, because he's not doing the work to someone that compares to, making the minimum wage and doing the job, where he needs to be sometimes redirected and telling him what he needs to do. So.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony, and I won't drag this out long, but I do, just as a matter, I have a constituent who runs I'm not going to say similar, but a day program where they have individuals who have disabilities who are taking part in these programs. And I was going to reserve judgment today, not judgment, but reserve comments today. But I did hear him explain, give an analogy, and he talked about two, in a hypothetical, using no names, but in a work situation where two of his residents went out into this work program, and he said in one situation you have both of them are earning sub-minimum wage, working alongside of people in a job environment with no disability. And so a person with no disability may turn out 100 widgets an hour, or packaging boxes. They may pack 100 boxes an hour. In this case, his example was, his people under his care may do 2 boxes an hour. And so for the employer, he felt it was going to be punitive to the employer to expect them to pay the same amount of money per hour, and that job opportunity was going to dry up. But furthermore, he said that the people in his care were thrilled to be out working, as you've described, alongside others. They were happy to be there and be engaged. So is that analogy, or is that description, is that relative to your son's situation or your observation, or am I, is that a relevant description of what you're trying to convey through you, Mr.
Yes, it is. He's happy to go out and work every day. I'd be worried that he'd be sitting at home watching TV, where he's capable of working. It's just, it's going to take him time to get to the point where he could get minimum wage. And that's why they do the work studies, or the time studies, to see, if he's doing it. If he's capable of doing it on his own without being directed by his life coach. But he really enjoys working and being part of the society that, everybody just wants to do.
All right, thank you. Any other? Go ahead, Representative Cadena.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Linnell, for your advocacy. I just wanted to ask one question. So it seemed like you noted that there were opportunities for advancement for your son and other individuals in this program. I was wondering if you could just expand on that a little bit more and just talk about opportunities for them to make more than just the subminimum wage.
Well, I know he goes to different, different office buildings. He does the cleaning. Again, regarding them doing the time study to see how he's doing, if he doesn't need to be directed, if he does really well, his wages would go up. At this moment, he's not even close to making minimum wage, because he is being, directed by his life coach, what needs to be done. And because of his disability, he understands what needs to be done. And, here's the thing, he could be going to something else that he might, that CUNE employment might have him try out. If it's a good fit for him, they'll give that opportunity for him to do it. He did try to do, they did put him into some other program where he did like types of piecework, where he had to put labels on, boxes. He didn't do very well. So, because his hands shake a lot. So they put him right back to what he was doing before, cleaning, office buildings and stuff like that. So they do try to move him around and have him try, different jobs, and some things can click with him and some can't. So what he does now every day, cleaning, office buildings, just simple things like wiping down tables, sweeping, mopping, emptying waste baskets. He's able to do that, so the more they keep doing those annually, biannually time studies, it might, to the point where he could get close to minimum wage, But at this moment, he just likes to work and just wants a paycheck, just to use that extra spending money, to do what he wants to do.
I hear you loud and clear, and thank you very much for providing that response. To me, it sounds like appropriate compensation is being provided in these cases. There are opportunities for that compensation to be changed depending on ability, and I share your fear of lost opportunities for individuals, taking advantage of this, and lost opportunities provided by employers is a big concern of mine. So thank you again for being such a great advocate on behalf of your son and others in this state. And I appreciate you testifying.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The next individual to testify is Jessica Chabuk. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Hi, how are you? Hi, my name is Jessica, and I work for Kuhn Employment Opportunities in Meriden, where Linnell's son attends daily. I'm a program specialist, and I work with all of our individuals in the group supported employment program. All of our individuals do work side by side with job coaches every day. They go out to their job sites in the community. Many of them do piecework, and many of them do janitorial work. While many are paid, excuse me, while many are paid state minimum wage, many are paid sub-minimum wage, that aligns with their productivity. Every year, the participants are time studied, twice a year they're time studied, where they have the opportunity to demonstrate their skills and to increase their pay rate. I am concerned that eliminating the ability of people with significant disabilities to be paid according to their productivity would eliminate the employment altogether. The work is challenging for our participants, but it's very rewarding. Without a work program to look forward to daily, I'm sure that many of my individuals would feel devastated. They would feel lost. While many of them would not be able to meet the minimum wage requirement and could be forced to enter a day program setting, where they would lose their work skills and their drive to be independent, to be as independent as they are capable. Many in our program are not working at a level that would allow them to hold a position independently. But with the assistance from their job coaches, they're able to work on their skills, increase their skills, and move towards reaching their goals, to be more independent. And they're also doing something meaningful, in our community. I do appreciate the intent of the bill, but I would urge the committee to consider the consequences, of this bill. I would hate to see my individuals lose their jobs. It would just really affect the people that we support. So that's really all I have to say, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Are any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Seriana.
Thank you. Okay. First, I want to thank the Labor and Public Employees Committee for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 1031, an act establishing a full employment trust fund. My name is Seriana Sabaris. I live in Hamden, Connecticut. I'm a social worker and advocate who works primarily with survivors of intimate partner violence and sexual assault. I also work as a field organizer for the National Jobs for All Network, NJFAN, and the Connecticut Jobs and Human Rights Task Force, helping to build the movement for full employment and a federal job guarantee here in Connecticut. I'm testifying today in order to voice my strong support for proposed Bill 1031. As a social worker and organizer, I've had the opportunity to work with so many different people across Connecticut, and over the years I've watched financial insecurities and worries grow for regular working people as wages fail to keep up with inflation despite companies bringing in record profits. I've watched people unable to find stable work string together part-time jobs or gig work in order to provide for their families. I've watched people lose hope that this will ever improve. I've watched worry give way to fear and then to anger or despondency as wealth disparities deepen and corporate power consolidates. In a country like ours, the idea that wealth and human worth are interchangeable can be a difficult one to escape. So much of the way our society functions, so much of the privilege and reward it affords corresponds to a person's wealth, their salary, their holdings. So much around us indicates that our worth as individuals is equal to the diminishing opportunities we're afforded. This bill, proposed Bill 1031, would be a first step, a critical first step, but only a first step, along the path to recognizing jobs as a human right. Guaranteed access to good work at good wages would do so much for so many people. The growing number of people who struggle with and underemployment in Connecticut would certainly benefit, but the benefits would not be limited to them. I mentioned earlier that I work with survivors of domestic violence, and it's in that context that I often find myself reflecting on all the ways I've seen abusers control their victims' lives by controlling their finances. all the different situations where an abuser used the inaccessibility of adequate work to manipulate and control a vulnerable person every time they sought a way out. It's all too easy for abusers to use this one point as a lever for control. The guaranteed right to a job would offer a viable option for financial independence to anybody in this situation. So much social justice is achievable through economic and employment justice, and the trust fund this bill would establish could enable meaningful job creation programs in Connecticut, centered not only on the interests or determinations of the private sector, but determined according to what would most benefit the Connecticut community, our residents, our state. We have the opportunity here in Connecticut to be the ones to break ground on building this full employment infrastructure, leading the nation toward a more just and equitable future. I urge you to support proposed Bill 1031, and thank you for this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you for your testimony, Sariana. And the language of the bill was such that I think we were curious this coming out just to learn more about what this was. And I see, I understand the intent to provide some funds for job training and that sort of thing. But in your testimony, and again, I'm telling you what I heard, but guaranteed work for all. Am I mischaracterizing what you said? And if I did hear that correctly, how would that be, in your mind, applied with to every person who is theoretically or underemployed? How I don't know that the expectation was to have a guarantee for everybody to be employed. So maybe you could expound a little bit on that just to make sure I didn't mischaracterize what you said through you.
Sure, yeah, and there are some people testifying who have much greater knowledge of the intricacies of that, but as far as I feel about it, I know that this trust fund is the first step. It's basically, we would like to get this trust fund established here to create government job creation programs that, you could determine what needed to be created based on what the state needs, based on the kind of jobs people need, based on where jobs are needed. And then hopefully other states also pass legislation and it's infrastructure that's built up. That's why this is a first step, so that eventually the long range goal is that they can all kind of, work together to fuel full employment and a federal job guarantee nationally. So that's really, why I see it as a first step.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't have any more questions today. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Roseanne Ferraro. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. My name is Rosanna Garcia Ferraro. I'm the policy director at Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut, and I appreciate this time in front of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 5607, the act eliminating the sub-minimum wage. I just want to set forth that, sometimes folks are like, how does being a healthcare foundation relate to this particular issue? And ultimately, our mission is to accelerate the movement for health justice for everybody. And we feel that health is a human right and core to social justice and equity. But health is much more than our healthcare system, than our access to insurance. We talk about social determinants of health all the time. And one of those social determinants is having access to a well-paid job. The way I feel about the sub-minimum wage, and I understand the fears that the program may go away, some of the work programs that are benefiting some folks that live with disabilities. I am concerned, though, that if we do not get rid of the sub-minimum wage, we're continuing a rather antiquated definition of productivity. The Fair Labor and Standards Act started this sort of subminimum wage in 1938. I feel like we're in 2025 and we should be compensating folks fairly. I understand there is concerns about the capacity to do whatever job is at hand. I still believe folks should be paid fairly for their time and their labor, and that they should not be compared necessarily to each other or other kinds of workers. In fact, I don't think we should differentiate between one kind of worker and another kind of worker. Feels patently unjust. I'll just say that economic well-being is a social determinant of health. Folks with disabilities often may actually have additional expenses because of their disability, and we shouldn't be giving them a subminimum wage. The last thing I do want to point out is that even if, excuse me, this may be the first time I testify in front of labor, so I get a little nervous. Apologies, but I believe that if we are fighting for a fair wage for everyone, that truly means everyone, whether folks have disabilities or not, whether folks are women or not, whether folks are incarcerated while they're working or not. I truly believe that economic justice for all of our communities is critical for a healthy society. I think that is all I really wanted to say today. I really hope that we can start fairly compensating all people. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Next up, we have Martin. Okay, we're gonna move down to Tom Profibus. Excellent. Thank you. Come on down. You have your 3 minutes. You can go ahead, turn your mic on. Go ahead and get started.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Tom Probulis. I'm a retired correction officer. Been retired 12 years. Approximately a year ago, I received a diagnosis of severe complex PTSI. I sought treatment because 11 years after retiring, I was having severe nightmares every night, and they wouldn't go away. Always on point, always on key, head on a swivel. That's 11 years after I retired. The motivating factor for me seeking treatment on my own was I was having a nightmare, thrashing around. I was fighting for my life against multiple inmates, and I was awoken by a scream. That scream was my sleeping wife that I punched in the head during my nightmare. At issue today is the amendment of Bill 6954, adding the qualifying language or qualifying event language. These qualifying events that are in the bill do not properly coincide with the job correction officers perform during their career. For over 20 years, I was involved in too many incidents of violence to even count. Those incidents I've been involved in included, but weren't limited to, intervening on sexual assaults, varying degrees. I was in a riot, was assaulted with bodily fluids. I was physically assaulted multiple times, involved with altercations, assaulted with objects, performed multiple cell extractions, intervening in inmate assaults, intervening in suicides, be it hanging, cutting up. During the late 80s, early 90s, Connecticut prisons were just a bloodbath. It was considered one of the most dangerous prison systems in the country at that time. And PTSD, PTSI wasn't even a thought for the Department of Corrections back then. It wasn't until around between 2000 and 2010, EAP started coming about, but people didn't trust it because it was run by the department. Let's see. Looking back, a large percentage of us had severe PTSD because what we endured and we survived. The Connecticut prison system's systemic overcrowding, lack of staffing, the multitudes of riots, assaults, stabbings of officers, inmate on inmate brutality. You know, there was no support from the department, and hundreds of us had problems. During that time, a lot of guys turned to alcohol, drugs to try and cope. You know, ultimately, many people were fired. Some people were in prison because of their habits. Many died prematurely, and some of them died by suicide. For this reason, the qualifying events language should be changed to include what correction officers deal with on a regular basis. Also, there's language in the bill that to be diagnosed with PTSI or PTSD has to be done by a psychiatrist or a psychologist. When I tried to find treatment, I couldn't find anybody. There's very few people that specialize in that. And I don't know of any psychiatrist or psychologist that specialize in trauma for PTSD or PTSI. So licensed clinical social workers should be added to that language. I understand it's too little and too late for me, but it's not too late for the people that are working now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Tom, for presenting here. I know we've spoken, Tom is a constituent of mine in my district, and we've spoken. I know you submitted to me some suggested language which I have forwarded on to the committee chairs. You know, in brief, I know you finished your testimony. Is there anything you want to add to suggestion? You know, again, in a brief follow-up to the language that you'd like to see here. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. That language amendments or suggestions that I had given you, that was done by myself, counselor I'm dealing with, and there's another counselor, I can't think of the name of it, I spoke with you before. She was the wife of a police officer that killed himself. Found wellness, I believe it is. And that's what we think should be added to this bill to cover it. I mean, you know, depends on whose definition of severe bodily injury. Severe bodily injury limits a lot. You know, and like I said, depending on the definition of it. So there needs to be more inclusive language, in my opinion.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your testimony today coming forward. I know you've been working very hard on this. We've spoken several times. I appreciate your follow-up, and I look forward to the continuing discussion and listening to more testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Representative Shake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom, first, I want to say thank you for your testimony and thank you for your patience of waiting so many hours to be able to share with the committee. To your point and observation, as someone who has lived with this for many years, I think it's really important that you identified in some of the suggested language of what already exists, what other alternatives and roads there can be for people to be able to access the service that, you know, this bill, with the intention of it, is to expand so that workers have that ability. So I look forward to, you know, hearing from you. If you've shared it directly with Representative Weir, I'd like to read that also, but
Yes.
it's most appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. Next up, we have Phyllis.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Go
Thank
ahead.
you for having me and allowing me to talk with you this afternoon, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Phyllis DeGioia, and I've been a licensed clinical social worker for 20 years. I'm the CEO and clinical director of Honor Wellness Center in Glastonbury, Connecticut, We're a registered nonprofit exclusively serving the outpatient mental health, trauma, and addictions treatment needs for public safety first responders, active and veteran military personnel, and their families 7 days a week. I am fully in support of the following bills. Number 828, an act establishing a work group to examine the workers' compensation program. Number 6409, an act concerning undue delay in workers' compensation claims. And number 6954, an act adding witnessing a serious physical injury as a qualifying event for purposes of post-traumatic stress injury workers' compensation coverage. Since workers' compensation coverage for death and dismemberment cases of post-traumatic stress injury began as of July 1st, 2019, we have seen a sharp uptick in claims being filed, which should tell us that our public safety first responders endure unimaginable cumulative stress and traumatic exposures on a daily basis, not limited to death and dismemberment, as Tom very eloquently described. Yet, instead of compassionate informed review and consideration, we see the following issues needing to be rectified and standardized. Certain carriers have discussed with myself as well as other clinicians working specifically with public safety first responders that it is their primary practice to deny a claim right off first review, and that we should bill the client's insurance. The delays that this creates causes undue financial hardship and emotional duress to the claimant, not because the clinicians are billing the claimants, because most of us will do pro bono until these claims are seen and heard for what they are. As a specializing clinician with first responders, a tremendous amount of extensive clinical assessment and evaluation goes into diagnosing and treating post-traumatic stress injury. There should be no delay in managing and adjudicating these claims. Our first responders have suffered enough. Protected health information is easily accessible online. Now, yes, federal HIPAA has exempted workers' compensation carriers from having to fully uphold confidentiality. However, it's also stated that workers' compensation carriers should still uphold confidentiality according to state PHI and confidentiality statutes. For example, I can easily search the state of Connecticut Workers' Compensation Commission Compensation Review Board's website page and access all of the HIPAA protected health information on any case adjudicated by the CRB at any time, as well as on the
Your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you. What we see are that emergency responders already have been traumatized by the work that they have done, and it's beautiful work. We need to do better. We need to standardize our processes, and we also need to address these claims most appropriately and expand the definition of what is compensatable post-traumatic stress injury. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Ashley Alexander. Sure, come on down. Oh, what's your name? Thank you. So, thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Ashley Alexander. I stand before you, well, I sit before you today in support of Bill HB 6954 to address the issue that affects those who put their lives on the line for us every single day, our first responders and our corrections officers. These men and women run towards danger when others flee. As the wife of a correction officer, I can assure you that they witness unspeakable tragedies, endure relentless stress, and carry the emotional weight of their work long after their shifts end. Yet despite this, our state refuses to cover PTSD as a work-related injury under workers' compensation beyond seeing a dead body or someone who loses a limb. This failure is not just a legal oversight, it is a moral one. PTSD is not a weakness. It is not something that only affects a few. It is a documented, diagnosable condition that results from exposure to traumatic events, something our first responders and correction officers face regularly. When we tell them that their trauma is not severe enough to warrant support, we send a dangerous message. That their suffering does not matter, that their pain is not real, and that asking for help is a sign of failure. This contributes to the stigma surrounding mental health, discouraging those in need from seeking treatment out of fear of being judged, ridiculed, or even forced out of their profession. We would never tell a firefighter who inhaled smoke in the line of duty that their injury is not severe enough. We would never refuse medical care to a police officer who was shot in the line of duty. So why do we deny coverage to those who suffer invisible wounds of trauma? PTSD is not a choice. It is not something that can be ignored or simply willed away. It is a life-altering condition. If left untreated, could lead to substance abuse, broken families, and even suicide. By refusing to recognize PTSD as a compensable work injury, we are failing those who dedicate their lives to protecting us. We must do better. We must acknowledge the mental toll of these high-stress professions and ensure that our heroes receive the care they need without shame, without stigma, and without bureaucratic red tape. Now you have a chance to say to every first responder and correction officer out there, you are not weak, your trauma is real, and you deserve support, not skepticism. It's time to make PTSD coverage under workers' compensation a reality, because protecting those who protect us is not just the right thing to do, it is the only thing to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead, Josh, and give you the chance to do it, and then if we have any questions, we'll go from there.
All right, perfect. Thank you. My name is distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Joshua Alexander. I'm here to speak in favor of proposed bill HB 6954. Well, the recent passage of Senate Bill 913, which expanded PTSD benefits, was a step in the right direction. It still remains limited in its current form. I'm a military veteran and dedicated Department of Correction employee for over 10 years. 4 of those years were spent working at McDougall Walker, the state's maximum security prison. During my time there, I have not only witnessed horrific assaults, but I've been assaulted myself. On February 14th, 2021, I was assaulted by an inmate awaiting trial for murder. I was struck so forcefully in the head that I suffered a concussion and was out of work for several days. To this day, my eyes no longer dilate evenly, likely indicating a traumatic brain injury. Less than 7 months later, I witnessed an inmate have his throat slit by another inmate so deeply that I could see his spinal cord. These are just 2 examples of extreme violence that I've been exposed to at work. By October 2022, I began experiencing panic attacks whenever I went to work. Only to be described as an overwhelming fear of being attacked or witnessing my coworkers being harmed. The assault I had experienced in February replayed in my mind every time I stepped into the building. I reached out to the Employee Assistance Program, which advised me to take time off. I used intermittent FMLA as needed over the next few months, but my PTSD continued to worsen. It is well documented that PTSD symptoms can emerge months or even years after a traumatic event, hence the word post-traumatic stress disorder. On May 2023, my PTSD was at its worst. I requested help from the Employee Assistance Unit. They referred me to a PTSD program designed for veterans and first responders. I immediately accepted the referral and left the same day for treatment. After completing the treatment, I returned to work in June. Unfortunately, a few weeks later, I was diagnosed with cancer. But because of the current criteria for PTSD workers' compensation coverage being too restrictive, I was unable to use workers' comp for my PTSD treatment. As a result, when it came time for my chemotherapy, I had already exhausted all my paid time off and even used some unpaid time while seeking treatment. I had to remain at work. As the sole provider of my family of 4, I simply could not afford to take unpaid time off. So I was forced to work every day during my chemotherapy in a maximum security prison where assaults on staff and inmates were a regular occurrence. This not only put myself at risk, but my coworkers and the inmates that I was responsible for supervising. The physical toll of the chemotherapy left me too weak to properly defend myself or others, leading to a significant fear and setback in my PTSD recovery. My fears intensified and my PTSD symptoms worsened to that point after completing the chemo. I once again needed PTSD treatment. According to a study at Southern Illinois University, correctional officers have a life expectancy of just 59 years, significantly lower than the U.S. average of 77.5 years. This shortened lifespan is largely attributed to the stress of the job. Expanding PTSD coverage for correctional officers and other first responders would send a clear message that our service is not only valued, but that our well-being is a priority. We sacrifice holiday.
Mr. Alexander, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, I'll end on that. Thank you for your time.
Oh,
Thank you. I'm gonna open it up for questions. You can ask questions of either of them. Anybody have questions? Representative Shake.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, could you please continue with I'd like to hear what else you had prepared so you could finish properly.
Thank you. I was just going to finish with, we sacrifice holidays, weekends, nights, important family moments. We deserve the ability to seek treatment for conditions caused by our high stress and dangerous work environments without the fear of losing financial stability. I urge you to pass HB 6954 to support and protect those who dedicate their lives to protecting others. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, I can't even imagine what it is that you've had to endure and frankly survive. I'm glad you're here. This is a very important bill, and thanks to you and your wife, yes, your ability to find the strength to come here and to share with us what has happened and the timeline of what you have witnessed and been subjected to. It takes a lot. I don't want to say courage. It just takes a lot. I don't know what the right word is right now because I'm just thinking about everything that both of you just shared with us, and my mind is blown. But it is of the utmost importance that we hear from people who have experienced this. And to your point, the barriers, as we heard from a prior person who had testified, that people experience when they're trying to seek the help that they need is another issue that hopefully we'll be able to address. But if you, who is your state representative? Do you know?
Tammy Zadowski.
Okay. So through them, to us, if there's anything else that we can do to help you, I would extend myself to you both.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We have any other questions? I want to say thank you for your service. Thank you for your courage to come here and testify today. Both of you. This, of course, as Representative Shake has said, this is an important topic that we continue to address here in this committee year in and year out. And so thank you for really giving us the detail, the backstory, as several others have, of really what it's gone into the process behind workers' compensation, but I think more so also the PTSI and PTSD piece. So thank you guys again for your testimony.
Thank you very much for your time.
At this time, we have Lisa Hodges.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and ranking members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Lisa Hodges. I have been a correction officer in the Connecticut Department of Correction for over 10 years. I am testifying today to strongly support House Bill number 6954, which seeks to add to witnessing serious physical injury as a qualifying event for post-traumatic stress injury workers' compensation coverage. First, I would like to thank this committee for restoring PTSD workers' compensation for correctional staff in 2021 when experiencing death or mutilation. That recognition was a critical step forward. However, this bill is needed to address a glaring gap. Witnessing a serious bodily injury is not covered. That is unacceptable and contradicts the science of PTSD. In a prison, officers often respond to situations that are deeply traumatic. We intervene in brutal assaults, self-harm incidents, and medical emergencies that result in severe injuries. My colleagues and I see individuals in unbearable pain, their bodies broken, yet still alive. We are the first to respond when someone has inflicted harm upon themselves or been attacked. We are often the ones trying to stabilize them until medical staff arrive. As one officer put it, it's bad when someone dies, but it's almost more distressing when they are in pain, suffering, and looking to you for help. These experiences do not disappear when we leave work. They stay with us, day after day, year after year, impacting our mental and emotional well-being. There is no scientific evidence suggesting that only witnessing death and mutilation can cause PTSD. The human mind does not distinguish between trauma that counts and trauma that doesn't. Experiencing someone's suffering leaves lasting psychological scars, and the law must reflect that reality. House Bill number 6954 would correct this oversight and ensure that correction officers and other first responders receive the protection we deserve. We should not have to prove that a traumatic event was deadly to justify receiving help. I urge you to pass this bill and make PTSD coverage fair and truly reflective of what we experience. Finally, after hearing testimony today, I would like to add that I stand in solidarity with the Stratford police officers and the Stratford Police Department in support of House Bill 6953. I cannot fathom any officer or firefighter performing these grueling careers without a pension. This is an injustice that must be corrected. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Miles LaFemina.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Good afternoon, senators, representatives, and ranking members of the committee. My name is Miles LaFemina, and I am a state of Connecticut correction officer. I'm also a friend, son, husband, and father of two. I stand before you today to express my strong support for House Bill 6954, which expands the definition of qualifying events of post-traumatic stress disorder workers' compensation coverage to include witnessing a serious physical injury. It is crucial that we address this bill with urgency and compassion that the men and women working in our correctional facilities deserve. Corrections employees are among the most vulnerable when it comes to occupational PTSD. Recent academic studies show that 34% of corrections employees suffer from PTSD. This is twice the rate of military personnel, underscoring the immense psychological toll this work demands. Sadly, it is not PTSD that these workers face. They also experience a significantly higher mortality rate. The average life expectancy for corrections employees is just 58 years old compared to 78 for those in the general public. According to a June 2022 publication of Journal of Occupational Environmental Medicine, research suggests that death by suicide rates for correctional workers appear as high as 105 per 100,000, which is more than 7 times higher than the national rate of the general population. This is not just a statistics, this is a real crisis. Correctional employees are suffering disproportionately from stress-related illness, divorce, and tragically suicide. These are the hidden scars that come from years of exposure to trauma, often on a daily basis. Yet under current law, a worker must have witnessed death or mutilation to qualify for PTSD workers' compensation, requiring the actual witnessing of body parts being severed. This narrow standard fails to capture the profound and life-altering impact that witnessing serious physical injuries from accidents, assaults, and other injuries sustained within the walls and fences of Connecticut Department of Correction facilities can have. This bill will correct this by broadening the criteria to include witnessing serious physical injury, a more accurate reflection of the traumatic events correctional workers regularly encounter. It is essential to recognize the employees like myself and often others exposed to violence and injury that, while not as immediately severe as death and mutilation, still cause lasting psychological damage. We also know that PTSD treatment, when properly accessed, is highly effective. Most workers suffering from PTSD can return to work and lead productive lives with the proper care. Ensuring low-cost access to treatment for these employees is critical, especially given the high emotional and physical toll their jobs take on them. This bill is a simple yet powerful step towards ensuring that those who protect our communities receive the support they need to recover and thrive. It is an investment not only in the well-being of our correctional employees, but also in the safety and health of our society as a whole. In closing, I urge you to support House Bill 6954, expanding coverage to workers who witness serious physical injury in the line of duty. Let's take the necessary steps to acknowledge and address the trauma experienced by these courageous employees. Our lives and our mental health should be and are worth protecting. If I may briefly state also, I do want to support and express my support for House Bill 6953, mandating a pension for our brothers and sister police officers and firefighters. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you again, Miles. Do we have any questions? I want to thank you, Miles, for your continued advocacy on this. We've talked about this countless times, the importance of this topic, but also the practice and the process behind it. And so, as you can see, we are hearing testimony because we are taking it serious, and we appreciate your advocacy on behalf of each and every member of the DOC and within first responders that have to deal with this on a day-to-day basis. So thank you again for testifying.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. We're going to move on to Frank.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to testify before this committee. I'm a fellow at Yankee Institute and a former union president. Yankee Institute opposes Bill HB 6953, mandating pensions for fire and police. First responders risk injury and death, often placing your safety above their own. They deserve to be treated with respect. But this bill is not about dignity or respect. It's about imposing an unfunded mandate on the taxpayers without regard either for property taxes or current law. Connecticut has some of the most robust collective bargaining laws in the nation, and our first responders already benefit from them. In fact, this legislative body passed MIRA, which provides a mechanism complete with binding arbitration where unions and management can adjudicate any impasse. This bill is a solution in search of a problem. The towns like Brantford, Meriden, New London, you even heard the unions testify on this today, all restored defined benefit pensions for police officers. Management was motivated by free market effort to attract top-notch officers. Competition for quality candidates will incentivize municipalities to restore benefits when practical. The city of West Haven, likewise, is working to restore pension benefits for police after seeing a mass exodus. Whatever the trend, however, no municipality should be handcuffed with blanket mandates made far away at the Capitol, where there is not specialized knowledge of the unintended consequences on local budgets. Contracts are negotiated with full knowledge of local constraints. This allows the negotiators to balance the interests of both the workers and the taxpayers. After good faith negotiations, most police and fire departments agreed to accept their current benefit package. Now, rather than returning to the bargaining table, this flips the table on taxpayers in a bad faith attempt to circumvent the very agreements they negotiated. Imagine selling your house and asking for a price, and then you learn that the buyer is lobbying the legislature to retroactively reduce the amount that they're required to pay for you by the contract. A deal's a deal. All contracts only last a finite amount of time. At its expiration, the unions then will be able to take another lawful bite at the apple. Furthermore, this bill showcases an even more pernicious phenomenon where union leaders are seeking to circumvent the bargaining table altogether, instead relying on political horse trading at the Capitol, far removed from the transparency and accountability to local taxpayers. Connecticut is already unaffordable, with some of the highest property taxes and electricity costs. Shouldn't our state officials be working to help all taxpayers? I thank you for your time to testify in front of this distinguished committee, and I've also submitted written testimony on this subject.
Thank you, Frank. Any questions? Why is there? Good. Yep. No,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Frank, again for coming to testify. Just have a quick question. Can you kind of expand on how these benefits are negotiated at the municipal level? You mentioned about going back on a contract that has already been created. So just go into a little bit more detail about, how binding arbitration works and how a municipality might come to an agreement on this.
Okay, so in a collective bargaining agreement, both management, the town, and the union balance their interests and they go through a formal negotiation process. If they reach an impasse, Connecticut has binding arbitration because firefighters and cops cannot strike. So it goes before the labor board, you get heard by an arbitrator, and the arbitrator decides. By listening to the testimony earlier today from union officials, it would lead the public to think that they keep losing defined benefit pensions in binding arbitration, but that's not true. What we've seen throughout the state is where unions, some of the very unions that testified today, actually sold out younger members and gave away their defined benefit package, for example, for higher raises or better medical. So not every department lost their pension in a arbitration scenario. They agreed to it in negotiations, and now they're trying to get an additional bite at the apple. I'll give you an example. Naugatuck Fire Department, they negotiated away their defined benefit package for their newer members. They agreed. It wasn't mandated by an arbitrator. They actually came to a good faith agreement, gave away that benefit. If they want to get that benefit back, then they have to go back to the bargaining table, because what we're doing here is we're mandating an unfunded mandate to the taxpayers of the local community without them being able to look at what their actual budget restraints are.
Thank you very much, Frank. No further questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gavier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Frank, in the comment you just gave, I take exception with something you just said about that unions sold out their younger members. Is that really what you meant to say? Could you maybe clarify, like, what would be the purpose of a union, as you said, selling out their members? I don't think that is the decision that any union would make. I mean, the whole purpose of a union is to stick together in solidarity. So, if you can maybe clarify what you meant by that comment. Thank you.
Representative, thanks for the question, but I reject the premise of the question, because I was a union president. I was a union president in New Haven Firefighters. And of course, the city was always trying to get away from a defined benefit package. I, in good faith, would never negotiate to sell out my younger members to get rid of their benefits so that I could get higher benefits for the majority of their members. The union should always be advocating for their members. That's their fiduciary responsibility under law. And like I said, if they were fighting for it and they lost it in arbitration and they kept going back and forth from it, then at least some of their arguments would have a little bit of merit. But here's the issue. The reason why, even if they lost it in arbitration over and over again, why this fails is look at the state of Connecticut and why we're in this crisis. We're in the crisis, the fiscal crisis, because the unions, state of unions, agreed not to fund the pension with both Republican and Democrat administrations. So it was bipartisan, but the union, state unions actually agreed not to fund their pensions. And now, because of that, it created an avalanche where we're crowding out all of those other things that we want to put in our budget. This body here would be creating the same thing. In other words, you'd be giving an unfunded mandate back to the towns, and now all of a sudden they're going to have to scramble to try to find a way to fund the pensions. It's not fair for the taxpayers. And yeah, it's great to say you appreciate all these firefighters and cops, and it's great they came up here, but we don't have a bill here today where this body is saying we want to stay within the fiscal guardrails, all of them, not alter or move any one of the fiscal guardrails to get our state back on track. And this is a priority, so we're going to provide the funding with staying in those guardrails. Well, that would be a different conversation, and Yankee would have to evaluate that. But that's not what we have here. We have state legislators at the Capitol, far away from their local towns, telling town first selectmen, first select women, councils, mayors, saying you are now mandated and now you have to fund these pensions when this wasn't in the plan. So you're taking the state fiscal crisis that we have caused by the state unions agreeing with both parties not to fund their pensions, and now you're transferring that same problem to the municipalities. I have no issue with the unions fighting for their members. That's their job. So yes, in my professional opinion, as being a union rep for 16 years, never losing an election in New Haven and retiring as president after 2 terms, I never would have sold out my members the way that they sold them out, not in arbitration, just settling contracts so they could get higher wages or no layoffs or whatever they were looking for. That's my own personal expert opinion on that.
Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, and thank you for explaining that unions definitely do not sell out their members. Again, I was just quoting back to you what you had said in your answer.
I think I made clear, Representative, in all fairness, you're misclassifying my testimony. Unions in the state have sold out their members time and time again, and I said that goes against their fiduciary duty. And it shows the bad faith when they negotiate away a pension benefit in good faith at the bargaining table. And then in the same breath, they come up to the Capitol and say, we want an unfunded mandate. We don't even want to fund it and go back. That is selling out their members. And it's also selling out the taxpayers. And the taxpayers in Connecticut deserve better. High electricity costs. We're 49th in the nation on property tax. Essentially, Connecticut has a leaking roof and a broken foundation caused by these issues of not funding benefits, promising benefits, and then not funding them. And now all of a sudden, we want to keep adding stuff. We need to stay within the fiscal guardrails. Towns need to be fiscally responsible and let free market factors factor in. And as I've said, the market is speaking. We have seen numerous towns. You had a union representative testify that Meriden brought back their pension through negotiations. New London, Trumbull, West Haven's working on it, Brantford. So the market is moving in that direction, but it shouldn't be mandated. It has to be done close to the problem at the bargaining table. So respectfully, please don't classify my testimony other than what I said.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Frank, for your testimony.
Thank you. It's been
Up next, we have Joshua Alexander. He's already up. Thank you. Up next, we have Christopher Frixel.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Representative Weir, members of the Labor Committee. My name is Christopher Frixel. I am the president of the Connecticut chapter of the Associated Builders and Contractors. We are a statewide trade association representing more than 250 businesses in the merit shop construction industry. Our membership includes general contractors as well as subcontractors, specialty, and trade contractors. I'm here to support House Bill 5704 and to oppose House Bill 6955, which is where I'll focus my testimony. Wage theft is obviously a deplorable crime, and those that are guilty should be held to account. Unfortunately, this bill seeks to transfer liability from the guilty parties and instead shift it to those who are innocent. In vetoing a similar bill in Colorado last year, excuse me, Governor Jared Polis wrote, "The bill would let subcontractors who fail to pay their workers off the hook, do little if anything to prevent additional wage theft, and penalize good actors who pay all of their workers on time." He is correct. This bill applies to private construction. It's important to point out that there is no standard wage rate in private construction the way there is on prevailing wage projects. So general contractors who will have to go through reams and reams of payroll information will really have no way to know if an employee is not being paid in accordance with their agreement with their employer. So really it's impossible for them to identify when wage theft is occurring. Similarly, subcontractors, they don't want to file sensitive employee and pay information up the food chain to general contractors. It is possible that they would be required to file payroll information, including wage and benefit information, to potential competitors on other projects. Construction is a highly competitive industry. This leads them open to employee poaching. It also adds a great deal of administrative costs. To comply with this, a lot of subcontractors are smaller contractors. They may not have the administrative or office staff in place to comply with the requirements that would go along with this bill. So it's going to increase costs on both the general contractor and the subcontractor, which is in turn going to increase construction costs. We will pay more and build less. And then quickly, if I may, just on the construction pipeline program, we think it's great. There is a massive shortage of skilled workers in this country. ABC has data showing that we need to attract an additional 439,000 additional workers just to meet demand in 2025. That's a huge shortage. It's being felt everywhere. It's causing projects to take longer. It's increasing costs of construction. But we hope that as this committee and the legislature looks into this pipeline program, we also consider reforming the apprenticeship hiring ratio. Right now, the restriction on hiring of apprentices is making it so young people who are looking to begin their career in construction, but also some older folks who are maybe looking to start a second career, they cannot find the work because we have contractors who would love to hire them. They would love to start their career, but the apprenticeship hiring ratio is preventing that from happening. So if we're going to create...
Your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
I'll just end on this. If we're going to create a construction pipeline program, we need somewhere for those people to go to be hired. And so for that, we need to reform the hiring ratio. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any Representative Weir.
Thank you for your testimony. And I was not aware of this measure of course, I don't have the bill number. No, 6955 being proposed in other states. I'm going to look up the Colorado, kind of how that logic and their methodology and how that was determined. But thank you for bringing that to our attention, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Aviana McRae.
Good afternoon, senators, representatives, and ranking members of the committee. My name is Aviana McRae, and I am a peer support counselor with the the Department of Correction Employee Assistance Unit, as well as an active member of our Critical Incident Stress Response Team. In my roles, I offer confidential support, serve as a bridge to resources for correctional staff and their loved ones struggling with mental health and substance abuse, and provide critical incident stress management following significant events that can cause psychological distress within the correctional environment. My role today is to advocate on behalf of those I have helped in expressing my support for House Bill 6954, which expands the definition of qualifying events for post-traumatic stress injury workers' compensation coverage to include serious bodily injury. Corrections employees have one of the highest occupational PTSD rates, furthermore suffering from a high occupational rate of stress-related illness, divorce, and suicide. This in part is attributed to the emotional, psychological, and physical traumatic experiences, resulting in over a third of correction employees experiencing PTSD. I've worked with peers who have endured trauma that in your line of work, you are fortunate to never have to experience. However, the nature of correctional work means that we must act as witnesses to trauma, but are rarely given the space to process what we've seen. In a most recent incident, staff witnessed an incarcerated individual jump headfirst from the top tier of his housing unit in an effort to die by suicide. And because such attempts do not always result in death or dismemberment, the trauma of witnessing someone attempt to take their own life is not covered under the current parameters. In other incidents, I've worked with staff who have witnessed not only their peers, but incarcerated individuals as well be severely assaulted, at times using deadly force such as being stabbed, strangled, or assaulted by a weapon leading to hospitalization or permanent disability. Yet too often there is little recognition or support for those dealing with the silent and unseen wounds associated with PTSD. While these words offer a glimpse of the trauma some of my peers have endured, they don't attest to the mental and emotional trauma they are still healing from. We are tasked with maintaining order, ensuring safety, and rehabilitating individuals, yet fail to fully acknowledge that in recognizing the impact of these experiences, we are not only helping correctional professionals protect their own well-being, but also enhancing the effectiveness of the correctional system as a whole. Within the scope of our duties and job titles, we are people just like you, having very real experiences that even if you could imagine would never understand the toll they take. And although there is no salary or training that adequately prepares us for what we may experience in this field, there can be more support. I greatly appreciate and thank you for your time and consideration on this matter.
Thank you. Senator Kushner.
Good afternoon. I don't know if you were able to hear some of the testimony earlier today from some of the law enforcement officers that were here. But this issue of PTSI is something that we are working very hard to try and get right. It's, unfortunately, back in 1993, we eliminated this from the workers' compensation system, and we were able to successfully get it reintroduced into statute back in 2019, but we're still working to get it right. So we really appreciate your testimony here today. It means a lot. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any further questions or comment? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Ben Shaken.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, Senator Kushner, Representative Weir, members of the committee. My name is Ben Shaken. I'm the Director of Government Relations at the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. We are the statewide association of Connecticut's community nonprofits. They deliver essential services, as you all know, to over 500,000 people in the state, including providing services to the folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities through contracts with the Department of Developmental Services. I'm here to testify on House Bill 5067, an act concerning the subminimum wage for persons with disabilities. As we've all acknowledged, I think already today, this is a complicated issue. We really appreciate you taking the time to thoughtfully consider all the perspectives. As I said, nonprofit providers contract with DDS to provide supports to people with IDD. Those supports include employment, where nonprofit staff work in a variety of different programs to help people with IDD grow the skills and they need for employment to find jobs and to work alongside them to help them work independently every day. Some people with IDD may be able to work independently by themselves every day in a job. Some people require one-to-one staff support. Some people work in small groups with staff that work every shift with them. Nonprofits and this program is designed to meet people where they are. Services are constructed within DDS to allow people to live the most meaningful and independent life that they can. I just want to take a second to sort of describe the process for these 14C wage certificates. it's a federal law that allows people with disabilities to work when their disability impairs their productivity while being paid a wage that's commensurate with their productivity compared with the productivity of an experienced worker without a disability. In Connecticut, it's only available for group-supported employment, so one of those employment options where groups of people with disabilities work in jobs alongside job coaches. For an employee to be paid a commiserate rate under 14C, their productivity is tested every 6 months, and a rate of pay is calculated based on that productivity before a certificate is issued or renewed from the United States Department of Labor. That rate is based on prevailing wage for a particular job. It's not based on the minimum wage. And so while it's certainly possible in Connecticut for people with those certificates to be issued a wage that's below the minimum wage, many commiserate rates are above the minimum wage in the state. Right now in Connecticut, according to the most recent data that I have, about 550 people have 14C certificates and are being paid a commiserate wage. That's down significantly from just 5 years ago, when 2,600 people possess these certificates. Although it really should be noted that the pandemic eliminated many jobs for people with disabilities, and those jobs are being very slow to return for a variety of reasons. So we appreciate the intent of the bill. We're concerned, however, that eliminating the ability for people, particularly those with significant disabilities, to be paid these commiserate wages will effectively eliminate their employment. And for many people with significant disabilities, the opportunity to be paid a wage consistent with their productivity far outweighs the consequences of losing that job. There's many people who've been happily working in the same job for many years, while others are training and preparing to improve on skills and the independence to achieve more challenging and ultimately lucrative positions in the future. If you do decide to move forward and draft this bill, turn it from a subject matter public hearing into a committee bill, we urge you to provide a phase-in for the policy that would allow the state to phase in meaningful alternatives for people who find themselves unemployed if the policy changed. You should also consider a funding pool to subsidize additional training for employees and for employers who would like to keep their employees, but who would be required to increase wages as an incentive to keep the jobs from being eliminated. We also really encourage you to engage the stakeholders, providers, families, employers who've been committed to this for a long time, and people with intellectual disabilities themselves. I echo the Commissioner of DDS's testimony that encouraged the same thing.
Mr. Bacon, your time is almost up. Please
Sure.
conclude your remarks.
I will summarize just very briefly and note some of the testimony earlier that cited some Washington Post reports of some other states. I just want to urge and stress that the state situation in Connecticut is very different than in other states. These services look different in every state in the country. And while some national wages that were very low were cited, I want to say that that those situations in Connecticut are extraordinarily rare. So thanks for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I also will note that there's a provider up in a few people who can get into a lot of specifics about how this works that I might not be able to answer. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Ben. Thanks for being here today. I remember several years ago, this issue was raised, and a lot of people testified from the IDD community, both folks with disabilities as well as different organizations that represent their interests. And so I remember from those earlier hearings that there were arguments on both sides, and that there were significant disagreement from people all of goodwill who all wanted to see opportunities for employment and to also make sure that people were treated fairly. And so I really appreciate it. We decided to have the subject matter hearing after it was raised to us as a proposed bill because we really wanted to afford the opportunity to hear from everyone. And I don't think we have come to this with a certain point of view at this point. I did speak to one of the providers in my district that I worked with quite a bit, and have a great deal of respect for the work that's being done in our community. And I understand it's more complicated. It's more complex. I know when you testified, I just missed the number you said, that how many certificates do we have now?
According to the most recent data I have, there's 549 people who possess the certificates in the state right now, or 549 certificates in the state.
549. And so if you don't I think one of the things that wasn't clear to me, and may not be clear to others, is if you don't have a certificate, if you haven't gone through this process, then you're not able to pay less than the minimum wage.
Yeah, that's correct.
So there is a whole process attached to it.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think it's kind of important to note, sort of as it relates to that, just kind of how these services work. If you're someone who has intellectual disabilities and you're eligible to receive services under the DDS waiver, you don't just go to the place that's in the region that DDS says, okay, it's this provider that you go to. You're given the choice to choose your provider across the state. And so whether you get residential services or employment services or day services, people are often served in different settings by multiple different providers. Not every provider operates employment programs that offer these certificates. And so it's um, part of the sort of portability you have and the choice you have as someone with a disability. If you say like, hey, my goal here is I want to be in a lucrative position and I'm going to go seek out a provider that does a better job placing people who have needs similar to mine in these positions versus, oh, I really want to work, or I can only work in a group supported employment environment. My only other option is a day program where I'm doing recreational and social things, but I'm not working. And so I'm going to go seek out a provider that specializes in group supported employment. And they might work more with these subminimum certificates. So you really do have a choice as a person with disabilities, as their families and guardians, and sort of working on putting their service arrays together.
I think one other piece of data that might help us is to know, and I don't know if this is available, but it might be, to know how many, because there are also many individuals with disabilities that are working at full wage, that are working through these programs and with these providers. And I think it would be helpful to know, because I think there may be far more than we were aware of.
Yeah, I can't quote it off the top of my head, and the actual wage data is not something that's publicly available, although it may be something that the Department of Labor, the Department of Developmental Services, or both could get you. There's about 17,000 people in the state, I believe, that receive day and employment services from the state, or from providers through the DDS waiver. And so not all of them are employed. A portion of them receive day services. DDS puts out a report every quarter that breaks down the different types of services. And so, like I said, these are only available in the group supported employment level of care. And it's certainly not all of the people in that level of care that have these certificates. I think the other thing to point out is, while it's certainly not the full panoply of people in programs, GSE is a commonly, or group supported employment is a commonly utilized employment methodology for government contracts, both with the state and federal government. And so often 14C certificates are employed in those programs because the prevailing wage in those programs is a significantly higher union wage, janitorial contracts as an example. And so while almost everyone, I think at this point in the state system, everyone is making above minimum wage, the certificates are common because people are often making much closer to minimum wage, whereas the full union wage for that contract outside of a set aside program for people with disabilities would be somewhere in the high 20s an hour, mid 20s. And similar programs exist, although I don't know the data in them as much in federal contracts with some of the military facilities and other things in the state, where they also have a set aside program in the federal government to employ people with disabilities and give preference to them when they're making employment hires, or at least they had that until recently.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, but I really appreciate you being here, and back to the chair.
Representative Kanina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ben, for coming to testify before us today. You noted in your testimony that there was a difference between, the Connecticut example and the Washington example that was brought up before. Can you just explain how our state is different from those states and how any comparison of that data might not actually be equivalent?
I think it's a much broader question than just about employment services. In broad strokes, Medicaid is a federal program that allows states to design their programs as they see fit with some parameters. And so there are 50 different Medicaid programs across the country. No two of them are the same. And this is a waiver. When I say it's a waiver, it's a Medicaid waiver. So Medicaid is the funder. The federal government pays for half of these services. And as a result, there's a wide variety, I think, of different structures of how programs and services for people with disabilities exist across the country. And there is a wide variety of, I guess, opportunities for integrated and less segregated living life for people with disabilities across the country. So I don't know enough details about some of the states that were cited and about what's happened in the 15 states that have made this move. I do know it's something that is probably, globally across the country, not long for this world. There have long been efforts in Washington to eliminate 14C, the provision of statute. There is a proposed rule at the United States Department of Labor to do so that was filed towards the end of the Biden administration. I don't think it's expected that it will go through in the new administration, but it's something that has sort of continuously been proposed by Congress and just hasn't kind of happened. But I do know that there are states in Vermont, although I'm not an expert in it at all, was brought up earlier. It's one of them where until very recently, most of the services that they offered to people with disabilities were much more segregated than Connecticut has allowed in a very long time. So sheltered workshops, meaning employment not among people without disabilities, even in small groups, but in a location that only employs people with disabilities. Connecticut hasn't opened new sheltered workshop programs here in decades, and housing opportunities that are not as integrated into communities as residential services in Connecticut are. So again, I don't quote me on that or when it changed. I'm not a Vermont expert, but I do encourage, if we're going to look at other states, to take a look at how their programs overall differ from ours. And it's a question that I think we could dive into more information through some of our associations across the country, as well as the State Department of Developmental Services, who's in pretty close contact with their counterparts around the country as well.
Seeing no other hands, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Up next, we have Jordan Thibodeau.
Yeah, hi. My name is Jordan Stewart. I'm with the Department of Corrections. Thank you for allowing me to support the House Bill 6954 and adding witnessing and serious physical injury qualifying event for purpose of post-traumatic stress injury. Today, I stand before you as an officer who has spent 6 years working in 2 different correctional facilities in the state of Connecticut. Currently, I'm working with the Employee Assistance Unit to help support my peers on a day-to-day basis, and that is why I'm here today to address an issue that affects not only those who serve in our facilities, but also their families and loved ones. Mental health struggles faced by correctional officers, particularly post-traumatic stress disorder. This disorder is not only a hot topic issue, but it is also preventable among those who work in corrections. Despite the challenges that these officers face in their day-to-day duties, they often find themselves unable to receive the support that they need when dealing with PTSD. As a new member of the EAU team, I have recently been honored and blessed to assist my peers through all these different struggles and challenges, the professional challenges as well as the challenges that life throws at them. I believe it is time for correctional officers to be able to collect workers' compensation for PTSD that they experience on the job due to the harsh nature of working in these environments. First, I'll address the magnitude of the problem. Correctional officers experience stress at levels far higher than many other professions. They work in environments where danger, unpredictability, and trauma are part of their daily routine. From managing violent offenders to witnessing physical and emotional turmoil, these officers endure significant psychological strain. Studies have shown that nearly 1/3 of correctional officers suffer from PTSD at one point in their career. However, despite the prevalence of PTSD among correctional officers, there is often hesitation in recognizing the condition as an occupational injury. Correctional officers deserve the right to file workers' compensation claims for PTSD just like any other worker who suffers from a job-related illness or injury. The treatment for PTSD is low cost compared to many other medical conditions. There are proven effective therapies, and the reality is that with the right treatment, many officers are even able to resume their duties and contribute effectively and continue protecting the public. This is important to note that officers are able to return to work, as it seems in my time in the department it is getting more and more difficult to fill the position and the role of a correctional officer. Studies show that most employees who receive treatment for PTSD successfully return to work. In conclusion, the case for allowing correctional officers to collect workers' compensation for PTSD is an important topic now as well as for our future. PTSD is a real and significant issue among correctional officers. The treatment for this condition is not only effective but affordable, and with proper care, most officers are able to return to their duties and live normal lives. I hope that after voicing my viewpoints to you today and taking care of these people that serve our community will seem to be an important issue regarding PTSD. It's time to support these correctional professionals the way that they deserve.
Mr.
Thank you
Thibodeau,
for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Jordan. Any questions of the committee? Seeing none, have a good day and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Elizabeth Lambert.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. My name is Beth Lambert, and I'm here in opposition to House Bill 5607. I have a 31-year-old son with autism, profound autism, and he works assembling parts at Federal Direct with support from the ARC of Litchfield County. He does about 1/3 of the work of a non-disabled person, but I can tell you Eric loves his job. It's repetitive, it's predictable, and he loves it. And he loves the people he works with and the people that support him. However, if this bill were to pass, Eric would lose his job. And I say that because there is no employer that will pay full wage for 1/3 of the work. So instead, Eric would end up in a day program doing arts and crafts, which is not very rewarding for him at all, or doing volunteer work if we can find that in the community. So in other words, he would end up working without any pay. Massachusetts closed their sheltered workshops in 2015 with the idea that what they would be doing is transitioning people into competitive wage positions. What actually had happened, though, is the people that were capable of competitive wage work had already moved into those jobs. And when the sheltered workshops closed, then the individuals not able to do competitive wage work ended up moving into day programs or sitting at home. I don't want that for Connecticut. That's not right. For the last 28 years, ever since Eric was diagnosed with profound autism, I have been fighting for him, fighting to help people realize that he could learn, that he can work, that he can contribute and be part of society. And now there's some advocates, and they're well-meaning people, but there's advocates that are saying that my son's work, since it's not capable of being competitive, my son's work is not worthy. I disagree with that. Work is important. Work, even 1/3 of the work, is worthwhile. Somebody earlier today mentioned the fact that so many states had already shut down their 14C waiver programs and how wonderful it's been. When you look at those numbers, it's not exactly clear what the numbers are, because what happens is if somebody leaves a supported workshop job and
Ms.
doesn't
Lambert,
move
your
in,
time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
okay, if they don't move into competitive work and they end up staying home, they aren't counted. They're not in a day program and they're not in competitive work. So thank you for listening, and I urge you to oppose this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert. Any questions? Senator Kushner.
Thank you for testifying here. I think it's really important to hear from folks who have the experience with the 14C waivers. And I do totally agree with you that work is always worthwhile, and appreciate your comments with regard to that. I think that's really important to note. I also recognize from the little bit of conversation I've had around this bill, I have learned that in many cases where someone is capable of being in a competitive work situation, that they are being moved out of the program. And I think that's a positive thing, and probably important for us to note, because I think many of us came to this process, this hearing, thinking that if you had an intellectual disability, that you were automatically put in the waiver program. And I wasn't aware that all these efforts are being made to move people into competitive work situations. So your testimony was very helpful here today, and appreciate you taking the time to be with us.
Thank you. And I would also add that if there's a new high school graduate, 22 years old, they are not put into a 14C job automatically. DSS has to evaluate them and see if they can do competitive wage work. And so unfortunately, there are some individuals that could work, they can't do competitive wage work, but DSS, they have to go through that process. And meanwhile, they stay home until they've gone through that process.
Thank you. Thank you for adding that. Back to you, Mr.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, thank you for your testimony and your time. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Mark Pear. Swing back. Following Mark, we have Susan Pulowski Burke. All right. Okay. I don't know. I lost my site for one line. Sorry. Jacqueline Lemaire.
Hi. Thank you very much for your time today. I'm Jacqueline Laramie, and I am speaking to you today on House Bill 6955. And I am speaking to you from a place of opposition for this bill. I own a general contracting company based out of Plainville, and I love the idea of trying to prevent wage theft. But this bill, as well-intentioned as it is not going to accomplish that. And as a general contractor, and when I hire subcontractors, I cannot know whether or not the private wages, because that's 100% of my work, whether or not that flooring contractor or that painting contractor, what they're paying their staff, because it's not standardized. We have big projects, we have small projects. And so there's a range in which people are paid and have their compensation package. And so to deflect the responsibility onto the general contractor, that level of risk we can't possibly absorb and actually be able to, as the owner, like I would ultimately be the person who's responsible for that. And I can't know whether or not that contractor is actually paying the wages that they say that they're paying. I also have a subcontracting arm. And so all of our people are on payroll with benefits and what have you. And we lose work to people who do cheat and don't pay their people. So the theory of this is great because we don't do that. But again, as the general contractor side and my general contractor hat, we can't possibly absorb that risk and know whether or not the information we're giving is accurate. And I also just want to quickly touch on House Bill 6786 with the hiring ratio. I would encourage you to seriously look at this. There's a huge deficit in our workforce. I'm a big advocate. I currently sit on the electrical board. I also sit on a board for apprenticeship training. We need to get people into the trades. This is a great opportunity to do this, and to keep the ratio where it is. It prevents us from being able to get young people into the trades. And I look at apprenticeship like it's you're trying out for a sports team. Some people make the cut, some people quit. So to help alleviate this ratio will allow us to be able to get people in and to get more of them in so the people who want to be there can be there and we can support them with that. So thank you very much for your time. And if there's any questions, I'm open to that.
Are there any questions? Seeing no hands, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Tom Kosker.
Good afternoon, senators and representatives. I'm just racing back from a meeting, so I'm a little out of breath, but I'll do my best. I'm providing testimony today related to House Bill 5607, an act concerning the subminimum wage for persons with disabilities. My name is Tom Kosker, and I'm an advocate with Disability Rights Connecticut, and also a parent of a 16-year-old son with multiple disabilities. I work in the field of employment of people with disabilities, and specifically looking at segregated employment and the use of subminimum wage. I've spoken with many people earning minimum wage, some less than $2 an hour, and visited many of their places of employment over recent years. As of January 1st, 2025 in Connecticut, there are 15 14C certificate holders, employing 549 individuals earning subminimum wage. All the 14C holders are providers of employment services for people with IDD, and they are contracted with the state of Connecticut. Since 14C is part of the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, FLSA,
Tom, do you want to? We can allow you a moment to catch your breath since you ran from another meeting.
Am I racing?
Yeah, grab some. Wait, we can come right back to you.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine.
All right. I
promise
appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You'll be next.
I was watching the Zoom and I was next
No,
up.
no, you're fine. Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
No worries. No, my bad. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you. Just want to make sure. Up next, we have Sarah. Please forgive me if I mispronounce this. Namazi.
That's correct. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. Good afternoon, Chairpersons Kushner and Sanchez and ranking members and members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. My name is Dr. Sara Namazi, and I've been working for over 13 years on a project known as Health Improvement through Employee Control, otherwise high-tech. We are a collaboration between academics and Connecticut DOC focusing on improving correctional employee health, safety, and well-being. I want to quickly acknowledge that the DOC workforce, its unions, including AFSCME Local 391, CSCA, SEIU Local 2001, I've worked with both. Management and administrators have taken extraordinary steps to improve the health, particularly the mental health of their employees. I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill number 6954 to add witnessing a serious physical injury as a qualifying event for the purpose of post-traumatic stress injury workers' compensation coverage. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. As you've all heard today, that working in corrections can have a tremendously negative impact on employee health, particularly mental health, and their life expectancy. It's been demonstrated across numerous studies, to include many from here, right here in Connecticut. We also know by the nature of corrections work that employees are at a significant risk for PTSD and PTSI. In fact, the rates of PTSD, as you heard today, for correctional workers far surpass national rates for police officers and everyday citizens. And I'm quoting rates of 53% for correctional workers compared to 7% for everyday citizens. And unlike many other occupations where safety is more assured, correctional workers sacrifice their safety as part of their job, and as a result, face heightened risk and challenges daily that puts them at a significant risk for PTSD and PTSI over time. You can talk to any correctional worker, and as you heard today, they go through their careers witnessing a series of violent events, fights, physical assaults, including stabbing, sexual assaults, acts of self-injury, medical emergencies, exposures to presumably contaminated blood and body fluids, and many other traumatic incidents that don't rise to the level of death or disfigurement, but are as disturbing. This is their daily reality, and over time, that cumulative exposure to trauma and violence has a wear and tear on the body, and is a foreseeable risk factor for PTSD and PTSI. The law, as it currently stands, only qualifies employees for workers' compensation who witness a serious physical injury to a person that results in the death or permanent disfigurement. It doesn't account for witnessing serious physical injuries that result in lesser injuries than death or permanent disfigurement that are equally disturbing. This is surprising, given that the current diagnostic criteria for PTSD includes experiencing repeated or extreme exposure to aversive details of traumatic events. The current approach is also short-sighted because PTSI tends to be cumulative over time, and smaller scale incidents can build upon each other and lead to PTSI or PTSD. The cumulative effects of incidents and their impact on law enforcement health has been demonstrated across numerous studies, and I've cited that in my testimony, which I've submitted. However, I do appreciate that the bill uses PTSI over PTSD. While used interchangeably, PTSI is generally associated with the ability to recover and function normally, which is the goal of workers' compensation practice. Over time, without adequate support or coping mechanisms, the cumulative nature of these incidents can have a lasting and profound effect on correctional workers, the criminal justice system, and justice-involved individuals. And so adding workers' compensation eligibility for witnessing serious injury not involving death or disfigurement will address these concerns and connect correctional workers to timely treatment for PTSD and PTSI and improve job performance. By supporting bill number 6954, you will stand, thank you, you will stand behind the current evidence and science that supports the need to provide adequate care and support for this working population. So I urge you to follow national best practices and evidence and to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Namazi. Any no hands? Thank you for your testimony. Take care. Up next is Tom Kosker.
Thank you very much again for your grace and understanding. I'll sort of take it from the top, but I'm here testifying on HB 5607, an act concerning the subminimum wage of persons with disabilities. My name is Tom Kosker. I'm an advocate with Disability Rights Connecticut and also the parent of a 16-year-old son with multiple disabilities. I work in the field of employment of people with disabilities, specifically looking at segregated employment and the use of subminimum wage. I've spoken with many people recently who earn subminimum wage, some earning less than $2 an hour, and visited many of their places of employment. As a matter of fact, that's where I just was at a meeting a short time ago. As of January 1st, 2025, in Connecticut, there are 15 14C certificate holders in Connecticut with 549 individuals earning subminimum wage. All of these 14C holders are providers of employment services for people with IDD, and they are contracted with the state of Connecticut. Section 14C, as you know, is part of the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, FLSA. The central purpose of the act was to, quote, establish fair minimum wage standards that protect vulnerable employees and recognize the dignity of all working Americans, end quote. Recently, as you may be aware, the U.S. Department of Labor proposed rulemaking to eliminate 14C exemptions. The DOL's determination that the subminimum wage exemption is no longer necessary is consistent with the central purpose of the FLSA. The DOL's Department of Labor's notice of proposed rulemaking clearly supports the conclusion that payment of subminimum wage to people with disabilities, most commonly in segregated employment settings, is no longer necessary or justified and should be phased out permanently. A commonly raised argument for the payment of subminimum wages is that it provides an opportunity for individuals to learn and develop skills in preparation for competitive integrated employment. What we have found, however, is that too often, individuals earning subminimum wages often remain in such roles for many years, with some, quote unquote, celebrating their 30 and 40-year anniversaries of this type of employment, very often in segregated work settings. These places are not transitional. We have come a long way since the mid-1900s in the employment supports and services available to help people achieve and maintain competitive integrated employment. We can and are ready to do better. Other states, as has been mentioned before, including Washington, Oregon, and Indiana, are successfully transitioning away from the use of subminimum wages. There are effective, proven models in place to assist providers and individuals to make this transition. People with disabilities will benefit most by using the supports and services already in place and by accessing those currently being developed. These will improve employment outcomes and eliminate the need for 14C. Maintaining subminimum wages in place negatively impacts the dignity of people with disabilities and diminishes their contributions as fellow working Americans. Finally, I'd like to conclude by stating that the payment of subminimum wages to people with disabilities to be a form of legal discrimination. As a disability advocate who specializes in employment, I know we do not need 14C. It is evident that significant progress has been made in this regard over the past 87 years. We have other tools to help people earn competitive wages and work in integrated settings. Eliminating the payment of subminimum wages is a logical next step in this progress. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer questions or provide additional information and resources that are at my disposal.
Any questions, comments? Senator Kushner, followed by Representative Wilson.
So I know you weren't in the room for the previous speaker, but it was a parent, and I don't know if you're familiar.
I heard her, yeah.
You did hear it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she raises issues about the fact that she doesn't believe her son would have employment were it not for in that setting and at that wage. And I think, you know, I've heard that argument from others as well. You know, I have spent my whole life fighting for people to have fair wages. So I appreciate that you're here. Yet I find this to be a very difficult, very difficult issue for us to try and resolve. I have heard from folks who work in the disability with intellectually disabled persons who are saying that they work very hard to transition folks to competitive wages and that they've been, to what I've heard, very successful in doing that. But there could be individuals who still are not able to work in that setting. And so I guess the question for us to try and understand is what happens if, in fact, that person is not able to transition?
Yeah. So a couple thoughts to that. I think there are some folks that do transition, right? I mean, I made a statement in my thing, these are not transitional. For the most part, they're not transitional. Many folks, and we're down to 549 individuals as of January 1st. It used to be much higher, right? It was 1,200 as recently as a couple years ago. So those numbers have been trending down anyway as people have moved to competitive employment situations. I would say 14C was set up back in 1938. One of the reasons was to be a transition, right? To learn those skills. There are a lot of other programs. There are a lot of other things available. I know the commissioner of DDS has presented some written testimony that describes some of those. DDS has a lot of programs in place. Project Search is one example. There are other employment transition services available through DDS. And these clients are, I won't say all, but 99%, probably all are DDS eligible individuals. So there are other programs in place. To the extent that there are some who
may not be able to earn minimum wage, right? And the individuals think that. I was just meeting with one just this last hour, actually. We're working to get that person employment. It's not easy. I'm not saying it's an easy step to take to move from these subminimum wage situations. And oftentimes the jobs are more menial tasks, and they may be meaningful, very meaningful to those individuals. I acknowledge that. I see that. I talk to these people. I know that is. I know it's not an easy shift to say we're taking that away from you. I don't think we need to take it away. I think there's things we can do. There's programs in place, programs being developed that can help them move to a competitive, integrated. And, some of them are integrated now, sort of in community-based, but many of them, I know we don't have officially sheltered workshops in Connecticut, but we have segregated work environments. I was just at one, literally an hour ago. That is a segregated work environment. The folks in there are all people with disabilities and paid staff working for very minimal wages. It's piecework, really, is what it is. I don't know if I answered your question. I tried.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're struggling with what we do in the instance where someone isn't able to transition. But yet work is meaningful, as you said.
Yeah.
Repetitive work can be meaningful to people.
Very much so.
And so, I think all work is valuable. And I know that people need to work, that's much preferable to sitting in front of a television and so I really, I think we're struggling with this and how we would best address it, because it's not an easy problem to solve. And we've heard testimony on both sides of the issue.
Sure.
But I appreciate you bringing that perspective to it.
Yeah.
And I
Thank you.
appreciate the work you do.
Thank you.
I know that one of my dearest friends worked for the Rhode Island Disability Law Center for many years, and it's really important work that you do.
I appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you. And again, there are other states, and I can connect you guys with those resources, that have made this transition or continue to make this transition, who are setting things up to phase out 14C there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you again for coming in and testifying. Of course, this topic is, of course, near and dear to me. I've got siblings who actually have experience, one actually in a work setting similar. And so, I want to take it from a different angle. When we talk about the inequities across our state, disparities that hit different communities. And so when we talk about individuals within this group of individuals that we're talking employment transition, many of them now currently they go through transitional programs until the age of 22, and then finding the right setting for them outside of that can be challenging, of course. One of the things, I've heard several individuals talk about, possibly the individual doing 1/3 of the work, but anything from doing a dishwashing to wiping tables to helping out in some of those instances is work, in my opinion. And so my concern or my question to you would be is those individuals still, even without the subminimum wage or with the current subminimum wage, are making bare minimum on with their wages on top of the benefits they may get being an individual. So when we talk from the standpoint of trying to talk about independence for some of these individuals, that's a harder conversation. Am I right or wrong?
You're right. You're right.
And so when we're talking, you teaching these individuals, because some of these day programs or some of the job skill programs are teaching them things such as riding public transportation, living on their own, or living out at an assisted living facility. It costs. There's a cost to it. And so the money that they would be bringing in, not only from their job, but also other benefits, make them underneath that threshold to live comfortably like any other individual in those settings. And so could you speak to that concern along the line of, the subminimum wage sometimes doesn't set some of these individuals up for success, even upon the promotion piece, to do some of the work of transitioning and being independent?
Yeah, no, great points. And again, this is sort of outside the sub-minimum wage piece, but earning even minimum wage, right? So oftentimes individuals with disabilities who are on other benefits, right? Social Security benefits, Medicare, Medicaid, et cetera, they will want to earn X amount of money so they can keep their Social Security benefits, of course, right? So there's this kind of math that happens, right? So they're going to work X amount of hours at minimum wage and collect their Social Security benefits and their other benefits, and they're still poor, right? They're still working poor and barely getting by. That's a reality. That's a reality for many of them. The minimum, those working for sub minimum wage, it is giving them much more than the money, right? It's not about the money. You've heard that, right? Whether I'm earning a third of the amount or $2 an hour or something, I get a check. Many of them we talk to don't really even know how much they're making, to be honest, because they're not really paying close attention to that or aware of it. They know some money goes into their checking account once in a while. But yeah, it's very many of them are on that poverty line, below that poverty line, and do not have enough to make ends meet. And again, that's with minimum wage, at X number of hours a week. And most of them are working part-time, to be fair. These are folks that are not working 40 hours a week generally at sub-minimum wage. They're working, a limited number of hours per week. And oftentimes that's by choice, right? It's what they want to do and are able to do. So I'm not sure if I answered that question, but I
No,
tried to.
you answered through you,
Okay.
Madam, Mr. Chair. I think you answered the point directly of what I was looking for. I think the only other question that I have is, when you look at some of these settings, you talk about more of the segregated settings. Even though some of those may be doing only 1/3 of the work that I may be able to do, many of them are producing a product that we all benefit from and profit some way off of. And so pouring that back into the community is a huge concern as to utilizing them to do work where they may have assistance, but they are producing maybe at a slower rate something that we are still benefiting from.
Yeah, many times the jobs vary widely, right? So you've heard described to you some jobs that are, custodial in nature, and there's a crew. These group-supported employment is the situation. I think one of the speakers recently spoke about that. It's a group usually of 4 or 5 individuals with a job coach and someone helping them. They might be out in the community. They might be in a segregated environment. It depends. And the job coach is assisting them with those tasks, whatever it be. Cleaning, custodial work, could be stuffing envelopes. One of the providers has a contract to stuff envelopes for the local water department, right? And the individuals will fold the papers and they'll stuff envelopes. Another one has a task to fill envelopes with parts to be assembled into a bag or a box or something, right? So there's different tasks that are done by those. How much we as a society benefit from those is up to interpretation, right? I mean, it depends on what you consider. But I think the side of that is there's benefit to them for working. We acknowledge that. We get it. We don't want to take away anyone's jobs with any of this. We acknowledge the fact, although it's hard to pay some of those folks minimum wage or better, but we can find ways to do that. We've proven that we can do that with most every individual out there. And some of those jobs look different. It might not be cleaning because that's really not what they're suited for. It might not be putting widgets together because that's not what they're suited for. Or shredding paper. That's another one that's done often. They'll shred papers, right? And get paid by the pound, sort of a thing, on how many papers they shred. And it's not super motivating work either for many people. Again, I'm not speaking for myself. I'm speaking for people I've spoken to that do these jobs. But yeah, I think having those jobs out in the community is much better. Most often those community-based jobs are minimum wage or better. There are some that are sub-minimum and they're still in the community. So it's both.
All right, and then last question through you, Mr. Chair, is do you have the list of the 15 or so that still provide these services through these?
Yeah, I can get you that information. It's available on the U.S. Department of Labor website, but I can get that through Cameron to you all if you need to.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other hands, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We will go back. We see somebody in the room. So Susan Pulaski Burke, if you could please, I see your hand is up. She's now unmuted. Mr. Clerk, okay. Susan?
Oh,
Okay.
can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, can you see me? I don't know if you can see me.
We cannot see you, but we can
oh.
hear you.
Hold on here. Oh, sorry about the seeing thing. I'm trying to figure out the technology here. I see the microphone. I do not see anything that looks like a camera.
No worries. Just you can proceed.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming back to me. I did have an appointment that I had to attend, but I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Susan Pulaski Burke. I am testifying against the proposed House Bill 5607, an act concerning the subminimum wage for persons with disabilities. I am the mother and legal guardian of a 23-year-old son who has autism and intellectual disabilities. The subminimum wage tied to employment programs for persons with developmental disabilities, such as those sometimes known as sheltered workshops, are a critical addition to employment choices for individuals like my son who are not able to secure competitive employment now, but are working towards that goal. The 14C waiver program of the U.S. DOL allows employers to offer employment that does not pay minimum wage to persons with disabilities. On its face, this seems to be unfair, and there are many who feel that it is obvious that this type of employment should not exist. I urge you to take a different look at this situation, looking at total compensation as opposed to the wage only. For individuals like my son, additional supports to ensure that people like him are successful, he will need additional supports to ensure that he is successful. These additional supports may include hiring support staff to train, coach, provide behavioral support, provide transportation, provide medical support, i.e. medication distribution to ensure that a medication schedule is followed, and to provide any necessary triage. These supports are critical for people like my son, and they cost money, much more money than the reasonable accommodations that would fall under the Americans with Disabilities Act. These types of supports should be considered as part of the entire compensation package. The wage itself is just one piece of that compensation package. Absent those types of supports, my son and others like him will not have access to any employment or the opportunity to use this type of group employment setting like the 14C waiver employment provides to provide a bridge to competitive employment. My son and a large number of individuals like him have knowledge, skills, and abilities to perform this kind of work because they've had 7 years of training in their school vocational programs. Their 7 years of training included those types of supports, such as the ones I've listed above, which allowed them to be successful. There is nothing like the satisfaction that you see on your child's face when they experience the satisfaction of a job well done. It's priceless, and it's not about the amount of money. But believe me, he does like to earn money. Absent these types of supports for employment, it also means that people like my son are then offered day program settings where the focus is on recreational activities. To be honest, some day programs do have a work component to them, but they are generally only able to work maybe 2-3 hours a week because it's not financially feasible to pay them a minimum wage and to provide the necessary employment supports. To me and to many individuals, parents, guardians, that is what is demeaning and unfair, essentially wasting 7 years of vocational education. I've heard the testimony of others regarding this issue, some providing data regarding how this has worked in other states. I have not reviewed this data, but I'm certainly open to reviewing it and working with others who have differing viewpoints in the future. However, I think before eliminating something like the subminimum wage for persons with disabilities, it needs to be reviewed more closely with a focus on the whole spectrum of individuals.
Ms. Pelosi, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay. I'm wrapping up. Please do not eliminate the subminimum wage for persons with disabilities. My son and individuals like him need this option. I thank you for the opportunity to testify. And just one quick thing, just like education, where inclusion was the goal and we all want inclusions in all the classrooms, well, it turns out that there's a certain segment of the population that still needs to have additional supports and still has separate schools, like the correct schools in the public education system. So just kind of tossing that in as an additional thing. But thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I know it's a real hot button issue for a lot of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Any questions or comments? Seeing no hands, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. We will now go to Stephen Monroe Tomczyk.
Yes, greetings, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Committee on Labor and Public Employees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 1031, an act establishing a full employment trust fund. I am Stephen Monroe Tomczyk, a faculty member who teaches and conducts research on social welfare policies and programs at Southern Connecticut State University. Today, I come before this committee representing two organizations concerned with this legislation, the Connecticut Jobs and Human Rights Task Force, of which I am state coordinator, and the Social Welfare Action Alliance Connecticut chapter, a group of progressive social workers, allies, and community activists that works on issues of economic and social justice. These groups and others have come together to promote a human rights perspective on employment in the state of Connecticut. There is no more important right, in my view, than the right to participate meaningfully in society's productive system. As this allows, as Abraham Maslow might put it, for humans to fully self-actualize, that is, to develop in actuality what they are potentially. Intuitively understanding this, nearly 80 years ago, President Franklin Roosevelt included the right to useful and remunerative work as the first of the provisions in his Economic Bill of Rights, announced in his 1944 State of the Union address. Actually, it's 81 years. Unemployment negatively impacts far too many people in this state. Connecticut has a significant number of people who are out of work and need work. Further, if those actually out of work who are employed part-time and voluntarily were counted, this quantity would be considerably larger. As a result, there are many harms for these individuals. Research shows that people who have experienced longer periods of unemployment have poorer health by age 50 than people who have been steadily employed. Additionally, employed individuals are at higher risk of depression, anxiety, and other mental health issues than people with jobs. In addition to its negative impact on individuals, unemployment harms the economy of this state in a number of ways. Research has shown that it increases economic inequality, contributes to social exclusion and inequity for groups marginalized by factors such as race, ethnicity, ability status, among others. It contributes to greater economic instability and lowered tax revenues for government services, as well as lowered overall productivity due to the exclusion of these individuals from employment. A policy such as SB 1031 will go a long way to addressing these problems caused by unemployment at both the individual and societal level. As a colleague and I wrote several years ago, full employment policies help reduce poverty, increase wages, and given that it will likely reduce inequality, it should lead to a reduction in some of the many social ills associated with increased inequality, including improved mental health and health outcomes, increases in educational performance, as well as reductions in teenage births, violence, and incarceration. Finally, full employment not only aids the unemployed, but benefits the state's population generally through the goods and services that are created by these formerly unemployed workers. In closing, then, this bill, by amending the state statutes to create a full employment trust fund to be administered by the Labor Department, has the potential to lead to an historic achievement for the state of Connecticut, as it helps establish the base for eradicating involuntary and underemployment in this state. For all of these reasons and more, I urge you to pass this important legislation out of committee and then champion its enactment on the floor of both chambers of this legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available for questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the panel? Saying none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Philip Harvey. Philip, you're muted.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Kushner. I'm the General Counsel of the National Jobs for All Network and Professor Emeritus of Law and Economics at Rutgers Law School. As that title suggests, I am both an economist and a lawyer. I have a PhD in economics from the graduate faculty of the New School for Social Research in New York and a law degree from Yale. And my work, both as a professor of economics early in my career and as a professor of law and economics for the balance of my career, has focused on the problem of unemployment and how social welfare law can address the problem. My first point, and I want to make 4 points if I have time. My first point is that our economy almost never creates enough jobs to provide employment for everyone who wants to work. That means unemployment is inevitable. The reason our economy is unable to provide enough jobs to achieve true full employment is because economic growth, whether it occurs spontaneously due to the invisible hand of market forces or is attributable to government stimulus spending, has an inexorable tendency to create worsening inflation pressures well before that growth creates enough jobs to achieve true full employment. And by true full employment, I do mean the availability of jobs for everyone who wants to work, the best characterization, in my view, of the policy goal I am here to support in my testimony on behalf of SB 1031. My second point is that while neither spontaneous market forces or stimulus-driven economic growth are capable of overcoming this inflation barrier to true full employment, there is a strategy that can, if it is well designed. That strategy is the one pioneered by the Roosevelt administration in the 1930s in direct job creation programs like the CCC, the Civilian Conservation Corps, and the WPA, the Works Progress Administration. My third point is that the direct job creation strategy pioneered by the Roosevelt administration is demonstrated in the 1930s and would do the same today, which is much more than solve the problem of unemployment. It would provide governments with additional resources to address a wide range of other pressing societal needs, from the construction and rehabilitation of decent affordable housing to the provision of care for elders who want to age at home rather than institutions. It also provides the private sector of the economy, or would provide the private sector of the economy with a better trained, more flexible, more adaptable, and more productive workforce. The goal of a well-designed direct job creation program is not to provide permanent employment in the program for unemployed workers, but to provide them with employment and training only so long as suitable jobs are not available for them in the private sector of the economy. Finally, the strategy would ameliorate a host of problems that not only devastate the lives of unemployed workers, but reduce the quality of life for all members of society: poverty, homelessness, family dissolution, and many other things. My fourth and final point is a caveat. To achieve all of these benefits, a direct job creation program has to be carefully designed. Between 2011 and 2017, I had the privilege to serve as the principal advisor to Representative John Conyers in designing and drafting a direct job creation bill that he introduced in every session of Congress during that period. It was known as HR 1000, the Humphrey Hawkins 21st Century Full Employment and Training Act. I have submitted a copy of a revised version of this bill for the committee's reference as an example of comprehensive direct job creation legislation. But I want to emphasize that my hope for SB...
Mr. Harvey, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
I'm in the last 3 lines. My hope for SB 1031 is not that it will immediately lead to the establishment of a comprehensive statewide direct job creation full employment program. Instead, my hope is that it will lead to the establishment of a comprehensive pilot project, testing that strategy in a limited geographic area. In short, I hope Connecticut will lead the way in testing this strategy. Thank you for receiving my testimony.
Sorry, there are no questions from the committee. I apologize. My microphone wasn't on. Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Michael Riley.
Yeah, well, thank you, members of the committee and co-chairpersons and ranking member. I'm Mike Riley. I represent Concentra Medical Centers, which is the largest occupational medical provider in the country. that has 10 facilities in Connecticut to provide rehabilitation services to workers' comp recipients. Um, You've had a tough hearing here today, and I've got you an easy one. All I want you to do is delete one sentence from the statutes, and the world's a better place. I want to thank you for having this hearing. I want to thank Representative Kevin Ryan, who put this bill in and allowed us to be able to come in and make our case. In 2007, Representative Ryan was the chairman of this committee when this committee took on the task of changing the way that workers' compensation medical fees are computed from a legacy system that was in place to a new system that was in place in many other states based on Medicare and annual CPI increases. That system was negotiated out between the Workers' Comp Commission and the Medical Society. We have, this is Bill, I should have said, Bill 5605, an act concerning minor revisions to the Workers' Compensation Act. What it does is it adjusts Public Act 07-31 to delete language that said, when you take the old system and close it down and you put up the new system, which is a Medicaid base system, it's got to be revenue neutral. You want to start on an even line. So whatever the numbers are on the old system have to be the numbers on the new system. That worked out. And then under the new system, the Medicare rates would be adjustable and the CPI would be adjustable, and doctors would and the clinics would get the funding that they needed. The problem is that the language that sits in the statutes now says the conversion to the Medicare resource based relative value scale shall be revenue neutral. That bollockses up the formula that's used to compute what the rate's going to be going forward. So by taking that out, it will go back to what the 2007 intention of the legislature was and allow the system to float on its own. This bill passed labor unanimously. It passed the House of Representatives unanimously. It went on through the Senate on the consent calendar, was signed into law. The problem is, it would think that like the Law Revision Commission would have caught this somehow, but it's that one sentence that is in there that changes the formula to compute rates going forward. I would recommend that the committee look at the testimony submitted by Concentra, which provides a little bit more detail on it. We also have a letter that was a testimony submitted by the Medical Association in 2007 that says, we recognize that in year one, the base year, the conversion factor used as a multiplier of base units or relative value units will allow for a budget neutral transition. As long as the appropriate adjustments are made and consistent with the increases that were originally proposed in 2007, we see no problem in converting to the proposed system this calendar year. No one can oppose this. It makes all the sense in the world. I will point out, however, that the record, the internet record for this hearing indicates that someone by the name of Laura Cross opposed this bill, but Laura Cross testified earlier in support of 5369, and the testimony that sits there on our bill indicates that she's opposed to our bill, but she isn't. And I also talked to Ed Hawthorne from the AFL-CIO, who also shows up as having submitted testimony on this bill, but he didn't. I talked to him and his testimony has 4 bills, but not this one. So it's a snowball of unintended consequences that bring me to this table today. But I hope this committee will, I hope this committee will act on this. It's not a hard bill to pass.
Uh, Thank you, Mr. Riley. Mr. Clerk? Okay, I didn't know you had something to add. Thank you, Mr. Riley. Any questions or comments? Senator Kushner?
It's not a comment, it's just it's not a question, it's a comment, just that we will look into the testimonies that you cited and make sure that they're entered correctly.
Yeah.
And I did hear Ed Hawthorne testify today, and I don't recall him testifying on this bill, so it may just be an error on our part, but we'll make sure it's corrected if it's necessary.
I did
Or it
check.
may- You know, sometimes people hit the wrong key when they're entering
Oh,
their
yeah.
stuff too.
Oh,
so-
that's why I wanted to clarify, because I couldn't imagine that someone would oppose this thing. But also the transcript of the proceedings in the House and Senate all indicate the same stuff that I'm talking to you about. So it shouldn't be a heavy lift compared to what else you've been listening to all day.
Mr. Riley, thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Michael Camperlango.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Labor Committee, for admitting this testimony into the record. I'm here today testifying on House Bill 6953, along with my brothers and sisters in law enforcement. Now, as was kind of indicated earlier this morning, we really are one team out there, and we all respond to all of the same calls. And we are going out into the community, and we really are the first responders that have to deal with any and everything that occurs. Fire departments, police departments, and EMS agencies are considered highly reliable organizations. And a definition of a highly reliable organization is one that when there are errors, there are very grave and dire consequences. So we want to have the best possible people out on the street providing emergency services. And by doing that, when we recognize our public safety people and give them the benefits that they deserve at the end of a long career, it goes a very long way. I do want to briefly speak on something that really hasn't been brought up yet today, is some of the diminishment in benefits that the public safety agencies have experienced in Connecticut over the last 20 years, specifically as it relates to disability benefits that have either been arbitrated away. And I'd like to mention that in the municipality that I do work for, my disability pension was arbitrated away. And when there is case law and arbitration law that really takes that benefit away from an employee, you really don't have the recourse that maybe some of the other speakers were speaking of, that you can actually fight that anymore, because when you fight and there's case law against you, you really don't have a very good chance of winning. So the deck is kind of stacked against you. I liken it sometimes to people liking to change the rules of the game just because they don't like the outcome. The other point I'd like to make is that many of the speakers today, especially when we talk about pensions and defined benefit pensions as a burden to the taxpayer and or as a burden to municipalities, an unfunded mandate, I would disagree with that, because as an employee, I pay 8 to 10% of my pay weekly into a pension fund. So I pay that money every single week and have for the start of my career. I'm speaking you to today on the first day of my 25th year of service to the municipality that I work for, and 31 years of service overall between my emergency services career in EMS, fire, and 911 telecommunicating. And as I said before, there's a lot of us out there. We provide a valuable service to all the taxpayers of the state of Connecticut, throughout the state of Connecticut, in many towns and cities. And I highly urge you to look into this bill and to try to push this bill forward in the best way possible, with the best language possible, in order to get it into place, into law, so that some of these, as I like to say, games that are getting played behind the scenes that not everybody sees, don't affect our brave public safety responders that are out there today. And I thank you for the time.
Thank you. Seeing no hands, thank you for your testimony and your time today.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Ursula Morsehead.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for allowing me to give my testimony. My name is Ursula Mooreshead, and I live in Waterford, Connecticut. I've been employed with the state of Connecticut since 1995. My title is Advanced Clinical Social Worker with DCF in Norwich. I'm a delegate for SEIU 1199, and I'm an elected member of the Waterford RTM for District 1. This testimony is an addendum to a letter that I submitted regarding proposed bill 5369. State employees have historically been portrayed as freeloaders who barely deserve to earn a livable wage. I'm here to say that we are not the enemy. We get jobs done. At DCF, we work with the abused, the unloved, and the unwanted. We are taxpayers and we are your constituents. Instead of removing our essential tools and supports, you should ask us, what is it that we need to effectively do our jobs? Eliminating telework will reduce the workforce, deplete morale, impact quality of care, and sends the message that our voices don't matter to the people that we voted into office. Since March of 2020, we have proven that telework is useful and successful. It sends the message that we can be trusted to do our jobs as professionals. In August of 2019, the Office of Legislative Research indicated that telework guidelines had been developed and mutually agreed upon by CBAC and the state, which demonstrates that telework is not a new concept for Connecticut. COVID changed the way we work and live, and to go backwards is illogical. If we're trying to find ways to boost the state's economy, then I would strongly suggest that a bill be proposed allowing a study where the state can save money by downsizing and consolidating state office buildings. This is where you will find long-term savings. Addressing the state's deficit by eliminating telework is short-sighted and irresponsible. This is the second time in a year that this committee has proposed this type of bill, and we respectfully ask you to hear us when we say that telework has enhanced state service. Please put this to rest and allow us to do our work without spending hours of time every 6 months defending our ability to work remotely. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. No hands. So thank you for your testimony and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Zachary McCone.
Good afternoon, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Zachary McEwen. I'm an advocacy manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I wanted to concentrate my comments on a couple bills. CCM opposes HB 6953, which requires municipalities to provide a pension to police officers and firefighters through MERS or a comparable pension system. Retirement benefits for employees should remain in the collective bargaining process, and each municipality should have the ability to implement a benefits program that best supports their employees, while also ensuring the cost and structure to provide those benefits are within the fiscal constraints of a municipality. CMERS employer contributions have skyrocketed over the last decade, and our members have seen literal structural changes within the system. However, I would like to say over the last year, Comptroller Scanlon has led a bipartisan effort to try to make the system more affordable for municipalities and also to protect pensions. And we thank the Comptroller for taking this tough issue on. One of those reforms that I wanted to touch upon was to create an advisory group with both equal number of municipal and union representation to find solutions of escalating costs and to preserve the retirement benefit program, essentially to create a MERS 2.0. We are hopeful this year that these reforms will be presented and ask the committee to let the advisory group do its work with the comptroller. I also just wanted to briefly touch on the PTSI bill, which would add witnessing a serious physical injury as a qualifying event to the current PTSI statute. A little background on this, the creation of PA 19-17, which allowed firefighters, police to obtain workers' compensation benefits for PTSI, was really a result of a year-long series and extension discussions between CCM and stakeholders. We have seen over the years that there has been changes to this, most notably that it got expanded to all employees. And I think our members understood, why it would be expanded to all employees. But at that time, we requested that no modifications would be made to the benefits process and standards of the aspects of the law. We worked really hard in 2019 for clear, tight language and clarity within those definitions. And this law would change the qualifying events by adding witnessing a serious injury. And so we have serious concerns that it's vague and would like to know the impacts of how this would impact the statute. And we believe that, there's already situations within the statute that address this issue. So if there are modifications that are going to be made, or if there are shortcomings that are being identified within the law, we ask that CCM be a part of those conversations so that all stakeholders can get together like we did in 2019 and try to address those shortcomings as we did previously. I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Zach. I just have a question about the pensions, and we heard earlier today that there are some instances where these pensions are negotiated away before binding arbitration. I just wanted to know that if, in consultation with your members, if you've seen that is repeating occurrence, if that's not just a rarity.
Yeah, so the process that happens for towns that are not in MERS, there's going to be a collective bargaining process. Essentially, through that collective bargaining process, hopefully an agreement is reached. If there's not an agreement that's reached, it would go to arbitration. Each municipality is different and how they deal with these negotiations. I think the big issue for us with this bill would be that those towns that have maybe a defined contribution plan would be forced to go into MERS, which we have seen skyrocketing costs. I think I read an article the other week that between 2017 and 2022 that the employer contribution rate has been raised 72%. And so we really want to let the collective bargaining process play out locally for those towns that have decided to go to a defined contribution and not force any town into a fiscal situation that they might not be able to handle.
Thanks, Zach. Always appreciate it.
No problem.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We will be in touch, as you know.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Talk soon.
Talk soon.
Up next, we have Stephen Manware. We'll come back on to our last stretch here. Okay, so next up is Frank Pinzarella. Did I do your last name any justice, Frank?
Panzarella, yes, that's
Okay.
close enough.
All right.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks to the committee and the chairs to speak at this hearing. I am in support of SB 1031, an act establishing a full employment trust fund. Excuse me, I'm going to get very political because I see this from a national perspective. I believe we are in an extreme crisis in this country right now, so bear with me. Our state and our country are at a devastating crossroads. The fascist Trump administration is ransacking every institution and installing know-nothing sycophants in every branch of government to do their bidding. Connecticut must develop its own independent policies to protect our population. In our state, the federal workers, poor, elderly, disabled, immigrants, and every institution are in jeopardy. The full employment bill can provide a beginning reserve to stabilize all of our vulnerable populations and begin the move to guarantee jobs and income for all as a human right. Republicans in our state should be the most horrified at the Trump agenda. Instead of fighting waste, corruption, and bureaucracy, Donald Trump is creating the most destructive bureaucracy in American history as he creates an enemy list, bypasses the law, and completely compromises the judicial system. Honest Republicans like Lowell Weicker would be turning over in their graves. It is clear that those in the current administration intend to manipulate the finances of the federal government for their own benefit. Multiple actions by Trump and Elon Musk have already proven this in actions that employ their businesses, employees, and properties. This is not everyday parliamentary jockeying of past administrations. To counter such corruption, the state of Connecticut must protect its tax-paying residents and help them all thrive. People with jobs or guaranteed income will support businesses, pay taxes, have fewer health issues, and be able to contribute to our economy. They will be able to afford rent with policies that support low-income housing and that tax our super wealthy who currently pay a tiny percentage of their income compared to working families. The MAGA zealots already have their eyes set on Social Security, the most basic earned benefit workers pay into most of their lives. Shame on anyone who calls such funds an entitlement. Even our veterans and military families are at risk under the rule of the new billionaires oligarchy. The Republican majority Congress has abdicated its responsibility to defend the Constitution and the rule of law. The state of Connecticut, along with other states and the American people, must stop this rotten regime in its tracks. Connecticut can and must find policies to defend the people, like the current bill SB 1031, an act establishing a full employment trust fund. Thank you for this opportunity to give testimony. And by the way, I am a retired machinist, president of Local 1990, and retired director of the Connecticut Council on Occupational Safety and Health.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your participation, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Up next, we have Paul Amarone.
Good afternoon, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Paul Amarone. I am a Public Policy Associate and Advocacy Manager at CBIA. I am testifying on 3 bills before the committee today. I will start with House Bill 6955. This is an act concerning the liability of a contractor for unpaid wages owed to an employee of a subcontractor for performance of labor on a construction project. And this bill will hold contractors liable for unpaid wages to employees of subcontractors, and it will allow said employees of subcontractors or organizations representing those employees to bring a civil action against the contractor. First off, general contractors are already liable for a subcontractor's failure to pay wages to employees that are classified under the federal and state prevailing wage laws. However, there are no set classifications and pay rates for private work to which this bill applies, and there's often no way to determine that wage theft actually takes place. This bill puts contractors in the business of enforcing wage theft laws while opening them up to civil action if they do not receive the requested wage information. And this also creates a joint responsibility between contractors and subcontractors that ultimately unfairly holds one liable over the other. As many of you know, and as we've heard today, private construction jobs are complex, fast-moving projects, and expecting general contractors to request and maintain extensive payroll and employee records of some subcontractors and punishing them for not doing so will inevitably increase costs, add potential costs associated with civil liability tied to this bill, and will slow the progression of housing and multi-use development projects that the state so desperately needs. We ask the committee to take no action on House Bill 6955. Moving on to Senate Bill 1206, which is an act establishing a pilot program to train additional women to work in the building trades. This bill will do exactly what it says, establish a pilot program to train not more than 15 additional women to work in the building trades. CBIA appreciates the committee's efforts to engage more women in the building trades, as the building trades offer well-paying, competitive job opportunities throughout several sectors within the trades industry. As our workforce continues to age and fewer students enter the trades industry, Connecticut needs to take a multi-pronged approach to marketing the opportunities within the skilled trades. This program has the ability to further inform women of the value of a career in the building trades, get more women involved in the industry, and provide contractors with more prospective employees to fill the void of an aging workforce. We encourage the committee to work with existing workforce pipelines and programs within DECD to incorporate this pilot program. And finally, House Bill 5704, an act creating a construction pipeline program. This bill would establish a construction pipeline program that is modeled after the existing manufacturing pipeline program. CBIA supports the committee's efforts to bring this bill forward, notably at a time when the trades industry is looking to increase participation among students and recent graduates in order to fill quickly vacating openings left by an aging skilled trades workforce. To be exact, the average age of a trades worker in Connecticut is over 45 years old right now. While there is limited language in this bill as currently written, it's important to include necessary education to workforce pipelines that will help funnel aspiring trades workers and students into career opportunities.
Mr. Amarone, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Excellent. I will summarize in conclusion. We recommend incorporating dual credit, pre-apprenticeship, and work-based learning opportunities into the CTEC school system and into comprehensive high schools, as well as exploring financial incentives for employers offering apprenticeship opportunities. And lastly, another key component to consider for this bill is adjusting the state's current hiring ratio of 3-to-1 after the first 3 apprentices to a 1-to-1 ratio. Currently, electrical, plumbing, heating and cooling, piping, and sprinkler fitting and sheet metal work are all held to a 3-to-1 hiring ratio, limiting businesses in these industries from hiring additional apprentices and in turn building a long-term sustainable workforce and completing jobs in a more timely manner. This restrictive ratio has been a pain point for several small businesses in the trades, students and aspiring apprentices, and the state's overall construction and housing development needs. We urge the committee to support House Bill 5704. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Paul, for coming out today. Just a quick question on the contractor bill 6955, I believe. We have another bill before this committee looking at hiring more wage enforcers at the Department of Labor. Do you feel like it would be more appropriate to better fund the Department of Labor to investigate some of these claims of wage theft rather than putting the onus on a general contractor who is not responsible for that lack of payment, alleged lack of payment at all?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, I do think it would be more responsible to use existing enforcement procedures that the state already has. I think from the business community and construction industry perspective, putting general contractors in the way, or actually putting the responsibility on them to be wage enforcers for subcontractors. Many subcontractors who are also very small businesses, 5 to 10, 15 workers, whether it's electrical, plumbing, heating and cooling, tile, floor, whatever it might be, drywall, sheetrock and taping. These are really small businesses. A lot of them, they don't have an administrative operation. And a lot of the times, if you have a general contractor coming to a subcontractor on a job and requesting payroll information from them, there might be some friction between the general contractor and the subcontractor. And I think we heard some of that in testimony today from both contractors and subcontractors who are both opposed to this bill. So I think if we focus our efforts and resources on existing operations that the state already has in place to protect employees, I think that that's probably the best route for us to take.
Thank you for that answer. And then you got cut off a little bit at the end there when you were talking about hiring ratios. So I just want to give you a chance if there's anything else that you'd like to bring up about that, just to talk about what type of meaningful changes this would bring to our businesses who really want to bring these apprentices on, who want to provide these opportunities to learn and to have some of these really well-paying trade jobs going on, but they can't because of these ratios where it's just not feasible for some companies to provide them.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Representative, for the follow-up. So the hiring ratio thing has been talked about for several sessions in a row now, right? You have 5 skilled trades that are held to the 3-to-1 after the first 3 apprentices hiring ratio. If you look at a chart right now and you see that it is 24 journeymen, so existing employees of a trades company, in order to take on 10 apprentices, you need to have 24 journeymen. That's like saying we need 24 teachers for 10 students, right? It almost should be reversed. So other states have taken some action. They've seen more hiring. I'm sure there are plenty of businesses who have wait lists. Actually, I know for a fact there are, of apprentices who are graduating, whether it's a CTEC school or are getting some sort of credits or credentialing to work in the trades. They're on a wait list. They can't work right now. We talk about housing. We talk about our infrastructure and our energy grid here in the state. All things that I think we all can agree on. We need more housing. We need to upgrade our infrastructure and our grid system more. We need people to do the work, right? Jim Paris from the Home Builders and Remodelers this morning said there's a shortage of 10,000 construction jobs in the state. There are businesses that can hire with the snap of a finger apprentices if we change this ratio. And right now in the state, there's a 1-to-1 job site ratio. So most of the skilled trades have a 1-to-1 ratio. So we're just looking to even the playing field for the 5 skilled trades that are not included. I do have them all in my written testimony that you all have access to, so you can see those. I know you've heard from some of them earlier today. So we would really like to see that change. I think we'll see a lot more housing development and workforce development in the state if we make that simple change.
Thank you, Paul. And I think it's rare in this state that we have policy opportunities that provide such immediate gains. And when we're asking our building trades to hire more, to innovate, to figure out how we can get more people into this profession, I think this is something that is definitely within our ability here in the state of Connecticut and would reap some pretty great rewards going forward. So thank you again for your advocacy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you. Again, thank you for coming and testifying. Kind of similar question I asked earlier today. When we're talking about the pipeline programs, and in your opinion, who is the one? So for some of the ones that, including the CTEC system, that we're going to be asking possibly them to take on creating these pipeline programs or performing the pipeline program, who is the source of funding for that? State? Is it some of the companies and businesses that would benefit from it? Your opinion, who should be the one to take on that burden?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. I think we need to look at what the manufacturing pipeline currently looks like and see how they're structured. CBIA, we currently administer the Connecticut Manufacturers Collaborative, made up of 8 manufacturing associations throughout every sector of the manufacturing industry. And we work very closely with Paul Lavoie. I'm not saying we need to have a chief trades officer or anything like that. But I think looking at the CTEC system in comprehensive high schools, what existing programs do they have right now that we can incorporate some sort of apprenticeship or a dual credit program into? What programs does the manufacturing industry use in conjunction with the private industry, right? Whether it's a work-based learning program or some sort of internship opportunities. We hear a lot about manufacturing in the state, as we should, but we don't hear as much about the skilled trades. And I think having the skilled trades be a part of the conversation and the marketing of the state more so than it is now will drive more people into that career path. So as far as the funding goes, I think we need to look at how the manufacturer pipeline is funded. Again, I don't think we're sitting here advocating for a large, crazy sum of money, but I think using existing funding within the budget, Department of Economic and Community Development, seeing where we can find some funds to support a construction pipeline program and support some of the ratio changes that we think should be included in the bill is the best foot forward.
Through you, Mr. Chair, more of a comment. My concern here is the part of when we talk about comprehensive high schools, and I've mentioned it earlier today. We talk about inequalities across the state, and so if we're going to do this, making sure that it's able to touch all district areas around the state, and knowing that many of our districts, including our CTEC system, are wrapped tight at a time like this. where we are touching a lot of faceted areas, is something that we need to think about and is a concern moving forward. So thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, Paul, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have my constituent, Beth Fisher.
Good afternoon, Representative Sanchez and Senator Kushner. My name is Beth Fisher. I'm the CEO for CUNE Employment Opportunities. We are a 501c3 nonprofit that contracts with both DDS and DEMIS. Our primary focus is to support adults with disabilities to obtain and maintain employment. Our agency serves approximately 500 individuals each year throughout Central Connecticut, and when fully staffed, we employ 70 people. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 5607, an act concerning subminimum wage for persons with disabilities. This is an incredibly complicated issue, and we appreciate the committee taking the time to thoughtfully consider all perspectives. Currently, Section 14C of the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act permits people with disabilities to work when their disability impairs their productivity while being paid a wage that is commensurate with their productivity compared to the productivity of an experienced worker without a disability. For an employee to be paid a commensurate rate, regular productivity is regularly tested. My written testimony goes into a lot of detail on how those pay rates are calculated, so I would encourage you to take a look at that. In Connecticut, though, 549 people with disabilities are currently employed through the 14C program and are being paid a commensurate wage. Although many of them are paid more than the state minimum wage. Of the 500 individuals served by CUNE, approximately 80 of those individuals are covered by CUNE's special wage certificate from the U.S. Department of Labor. The vast majority of our participants are placed in independent competitive jobs earning minimum wage or better. It's important to recognize that the special wage certificate is used only for the group-supported employment program model that is funded by DDS. The group-supported employment program is our most requested program. We get calls from families and individuals all the time wanting to get into this service. And that's because this is job training, and it's through real work with real expectations from the employer. Many of these positions serve as training and preparation to improve skills and work towards independence. If the current policy were to be implemented, it would need to coincide with a more rapid phase-in of meaningful alternatives for people who may find themselves unemployed as a result. Currently, there are no other employment services available in the DDS system that could immediately address the needs of all of the people who would lose their jobs. So given the challenges, I would ask that you consider creating a funding pool to subsidize additional training for the employees and the employers who would be required to increase wages and incentive to keep jobs from being eliminated. While we appreciate the intent of the bill, we are concerned that eliminating the ability of people with significant disabilities to be paid a commensurate rate would, in practice, eliminate their employment altogether. It's always our goal to help support our program participants to achieve the greatest level of independence in their work. And we do appreciate the intent and the spirit of the bill, but respectfully urge the committee to consider the unintended consequences of implementing this change without first providing the necessary framework to ensure those who are currently employed will be able to remain employed in jobs that matter to them and their independence. I encourage you to look at my written testimony. I've included a lot more additional detail there, but for the purposes of the 3-minute rule, I wanted to end at this point. So thank you so much for the time listening to me, and feel free to contact me at any time if you have further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Beth. I actually do have a few questions that I want to ask you too specifically. How much do individuals covered under CUNE's DOL certificate actually earn?
Thanks for that question. We look at So when I looked at this data, we have a lot of individuals, most of our individuals, I would say, earn between $7.18 an hour up to the Connecticut state minimum wage. We do have and that's based on a prevailing wage. So the wage is calculated against prevailing wage, which is higher than minimum wage. But we also have some contracts that require us to pay based on a standard wage. So those are typically when we have a contract, for example, to clean the State Department of Labor building in Hamden. So if that were considered to be a standard wage contract, it would mean it was a contract that was more than $50,000. In that case, we really are paying based more on union wages. And so for that group of people, we actually have clients earning between $13.30 and $19.80 an hour. So, it's not a situation where people are just being paid a couple cents an hour.
Thank you for that. And then my second question is, how much would it cost Kuhn to convert all of your government-sponsored enterprise minimum wage?
So we did take a look at this, and it's a pretty daunting number. If we were to do it today, the annual cost would be about $95,000. If you look at January of 2026, when the minimum wage goes up, it's going to be closer to $100,000. So that's just simply a number that we can't subsidize.
And so that 100K would be for all of your participants.
Right, everybody in that group supported employment program who's making sub-minimum wage. Yep.
Okay, thank you. I was just taking note of that. Any further questions? Representative Wilson.
Beth, I want to thank you for coming and testifying. That was some very good information that was given. Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the major concerns here is making sure that some of the employment places or that would be possibly taken away is of concern. And so making sure that as an employer of some of these individuals, you would have opportunities for them if this was to go on effect is a concern.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing the question. So are you asking about what would happen if people were to lose their jobs?
No, so if this was to go in effect, so they got rid of the sub minimum wage piece, and we're talking, as you just kind of explained, the $90,000 to $100,000 price tag to move individuals up. One of the concerns I'm guessing you possibly could have is around making sure you have placements for these individuals to work.
Yeah, that's really not much of a concern for us because we do have plenty of work. And I think that our agency in particular tends to run a waiting list because we are an agency that has real work opportunities. So some of the contracted work we have for that program is through the state of Connecticut's preferred purchasing program that is managed by the Connecticut Nonprofit Alliance. So there's plenty of work there, no question. We also do develop contracts with, private employers, not the state, and we have a good number of those as well. The only thing that is holding us back right now from being able to develop more employment opportunities is the staffing crisis. And I will certainly be talking about that tomorrow in my testimony to the Appropriations Committee.
Okay. So again, it really it centers around the funding piece and making sure you're able to be made whole for not only the individuals that would be getting the increase in the sub minimum wage, but also being able to provide the dollars for the support staff.
Exactly.
All right. I appreciate all of the questions and the answers. So thank you.
You're absolutely welcome. Thank you so much.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, Beth, thank you for your testimony.
All right. Thank you so much. See you soon.
See you soon. Up next, we have Peter Myers.
Good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and vice chairs and members of the committee. My name is Peter Myers from the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. I'm the Senior Public Policy Associate there, and I will start with, in my notes, I have written good morning, chairs, but I think I was dreaming there a little bit, being 62. But I'm here today to testify respectfully in opposition to House Bill 6954, which would expand workers' compensation coverage for PTSI benefits to cover witnessing a serious workplace injury. The main concern that CBI has with this expansion is the workers' compensation benefits for PTSI coverage were just recently expanded 2 sessions ago to cover all employees in Connecticut under PTSI coverage. Our concern is that we simply are unaware of the financial impact to employers of that yet. That the cost of that has not been quite felt yet through rates potentially, or we are just unsure. So we are asking the committee to please refrain at this time from expanding those benefits and expanding the scope of this coverage until the business community is aware of the cost and impact of the recent expansion of workers' compensation benefits. Additionally, we would be more than happy to work with the committee and provide information on what other states have done on PTSI and mental claims across the country, whether it is on first responders or on all employees or state employees across the country, to give the community a better understanding of what has been done across the nation. So in closing, I respectfully ask the committee to please take no action on this legislation as of now.
Thank you, Pete. Representative Cadino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Pete, for testifying as well. Just a quick question. Please forgive me if I missed this. You talked about scope of this bill. If the committee were to move forward with this, how might it better be fixed to kind of narrow it in your mind to where you would like to see the bill go?
Sure. Well, looking at other states across the country, the mental claims and PTSI claims have really been focused on first responders. A few states in the country have looked, specifically New York has looked at all employees. Connecticut in the 2023 session, I believe it was, expanded coverage to cover all employees in the state of Connecticut with a set specific scope of benefits to ensure that costs remain down for employers, but yet serious events are covered for their employees when it is necessary. So it's something we'd be happy to talk to the committee about and provide information on what other states are doing on this matter. I believe 25 other states in the country cover mental claims.
Government Representative. Okay. Any other? Seeing none. Pete, thanks for your testimony.
Thank you very much for your time.
See ya. Up next, we have Jordan Levine.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, chairpersons, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee. My name is Jordan Levine, and I've proudly served as a firefighter in Stratford for the past 8 years. I'm here today to express my strong support for HB 6953, which seeks to establish a pension system for municipal police officers and firefighters across Connecticut. The effectiveness of our fire and police departments hinges on the experience and dedication of their personnel. High turnover rates driven by lack of retirement security result in a workforce dominated by less experienced members, and this reality compromises the quality of emergency responses and ultimately public safety. Some may argue that implementing pensions is a financial burden. However, the costs associated with high turnover, including recruitment, training, and lost productivity, often exceed the expenses of providing a pension. Investing in our first responders' futures is a fiscally responsible decision that ensures a return on the community's investment in their training and development. Firefighters and police officers undertake physically demanding and hazardous duties daily. Unlike other professions, extending our careers beyond a certain point is simply not feasible due to the physical tolls of the job. Moreover, many of us do not qualify for Social Security benefits, making a pension not just a benefit, but a necessity for a secure retirement. Passing HB 6953 is a critical step forward towards ensuring that Connecticut's municipalities can attract and retain the dedicated professionals who risk their lives to protect our communities. By providing a defined benefit pension, we not only honor their service, but also enhance public safety and exercise prudent financial stewardship. 2 years ago, my wife and I welcomed our first child into the world, and this milestone has prompted me to reflect deeply on our family's future. The absence of a defined benefit pension in my current position has introduced significant uncertainty into our long-term financial planning. This uncertainty has led me to consider testing with other fire departments that do offer pensions, despite my dedication to serving the Stratford community. My situation is not unique. Many of the colleagues are facing similar dilemmas, feeling compelled to leave departments that they are committed to in search of better retirement security elsewhere. Our department, like many others, has experienced this. And in the last 10 years, we've lost almost as many firefighters to other departments and industries. This trend is not just a personal issue, but a systemic one that affects the stability and effectiveness of our public safety services. I urge you to support this essential legislation, and I appreciate your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Any Representative Shake?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jordan, it's Representative Shake. I just want to say thank you for taking the time to offer your experience and what your concerns are, and for showing up today. Appreciate you.
Absolutely, Representative Shake. It's good to see you here.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Have a good rest of the afternoon, evening.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Up next, we have Mary Beth Hill. DJ Doyle. Okay, and we're gonna have three people come up for this one. We're gonna have Mauro Valletta, Milton Valletta, and then Miguel Fuentes. And you will have your 3 minutes, and
Okay.
and he can have his 3 minutes.
Okay.
As well. So-
Fantastic. Thank you.
But did we lose somebody along the way?
No,
So
we
somebody else-
did not lose somebody. There was just some wonky stuff going on with how we
Okay.
try to register, but we're here. And it's just the two of us right now. Just the two of us.
Okay.
That's right. Oh, so this is Milton. That's the son who's at work. He couldn't be here.
Okay.
So Milton's here, and I'm Miguel Fuentes. I'm a member of the Carpenters Union. I've been a rep for, I don't know, 25 of the 30 years that I've been a member. I worked all over the United States as a rep, policing the industry, talking to workers, educating them about their rights and the things that they may be entitled to and things to look out for. One of those things is wage theft. So I sit here in support of 6955, really a wage theft responsibility bill. And here's why. I want to place a real human factor to this issue. Here I have in my hand a ledger of time, of wages, 16 weeks worth of wages not paid to Milton by a general contractor who classified him as a second-tier subcontractor in order to misclassify him as something other than an employee, and then refused to pay him his wages. He showed up on my doorstep because someone told him, talk to this person who can help you. And I said, sure, let's talk. Sat down with his family in my office on a Saturday. I says, do you have a ledger of all the time that you've worked? He says, absolutely. We filed a claim with the Department of Labor. We know that wage and hour is stressed, and we're now January, and the contractor says, okay, he's my employee, but how about if I pay him $5,000 instead? Well, it amounts to $12,270 worth of unpaid wages, going back to the holidays, that he had to scramble to figure out how to pay his bills because the mortgage kept coming, right? All those bills kept coming, and he had to try to figure it out. So what we're trying to do is make sure that people can't get away with perpetuating this crime. And I agree with the people who, agreed earlier, wage theft is already a crime. And so is speeding, but people just still do it. Wage theft is a crime. It's still occurring. And at some point, someone has to accept responsibility, because what usually happens is you get this. Who does he work for? Who's his boss? Who owes him? And nobody wants to accept any responsibility. Meanwhile, the bills aren't getting paid, right? So I brought Milton here so you can see the real human impact of what's going on there. There's also an impact to the state of Connecticut. Century Foundation did a study in 23, and they found that in the state of Connecticut alone, 30% of the construction workers are being paid under the table of misclassified. $143 million of tax revenues are not being captured. $170 million of workers' comp premiums aren't being paid, and $30 million of overtime and stolen wages occurs every year. What did they also find? That 39% of the construction families who this impacts are also on public assistance. And I've seen this happen on projects that receive tax abatements, nearly $1 million in cleanup money, right, in remediation funds, and a host of other benefits, and you're not recapturing the revenues from the investments that you're making. And they come to the trough to get what they can to make these projects get out of the ground, which we appreciate it because we want to see that happen. But we also want to see the ROI, which means people are getting paid for the work that they do, and we're recapturing those funds so we can continue to make those sorts of investments. So that's why I sit here in support of this bill. And I'll tell you, this bill has been passed in the District of Columbia and 9 other states, something similar, and it's worked very well. So I just hope that you consider the bill and the value that it brings and how it keeps honest people honest, and more importantly, help remediate the problem that happens every day that Milton has experienced. With that, I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Milton unless you have any questions.
Let's hear from Milton. You will have 3 minutes to testify.
Yeah, the guy, in the beginning, he's so nice. So, and then after that, I've been working with him like a year before.
Can you speak a little louder?
Into the microphone. Oh, yeah. I said in the beginning, he was nice. He was paying me good. And I work. And then after that, he say, "Can you wait for me a little bit?" And the guy, my customer, he don't pay the check. So and then I said, "Okay, he's been good." So I was waiting. And then after that, I realized the pay he don't give it to me. He showed me the checks, $25, $55. And he said, "I'm gonna cash up and I'll pay you." And then he never show up with the money. And one point he sent me a picture, like $25, like cash. He say, "Here's the money. I will give for you on Monday." He never give. So, and after that, so I stopped work for him, but I don't know if he's still, like 6 months ago, he say, "Milton, I don't want to lose you. I will pay you. I just signed up a job, $250,000. So, and I get a check and I pay you. But I'm not trusting him more. So I'm working no more with him."
I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. May I lead with a question? I'm just going to start. So ultimately, right, and I think we talked about this last year. This is something that happens almost in every state, right?
Yes.
There's exposure to wage theft everywhere. Can you tell me why this happens from your perspective, having worked in various states?
Yeah, various states. And I found that it's the behavior similar in that it becomes deferring the payment in order to do other things with that money. And then like typical bills, right? Once you start accumulating them, it's hard to catch up. So then you have the same situation that Milton described. Well, I'll pay you later, I'll pay you later, I'll pay you later. In other cases, it's a willful attempt to get away from paying the burdens, not having to pay the taxes, not having to carry the workers' comp, not having to do any of the family medical, if that even happens, Social Security, all that stuff. So the very crafty, independent subcontractor, despite the fact that, and not have to pay the wages, right? Because they're not your employee. But in reality, they set the schedule. They don't work for anyone else. They're not under contract with anyone else. It's just a willful attempt to undermine and artificially lower the cost of construction by not paying the burdens and following the rules like everyone else should or does. Now, for the people who are honest, They understand it, they factor it in, and it's really the way that they do business. On the other end, when people willfully game the system, they know that in many cases, municipality states may not even have a DOL. And if they do, they're taxed and don't have the time. And if they do get caught, I'll just pay a fine, and I still made 40% profit opposed to the 5 to maybe 10% profit that I would normally make when I assume that sort of risk, right, in the construction industry. And there's a misnomer, if I may, Mr. Chairman, there's a misnomer to say that I don't really know who they are. That's not true, because in the construction industry, a general contractor is wholly responsible for everything that happens on that job, including who's on that project, including how many people are on that job to meet the different plateaus that you have to get that job done on time and within budget. So we understand that the certified payroll portion of the bill would be quite a bit burdensome. And that's what Section 2 has already been stricken. So that's a moot point. But still, the responsibility to pay those wages has to fall on someone. And if you hire your subcontractor, you're responsible for them. So you should be responsible before you give them that check, that draw, that everyone else has gotten paid. Or just withhold the draw and keep your subcontractor, who's accountable to you, responsible.
Thank you for that answer, because I feel, and this is the second part of my question, is that we continuously hear we don't have the time, or it's not my responsibility when I hire somebody to verify, vet, and essentially hold them accountable to payment. So to those that are responsible, I mean, I'm sure you've dealt with great CMs just as much as you've dealt with people who are just downright breaking the law.
Right.
So can you speak to better practices and how those protections essentially protect folks who are essentially being taken advantage of by subcontractors in these situations?
So when I was a foreman, right, I was a foreman in the industry, I had to account for having enough people on the job to meet my obligation and stay within the mean schedule. There's things called the mean schedule. And when you go to the conception of a project and you work towards the completion, you work off of that schedule. And you know that at certain times, you have to have enough people to meet those thresholds, right? So I had to give that contractor at a weekly meeting a list of everybody who I had on the roster, all of the employees that I had, and show them where they would be assigned to the different portions of the project, not only so you can meet those thresholds, but so you're not getting in each other's way, because you have multiple subcontractors from different trades, and certain things have to happen in a sequence. So you have intimate knowledge. And when a general contractor sits with all of their subs, and you do this on a weekly basis, you also have a safety meeting on a weekly basis, and you're like, subcontractor Sanchez, you're scheduled to be at this point. Demonstrate for me that you're going to get there, right? And everyone's in the room to talk about why they can't meet certain pieces or obligations to get that job done. And you kind of hash it out there. So someone who's hands-on, a good general contractor, some of the top 10 that you'll see in the top 10 list, that's how they operate. It's the lower tier general contractors, particularly in the multi-residential and in the mixed use arena, that are a little bit fast and loose, and they just hope to get there at the end. But the standard in the industry is to know what everyone's doing to get where you need to be. And that's the better practices. And when you want to get ahead of any problems, particularly injuries or not meeting schedules, you talk to every one of your subcontractors, and your super walks the job. And one of my children is a super now, right? He walks the job, counts heads, talks how you doing, are you safe, do you have everything you need, is your contractor taking care of you, is there any trash that we have to move, is there things we need to do to make this happen? That's really good practices. In that, you capture in those conversations, well, sir, I haven't gotten paid in 2 weeks. Really? Come here, subcontractor, I'm paying you. You're hampering my ability to meet my deadline and not taking care of your workers because they're going to leave. No. Let's fix this now. We just have to codify it in law. So now everybody behaves that way, and not just the folks who do it because they know it's the right thing to do.
So I guess I have a follow-up question to that, and I'm gonna shut my mouth. So what do you typically find when we hear things like, I can't be held responsible for that subcontractor not paying? Do you just completely stop the job, or are what sort of processes then happen when somebody is not being paid but a project needs to continue?
So what will typically happen when you have the tiered contractors, they'll just replace that independent contractor with someone else. They'll find, and there's a list of people that they typically work with, some that they have come back, others that they'll only bring back if they have to. So they'll go down to that level and say, okay, come on over because this one didn't meet the obligation. Doesn't matter, the job's going to get done. And they just back charge or withhold payment and shift it over to someone else, but the worker never got paid. They're the last thing that's considered on the job site.
I can see.
And
Th-
that's the
Thank you.
problem.
I really appreciate that. Any further questions? Senator Kushner.
Thank you. Thank you, Miguel, and thank you, Milton, for being here today. I do have a couple of questions. I know in some cases, if DOL comes in and investigates a work site and finds that they are not paying wages correctly, they can stop the job, correct? They
They
can
absolutely
issue
do.
a stop work order.
They do. We've have a bunch of them here that's happened in the state of Connecticut. Which of course also had the $990,000 for site remediation and the tax breaks. And it happens all the time, all over the state of Connecticut, Stanford to New London, Holland to all the way where the colleges. It happens. And you can find that. Yeah.
And so one of the problems, as I understand it, is in that they can't be on top of all these cases, all these work sites, that they don't have enough personnel. And they will never, even with the bill that we have to increase the size of the number of wage inspectors, we still wouldn't have enough for them to be daily out on these work sites. So we rely on people who, unfortunately, like Milton, who haven't been paid, coming forward and bringing it to the attention of the Department of Labor, or in this case, to the union. But that, again, even when that happens, as you pointed out in your testimony, Miguel, this is a slow process. It's very backed up at the Department of Labor in terms of hearing these cases. So I understand the urgency of the matter.
Yes.
And the fact that oftentimes, by the time it gets to the Department of Labor and it's adjudicated, you can no longer find the subcontractor who was responsible, which is, I think, another huge problem. We have heard testimony that this is impossible, that we can't hold a general contractor responsible for the subs. But I do believe, and I don't know if you know the answer to this, but under our public works statutes and prevailing wage, the general contractor is held responsible if a sub is not paying its workers correctly. Is that?
That is
do you have that
absolutely
experience?
correct, Senator. That's absolutely correct. It already exists in public works. And this is for private. This doesn't even impact public works. But yes, you're right that the mechanism's already there.
So
It
my
exists.
point is if we require that of public works projects that the state is engaged with, or the municipality, it certainly seems like something we could hold private contractors up to the same standard.
That is correct. And particularly those who come into the state knowing that once that job is done, they're gone and you're never going to capture them. It's the local contractors typically don't behave that way. It's the subcontractors that they bring in from other states or general contractors that come that know if I can get away with it long enough, I'm out of here.
Yeah. And so Milton, in your case, am I understanding correctly that you were paid on a timely basis? You were kept being told you'll get paid, but then the subcontractor never came through with the wages?
Yeah, because I started asking him when he gonna pay me, and then he said his customer he don't give the check.
So he's saying he didn't get paid, so he can't
Yeah.
pay you.
So and then I know it's not right to do, but I say he don't pay me, so I go in his customer. I'm talk with him. He said no, I give you a check. I don't nothing to him. So then after that I found he owns to other people who used to work for him, like $20, $15, sort of like that. So
It's funny that you mention this, because I had the experience in doing a major addition on our house where we paid our contractor and work was being done very slowly. And one day, some workers were there and we asked why it took them so long to get there and do this work. And they said they weren't getting paid by the contractor. Well, we'd already paid the contractor. So we started paying the workers directly. And then the contractor got his act together. But clearly, this is a real serious problem. And I think, Miguel, your testimony in particular, I mean, obviously the most important, issue that we're facing with this is workers like Milton who are going without wages. And that's an impossible situation and one that shouldn't, we don't allow that to happen in other industries. We're much more able to be on top of it. But the other problem, as you point out, is the money that's lost to the state. And clearly, in addition to the money that the state loses in taxes, workers' compensation isn't there for the workers if somebody is hurt on the job, and that's becomes an even bigger problem. So I think, we're very happy that you could come here and testify about your own personal situation and bring it to our attention. I just have one other question. How many weeks did you work without pay that ultimately resulted in you leaving?
It's like 16 weeks.
10?
16.
16.
It's
Oh.
here. He's got the ledger. I'll submit it for the record if you like, 16 weeks.
Yeah, I think we would like that information. That would be helpful.
I say, oh, I don't want to lose my money. Like I got like $5,000. I don't want to lose money because he's promised gonna pay me. So that's why I said,
You kept
okay,
working.
I keep working, and then because.
And I know your son was going to be here today to testify too, but had to go back to work. Can either of you give us an idea of what he was going to testify to?
The impact, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Milton.
He just want to try to come right here to help me because I don't know, I can't speak too much English. So that's why he tried to come right here to help me. But
Well-
then we got Miguel right here, so.
Well, tell your son that you did fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm done with my question.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions, comments? Thank you both for coming today.
Thank
And
you.
thank you for
Yeah,
all the information. And please share that with the clerk so we can have
I
that
absolutely will.
for the record.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next, we have Kathy Flaherty.
Thank you, Representative Sanchez, Senator Kushner, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Kathy Flaherty. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Legal Rights Project, but I'm really here testifying today as a member of the Connecticut Cross Disability Lifespan Alliance, which is a statewide coalition of individuals and organizations that advocate for the full inclusion and participation of all people with disabilities in their communities. And I'm here to speak in support of HB 5607, an act concerning the subminimum wage for people with disabilities. People who are working deserve to be paid for their work. And the 1930, what is basically a relic of the 1930s, should not really still be the case today. We have more than a dozen states across the country that have eliminated the payment of subminimum wage to people with disabilities. And I believe that Connecticut should join those states. I want to thank Representative Winter for proposing the bill and the committee for reserving it for a public hearing. I do hear the concerns of a number of people who, say we need to have a plan in place. We can't just eliminate it today and be done and leave people without the supports and services they need to really make that transition to competitive integrated employment. So I would certainly encourage that whatever this state does, that it be a very thoughtful process that involves all stakeholders. But I do believe that we should move Connecticut forward and eliminate the subminimum wage for people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Hi, Kathy. It's always good to see you.
Always good to see you too.
Full disclosure, Kathy and I work together, and it's been quite a few years now, but it was great working with you. And I have heard you testify on this issue before, and it's made a big impact on me, and I feel very conflicted. And, when I hear the testimony from folks who say this is the only way that they're, in the case of the woman who testified earlier today, that her son would have meaningful work, it's really hard to know how to transition that person where they will have competitive wages. And so I appreciate what you said about phasing in or transitioning or having all the stakeholders at the table. And maybe that's the step that we have missed, because we've had this bill before us in the past. But in a public hearing like this, we don't always get everybody at the table to really try and figure out how to do it. And, you know, I know we have, I understand that the number of people working on these waivers has been greatly reduced in recent years. And I know I talked to a provider in my area who said that they've really worked hard to get the people that they're working with transition to competitive wages. But there still are some folks who are on the vouchers. And so I think a conversation like that would be very meaningful and helpful. So I appreciate you raising that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Kathy. Up next, we have Jennifer Jennings.
Oh, she testified.
Okay, thank you. Kane D'Amico. Evelise Carrera Brown. It's a lucky day.
Thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Evelise Correa. I'm testifying in support of two bills. First, beginning with HB 6956, an act with youth employment and training funds. Invest in our youth now, especially in paid internships, and it will pay off later. We should be investing as much as we can to keep our youth on the right path into college or the trades. Next, SB 1031, an act establishing a full employment trust fund. This bill will help uplift economic security in vulnerable communities. As the federal government runs amok, the state government is taking steps to be the blue wall in the undoing the wrongs of northern housing segregation and underinvestment. People are afraid to take out student loans, and as a state, we have a need that requires investment. Rather than outsourcing jobs, let's fill the 75,000 openings with Connecticut residents. By accessing paid trainings, low-income residents will be able to self-invest, and that will result in training for higher paying jobs. An upfront investment now will result in taxpayers down the road, especially with the need for construction to solve our housing crisis and the need for healthcare workers to care for an aging population. Thank you very much.
You weren't lying, that was fast. Thank you. Any questions, comments from the committee? So, thank you for your testimony. Good seeing you again. Christina Baldwin is next.
Hi, Chairpersons Kushner and Sanchez, members of the committee. My name is Christina Baldwin, and I'm with the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. APCIA is a national trade association representing insurers writing nearly 65% of the nation's property casualty insurance. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm testifying in opposition to House Bill 6954, which would add witnessing a serious physical injury as a qualifying event for purposes of post-traumatic stress injury workers' compensation coverage. APCIA is concerned that this bill's expansion of workers' comp coverage for post-traumatic stress injuries would add significant costs and disputes to Connecticut's workers' comp system. I think we're all sympathetic to the testimony that we heard earlier on. We all want people to get help, but if it adds such significant costs that workers' comp premiums increase and businesses have difficulty paying for those premiums, and at this time where costs are increasing for everything, putting upward pressure on workers' comp costs could be a real problem. As you know, in 2023, the law with respect to workers' comp coverage for PTSI injuries was expanded so that all employees in Connecticut were eligible for such coverage. However, there were strict guardrails maintained as to when that coverage would kick in. That law has only been in effect, as you know, for a little more than a year. So we're still trying to figure out the impact of that. And now to move so quickly toward removing some of those guardrails as to coverage, as this bill would do, is concerning. Allowing workers' comp benefits to any claimant who witnesses a serious physical injury would likely multiply disputes within the system and ultimately raise system costs. Serious physical injury, even as it's defined by the statute, is somewhat of an ambiguous standard and will invite litigation and disputes, which will cause delays in the system. For example, serious impairment of health is included within the definition of serious physical injury. And I think everyone would agree that that's a potentially ambiguous standard. This lower standard may also result in Connecticut employers paying for indemnity and medical benefits for stress that didn't necessarily arise out of the workplace, but could have arisen from personal, familial, or other non-work sources.
Ms. Baldwin, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, so due to our concerns about additional costs and delays, we would urge that the committee not advance this bill. And thank you for your time.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Christina, for your testimony and time tonight. Enjoy your evening. Up next, we have Kyle Hauser. I think Kyle's with us. Yes, he is.
Hello, I am here.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Hi, my name is Kyle Hauser, and I'm the Deputy Director of Legislative Affairs for the Uniformed Professional Firefighters Association. My testimony is in support of HB 6953, an act providing pensions to police officers and firefighters. As a Stratford resident and firefighter, this bill is actually probably not in my personal best interest, as Stratford is one of the places that firefighters are leaving other municipalities for because we do have a pension. However, in the interest of the public safety of all Connecticut communities, I am asking that the committee support this bill. You've heard from police officers and firefighters today that have thoroughly characterized the retention and recruitment problems their departments are experiencing due to a lack of a pension. You recently heard from my brother firefighter from Stratford, tell you he may need to make a hard choice about leaving his job in the interest of his family's future. He's the type of dedicated firefighter that is coming here to Stratford. Every recruit class that we hire is partially comprised of firefighters that left other fire departments. Stratford is not actively seeking out these experienced firefighters from other municipalities. They are finding us. We do not currently accept lateral transfers. That means that firefighters are willing to be rookies all over again, abandoning any seniority they may have had in their last job because they desperately want the security of a pension. But what about the municipalities that they left behind? Those local taxpayers never saw the return on investment they made in training new firefighters and police officers. You've heard about the importance of retaining experienced members, but what do we actually mean by experience? Some of the most valuable knowledge you acquire as a public safety professional is not learned in the academy or in a book. We simply need to get our reps in. Year after year, we build a bank of knowledge that is specific to our communities. This may be the greatest lost opportunity for communities that are struggling to retain firefighters and police officers. Here's just a few examples of vital information you only get about your community from getting those reps in over the years. For example, firefighters know which buildings are actually made of masonry, block, brick, and non-combustible, and which buildings are actually wood frames covered in a veneer to make it look like masonry. They behave very differently in a fire. We know the difference because we tour the buildings as they're being constructed. Experienced firefighters know which turns on a street are too tight for a ladder truck, so they plan ahead and pick a different route to your emergency. Experienced firefighters know which residential buildings have hallways longer than the amount of hose we usually carry. Don't worry, we bring extra to those. Experienced firefighters know which elevators in your building aren't large enough to fit a stretcher during a medical call. Experienced firefighters know which roads flood during storms, and we've planned alternate routes before we even receive your call for help. Approximately 60% of our responses are medical calls. Each one of those is an opportunity for reconnaissance in the community. We learn where we have residents with special needs, mental or physical, which stairwells in the nursing homes have standpipes and which do not, where the hoarders live, who is storing dangerous stuff in their home or business that we need to be concerned about in the event of a fire, what the gate code is to get into your building. Does the superintendent live there so they can help us get access to apartments so we don't have to break the door down? All of this information is valuable during a future emergency. I hope this further clarifies the importance of retaining an experienced firefighter and police officer and why municipalities, why local taxpayers should care about retaining public safety professionals. There's simply no substitute. In the interest of public safety for all Connecticut communities, I ask that this community support HB 6953.
Thank you, Kyle. Representative Shake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kyle, I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to give an additional perspective of the immense value that our experienced firefighters and police officers bring to each municipality and why it's so important for us to try and keep them in the municipal that they are working for so that they can best serve and protect our communities. And thank you for your service.
Thanks for having me. Thank you for your time. I appreciate everything you're all doing for us.
Thank you, Representative Shake. Thank you, Kyle. There are no other hands, so have a good evening. Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Francis Treseski.
I started with good afternoon. I think it's good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Fran Treseski. I live in Canton, Connecticut, and I am the parent of an adult with a developmental disability. I also serve as the council chairperson for the Connecticut Council on Developmental Disabilities and the board treasurer for the ARC of Connecticut and FAVAR, the ARC of the Farmington Valley, and I'm the retired finance director for the Bristol Adult Resource Center. My testimony today is my own as a dad and a concerned citizen, not on behalf of those organizations, but I tell you that just to let you know that I've been involved in this community in as many ways as I can think of for the last 30 plus years since my daughter was born. So I am testifying today in opposition to HB 5607, the minimum wage bill. This bill, while well-meaning in its intent, is short-sighted in its effect on the community of people with developmental disabilities. If enacted, its outcome will be to cause a significant number of the developmentally disabled individuals to lose their current employment and many of those to lose their growth and training path to a competitive wage opportunity. My own daughter is an example of a person who now earns a competitive wage, but likely would not have reached that point without the learning and training of employment situations afforded to her by the 14C minimum wage. I might go so far as to say that she might never have been employed at all. Her first 6 to 8 years were with firms that welcomed work crews of developmentally disabled individuals, helped to train and nurture them, and paid a sub-minimum wage commensurate with the output that each person was capable of. It would be a wonderful world if everyone had the ability to produce at a minimum wage or above level. This is simply not the reality of the range of abilities in the community of folks with developmental disabilities. I could introduce you today to a significant number of people whom I know personally that are employed at a sub-minimum wage pegged to their individual capabilities by well-meaning employers who could otherwise not afford to employ them. How cruel would it be to cut them off from the things that give their lives meaning, purpose, and continuous growth? If the issue is employers taking advantage of the disabled, the correct response is to address those employers, not to end a system that has provided benefits to thousands of individuals. I know we've heard a lot today about 500 people on the list. That's 500 people who are currently employed. The number of people who want to be employed who are not employed is significantly larger. And you know, that's a different topic for a different committee. But anyway, understates the need and the benefit. The 14C minimum rules create a fair system for both the employer and the developmentally disabled employees. It allows employers to engage with and support our community while providing work, community engagement, inclusion, and self-actualization for the individuals involved. Please do not end a system that works for the developmentally disabled by passing a bill that feels good but will not do good. I urge you to reject HB 5607. Thank you.
Francis, thank you for your testimony. I don't see any hands. Thank you and have a good evening. Oh, sorry, Representative Shake, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Francis, as my colleagues expressed, we've heard both sides of concern, consideration on this particular bill. I just want to thank you for coming and advocating on behalf of your daughter. And it's food for thought that we'll take into serious consideration as we proceed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Up next, we have Gretchen Knopf. Okay. Alexina Del Vecchio. Christina Captain. No? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Alexina Del Vecchio. I submit testimony today in opposition to HB 5369, an act authorizing state agencies to require employees to work in person. I am a senior associate with Livingston, Adler, Polda, Meiklejohn, and Kelly. Since 2017, we have represented CBAC in the negotiation, arbitration, and implementation of a collectively bargained agreement on telework for state employees. At the outset, I want to note that the proposed bill would undermine a valid collectively bargained agreement between the state and CBAC. I would urge the committee to honor that agreement. More to the point, I can unequivocally say that the existing statewide telework policy works. It is good for the state and good for workers. Agency-wide caps of the type contemplated by this bill are both unnecessary and counterproductive. The existing policy sets forth a comprehensive process to accommodate the operational needs of the state in granting telework. Only those employees who can fully perform their job duties remotely without any impact on the agency's operations may telework. Each agency makes its own determinations about each employee's telework request every 6 months. There is a two-step review process which evaluates the effect on the individual employee's work product, as well as the effect of the work product of the unit. If the employee does not agree with the amount of telework they are granted, they may appeal. And if there is any showing that telework would have a negative impact on operations, the appeal is denied. The agreement specifically prohibits agency-wide caps of less than 80%. The approach set forth in the proposed bill was rejected in interest arbitration because there was no evidence that capping telework produces better outcomes. On the contrary, the evidence overwhelmingly supported the conclusion that greater flexibility with respect to telework produces the best outcomes for both workers and the state. For employees who can perform their job duties remotely, it is counterproductive to cap telework. The benefits of telework have been proven, and there is nothing to be gained by setting arbitrary limits to those benefits. Telework has been shown to reduce absenteeism by as much as 30%. Telework dramatically improves recruitment and retention. Telework improves productivity. On average, employees work an additional 26 minutes every day when they don't have to commute. Telework improves employee health and well-being. Employees have more time to exercise, cook healthy meals, and care for their children when they don't have to commute. Telework produces cost savings for both the state and employees. And finally, the environmental benefit of telework alone cannot be overstated. A reduction in commuting reduces the use of fossil fuels, slowing the impact of the climate crisis. It also reduces traffic accidents and wear and tear on our infrastructure. For those jobs that are suited to telework, it is a winning proposition for state government, state workers, the public, and the planet. By maximizing telework where it makes sense, Connecticut becomes a better place to live and work for all of us. I respectfully urge the committee to oppose HB 5369. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Have a good night. Up next, we have Christina Kapp. Okay. Olivia Rings. All right. Nicholas Garcia. All right. DeAndre Brown. And then last but not least, Jody Cummings. Okay, we got to walk on. All right.
Is there a prize for being last? No. I think it's still appropriate to say good afternoon, not yet good evening. So yeah, thankful to have made it to the end with you all. Well, good afternoon to the committee. My name is Jody Cummings. I'm the general counsel for the Mashantucket Pequot Tribe. And I'm here today to talk about something that I imagine is not before this committee very often, tribal trust land, and to express our support for SB 1027, which would eliminate the requirement for the state to categorically oppose any discretionary fee to trust applications submitted by a tribe to the Department of the Interior. I want to highlight 3 points from my written testimony why this bill should be enacted. Number one, land and trust is beneficial. It enhances tribal sovereignty and tribal self-determination. It facilitates economic development for tribal communities, provides a permanent land base for housing, and is a mechanism by which tribes protect and preserve sacred sites, as well as cultural sites and natural resources. And of course, trust land is the foundation for all the economic benefit that Indian gaming has created in the state of Connecticut, including the $9 billion plus that has been shared with the state and the thousands of jobs in tribal gaming facilities filled by Connecticut residents. Number two, blanket opposition to land and to trust really ties the state's hands. And for any given trust application filed by a tribe, the state may find that it supports the application or it wants to remain neutral on the application. But current law requires the state to oppose every application. And so the result is that the state has to put resources into opposing any trust application, regardless of how the Attorney General may feel about it. And it really robs the state of its discretion on how it wants to act on an application. And then finally, the categorical opposition that's in subsection C of 3157E, I believe that's the statute that we're talking about, really seems to be born out of an effort by the legislature in 1993 to ensure that our gaming enterprise had adequate protections for workers. And so to the extent that was an issue, if you take a look at Mashantucket law now, you'll see that those concerns are adequately addressed. We have a comprehensive labor law, as Senator Kushner knows, mirrors in many ways the NLRA. We have 5 active unions on the reservation that we have strong relationships with. And beyond that, the tribe has a series of other employment-related laws that really mirror federal and state law, like an OSHA law or our whistleblower law, our family medical leave law, and employee indemnification law. So for all those reasons, we think that subsection C that's in the statute at issue here really ought to be eliminated. And we support SB 1027. So thank you for your time. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Senator Kushner.
Thank you for being here today. I didn't have the pleasure of working with you when I represented the dealers at Foxwoods, but because you weren't there at the time.
Right.
But I am very familiar with the tribal labor law that the National Tribe put into effect in, I think it was around 2010. And it is a very strong labor law that I think is fair and neutral and does a good job in protecting workers' rights and enforcing collective bargaining agreements. And so I appreciate it. When I first heard about this issue, I did speak to someone who was around in 1992 when the legislature contemplated this. And to my knowledge, no one has ever really tested this statute or opposed it or even brought it to our attention in the years that I've been here, and maybe even ever. But what I do understand from the folks who I talked to is that they think that it was not drafted correctly from the beginning, and it wasn't intended to always force the AG to oppose any movement of land from in fee to entrust, but in fact was to be tied to the employment labor code that was written into the statute, but that connection never was made. And had that connection been made, we might have wanted to tweak it a little, but it would have, I think, very much reflected the tribal labor law that the Mashantucket Pequot tribe has. So I appreciate you being here. I see you've been sitting here all afternoon.
I've learned a lot sitting here. So
and-
a lot of these issues don't really cross my desk. So I'm glad to sit in and listen.
I hope you enjoyed it as much as we do, because hearing from the public is a really important part of what we do up here. And so all the testimony, you're not the very last, because there is a walk-on, but you would have been the very last person today. And we get a lot out of these hearings, and from hearing from the public, it's as I said, an important part of our process. So it's nice to meet you, and thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Representative Weir.
Thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
We heard Senator Austin come in and testify on this earlier, and
Yes,
I didn't think to ask at the time, but we did talk about this in screening, and it just occurred to me, okay, this has been around, third agreement was been around since 1992, so 33
Yeah.
years, if I'm doing my math. What was the driver? Was this just somebody reviewed the document and said, wait a minute, or what was the driver that brought you here to testify,
Yeah,
after all these years?
Yeah, so I think this gets into some of the discussion that we were having outside. In my time here, the tribe, which has been about 5 years, the tribe has just in the last year or so applied to put some land in trust and has had those applications approved by the Department of the Interior. They are now subject to some further administrative challenges that are ongoing with the state. And this was one of the points that we looked at in the law. I'm not here to speak for or against the state or what its thinking was in opposing our applications. This absolutely could be pointed to as a factor that motivated that opposition. That's something to think about.
I'll let you go, and I'll let Darrell go at last. Senator Kushner.
I know I think this was brought up in earlier testimony, but just to reiterate, this would not prohibit, the change that you're seeking
Right.
through this bill would not prohibit the AG if they were to believe that they should oppose an application, they would still be able to do that. It just doesn't require the AG
Right.
to do it.
And that's a critical point, Senator. I would argue that the statute as currently enacted really ties the state's hands. And I say this in my written testimony, but you can look at instances across the country where tribes will submit applications to put land in trust, and states and/or local governments may say, we support that. And because it in some way advances, our governmental interest as well as the tribes. But, that would not be the case here in Connecticut. The AG would be required to oppose in all instances. So if you remove this obligation, the state retains full discretion at any time to oppose a trust application if it sees fit. If for whatever reason the application it's the amount of land or the intended purpose for the proposed acquisition is not consistent with whatever the state's policy directives are, it can absolutely oppose it. So it retains the authority to do so. There's just no obligation for it to do so. And so for that reason, it's a no-brainer from our perspective.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Representative Wilson.
Thank you again for being here. You kind of already answered one of the questions around the AG piece, and he still can. The second piece, just more so individuals can understand the process.
Right.
When you want to go to put land in trust, what does the process look like? So, you fill out an application, just give them the lay of the land so they can understand that piece of, it's not just like, today I decide to do this, but there's a process to it.
Yeah, there's a whole process, where you explain, the authority for which, under which you're submitting that application, that land to be put in trust, what the land is going to be used for. There's, surveys, title work that needs to be done in connection with that. It is reviewed, very closely by the Department of the Interior. A notice will go out to the state and local government where the land is located, giving them an opportunity to comment on the land that is being proposed to be taken into trust. And so there's kind of a full opportunity for evaluation of a fee to trust application to occur under the Department of the Interior's rules. And this is it's a very slow moving process that can absolutely take years. I worked in the Department of the Interior during the second Obama term. And, the rule of thumb that we used to say to folks was, for the super easy ones where Congress had actually directed that certain land be taken into trust for a tribe, you're talking about a year easy that it would take to get that land moved into trust. What we're talking about here are discretionary trust applications where the Secretary of the Interior looks at an application and says, with all these factors in mind, should I put this land in trust for a tribe or not? So it's a very measured and considered process with plenty of opportunity for input by other stakeholders.
Thank you. And just the last question, kind of asked earlier, but this really has no economic impact negatively on the communities that you would be putting these.
So the one argument that would be made is that the land, by being taken into trust and becoming subject to the tribe's jurisdiction, goes off the tax rolls of the town where the land is located. Now, under Connecticut law, there is payment in lieu of taxes that is provided to a town where land is taken into trust. So, so to answer your question in a long way, no, it would not have impact on the town's tax receipts with that pilot payment made. So, no.
Did you rest your case, sir?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Yep. Thank you.
And now batting cleanup number 81, Michael Berry.
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you tonight. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Representative Weir, and all the other esteemed members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Michael Berry. I am from Manchester, where I was born and raised, and I'm a retired probation officer, and I'm now the campaign coordinator for the Connecticut Coalition for Retirement Security. I'm here today in support of House Bill 6953, which is an act requiring municipalities to provide a pension to police and firefighters. I am very fortunate that I retired with a defined benefit hazardous duty pension for my 26 years with the judicial branch. Too many of my public safety colleagues, however, do not have that ability and must find alternate ways to fund their retirement. I truly believe that our police officers and our firefighters have earned and deserve a pension. It is a financial commitment to local communities to train an officer or a firefighter. Just during testimony today, I spoke to two young officers who told me that they were planning to transfer to Stratford because that city has a pension and theirs doesn't. I go on to talk about a couple of communities that have reopened their pension plans because they had retention and recruitment problems. They are Brantford and Trumbull, and they now don't have retention and recruitment issues with those disciplines because their employees now have pensions. A defined benefit pension provides a safe, reliable plan that does not put all of the risk on the individual employee. After long careers with lots of stress and wear and tear in their bodies, officers and firefighters want to retire with the security and dignity that a defined benefit pension will allow. According to a study by the National Institute for Retirement Security, 40% of Gen Xers have little to nothing saved for retirement. And according to another NERS study, each dollar in this state that's paid out to Connecticut residents in pension funds, in pension benefits, it ultimately supports $1.38 in total outcome into this state's economy. That multiplier incorporates multiple rounds of impacts of retiree spending as each purchase ripples through the state economy. I've included a copy of the 2025 Pensionomics by NERS with my testimony. I really hope that you'll pass 6953, House Bill 6953. It's my pleasure to be with you today, and I can answer any questions if you would like to ask me some.
I don't see, I do.
It's like, I like 40 or 50 questions.
Okay.
Is that okay? I'm just
That's fine. I'm here. I'll be here all night, so that's fine.
No, but it is glad to see you here and glad that we could fit you in at the end of this hearing. So.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'll hit the right hyperlink. Thanks so much, everybody. Have a great night.
Have a great night. Thank you. This will conclude the public hearing for the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Our next meeting is a public hearing. Am I correct, Mr. Clerk? That will be taking place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, February 27th in room 1D. Take care, everyone.